Simon Says subscribe and click on the bell icon to receive notifications.
We've made the files the instructor uses in this tutorial available for free. Just click the link below in the video details to get these.
Hello and welcome to our course on Adobe Dreamweaver CC. My name is Toby and I'm your instructor on the course. Now I should start by saying that the CC in Dreamweaver CC stands for Creative Cloud, and the version of Dreamweaver that this course is about is the version that is part of Adobe's Creative Cloud. If you haven't heard of Creative Cloud, maybe you didn't know what the CC stood for, you need to know enough about Creative Cloud to understand how this version works, and in particular how to get hold of a copy of Dreamweaver CC and in essence what the licensing arrangements are. Now I'm going to explain those to you in this first section. But if you'd like to do a bit of background reading on Adobe Creative Cloud, I suggest you go to the Adobe site and have a little read there. There's some presentations and some useful background information to what Adobe Creative Cloud is all about. But let's concentrate from this point onwards on the Dreamweaver element. Dreamweaver is a product that's been used for many years and has been very popular for many years for developing websites. Now, although many people say that it's for people who don't particularly want to get very technical when they're developing websites, you can do some pretty amazing things with Dreamweaver, and good technical knowledge will enable you to make even better use of the product. Having said that, just having basic knowledge and using some very straightforward elements of Dreamweaver can still give you great results. Over a period of years, Dreamweaver has gone through a succession of versions, and a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, a version came out called Dreamweaver CS6, and that, according to Adobe, is the last version that you could actually buy in a pack and install on your PC in what you might call a conventional way. The latest version of Dreamweaver, Dreamweaver CC, the one that is the subject of this course, you don't get in that way. What you do is to subscribe to Dreamweaver CC, normally by paying a monthly subscription fee or the equivalent. You get access to CC, and what happens is you download a copy of it onto your desktop. You can use it on your desktop for the period that you're paying the subscription, and then if you stop paying the subscription at any stage, basically it stops working. Now at this point I'm going to say that there are probably two groups of people following this course. First of all, the people that already have Dreamweaver CC installed, and secondly the people who don't. Now I'm going to address most of the rest of this section to the people that don't have Dreamweaver CC installed, and I'll come back to you in a moment. But first of all, here are a couple of things for all of you. This course is intended for people who really have no experience of developing a website using Dreamweaver, may not really know very much about developing websites in general. The course is probably also suitable for people who've used quite an old version of a web development tool, something like Microsoft's old front page, and really need all of their skills, their knowledge, etc. updated using a much more modern product with many of the new and upgraded features that we associated with a more recent project like Dreamweaver CC. If in fact you're an experienced web developer, you've got a good knowledge of Dreamweaver and a recent version of Dreamweaver, and you're really looking to learn some much more advanced web development techniques, this is probably not the course for you. This course really aims to appeal to people who are starting, or as I say, whose knowledge is perhaps out of date, and they want to move from beginning to develop websites through to what I'm loosely going to term an intermediate level of knowledge of developing websites. Having said that, with a tool that's as powerful as Dreamweaver CC, I hope you're going to be able to make very quick progress in developing your skills, and you'll really be impressed with how quickly you're starting to develop some pretty slick websites. So, if you're somebody that already has Dreamweaver CC installed and you're itching to get started, you don't really need to follow the rest of this section, because in this section I'm going to talk about how to get hold of Dreamweaver CC if you don't already have it. So for those of you who have it already, you can skip on to the next section. Now, the first thing that I need to point out is that what I'm going to be showing you here is the general approach to getting hold of Dreamweaver CC. Bear in mind that your locale will affect exactly how this works. Your locale will certainly affect the pricing. I'm looking at the Adobe US site here, and if you look in that bottom right hand corner of that page about Adobe Creative Cloud, you will see there membership plans, and if I just click on the drop down, you'll see that there is a list of possible plans. Now, of course, I have no control over what Adobe charge their customers, and if the past is anything to go by, those prices are going to vary on a fairly frequent basis. There are also various concessionary prices for students and for people who are already Adobe customers, and as we'll see in just a moment, there is even an option to get a free trial to get you started. Now, I'm based in the UK, although I tend to do work which switches between the US and the UK. I'm currently using the Adobe US site. I will from time to time look at the Adobe UK site. In whatever other country you are in the world, you may find that things work differently, but as I understand it, the general approach is the same. So first of all, let's look at Creative Cloud in general. Because if you are going to start paying a subscription for Dreamweaver Creative Cloud, it will be as a Creative Cloud customer. Now, in order to use Dreamweaver CC legally, you're going to need to join Adobe CC, although you can join it on a free trial basis, as we'll see in just a moment. Now, before we go through the start of the process of joining, let's just look at See All Plans down there. Now, you then have a panel showing you the available plans. I can't emphasize strongly enough that this is very likely to change by the time that you watch this video, but I'm reasonably confident that the general approach will stay the same. Plans for individuals, plans for teams and business, plans for education. You can see the pricing for each. If I go back to plans for individuals, there are some options here. For instance, under this plan, complete, there's a drop down requires annual commitment, so that's £46.88 per month, provided you sign up for a year. You can then choose a cancel at any time option, that's £70 a month, and then 1 year prepaid. Works out significantly cheaper by paying a year in advance. Now, I've got the currency set here to British pound sterling. You can obviously look at it in your own currency. Some of the options, for instance this one, offer a discount for existing customers, and you can just sign up for a single app. So if you definitely only want Dreamweaver CC, you only really need to pay for Dreamweaver CC. The Get Started options on the left give you 30-day app trials, and I'm sure that if you persevere you could get through this course in 30 days, and then you'd know all about Dreamweaver CC and whether you really wanted to start to pay a subscription to use it. And now I just want to show you a couple of other things to help you to decide which way to go in terms of Dreamweaver CC. First of all, let's suppose that I was thinking of joining using a complete plan. If I click on the join button under complete, it takes me to a page that sets out the sequence of events, 1, 2, 3, 4 on the left there. If you already have an Adobe ID, you can sign in, and then as you see, review membership details, provide your payment information and confirm. But what I wanted to show you is this panel over on the right, because if you go for the complete option, this shows you the list of products that you would get. Now, included in that list of products, of course, is Dreamweaver, but there are various others as well, quite a few products, and then other things, edge tools and services, other services. You actually get quite a lot. Some people have commented that it's quite an expensive subscription, but you do get a lot of software and services included in Creative Cloud membership. So that is one option, and particularly good if you plan to use any of the other Adobe products, such as Photoshop, for example. Now, if on the other hand I choose the single app option, click on Join, this panel changes into basically a list. Go down, find Dreamweaver, that's the product that I want, and then I can start subscribing to that single product. I have this choice here. Again, cancel at any time, requires annual commitment and 1 year prepaid. And then finally, the other option, and one that you may well want to use as you're just starting to learn Dreamweaver, is the try for free option. Now, if you want to try Dreamweaver for free, you will need to join the Creative Cloud. It won't cost you anything, they won't charge you any money. Make sure you don't click the wrong button anywhere, but if you've got an Adobe ID, you can use that. If not, you can sign up and get an Adobe ID. You can join CC. You will of course have no products as such, but you will then be able to get a trial version of Dreamweaver CC in our case, which means you'll get the trial version, you'll be able to download it, and you'll be able to start using it. And once you've logged in with your new or existing Adobe ID, you get access to this very impressive list of apps and services. And amongst those is Dreamweaver. Click on Download. And there's the facility to download the Dreamweaver trial. From this point onwards, I'm going to assume that you have downloaded the trial or that you've subscribed either to the whole of CC or to an individual app within CC, and that not only have you downloaded it, but you've installed it, and basically the software is working. If you have problems with the download or install, adobe.com is the place to go for support. I won't be covering installation problems on this course. So at this point you need to make sure that the download and install has worked correctly. And then you should be in the same position as the people that have already moved on to the second section in the course and are probably waiting for you to join them and will be ready to start using Dreamweaver CC. That's the end of this section. I will see you in the next one. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Adobe Dreamweaver CC. In this section, which I've called Getting Started, we are indeed going to start up Dreamweaver towards the end of this section, but I have a few things to tell you about the course itself first. Now, first of all, you may be aware that Dreamweaver is a product that's used on both Windows PCs and Apple Macs. And on this course, I am exclusively going to be using a Windows PC. If you are an Apple Mac user, however, the course is pretty much fully valid for you as well though, because functionally there is very little difference between the Windows version and the Mac version of Dreamweaver CC. Particularly Mac users amongst you will know that the main differences are in things like the use of keyboard shortcuts. But the functionality of the two versions of the Dreamweaver CC program is almost identical. Now, where there are these few functional differences, I will try to highlight them when we get to that point in the course. But if you are a Mac user, you should be able to follow the course perfectly well, provided that you adapt any keyboard shortcuts and so on that I give to the Mac equivalents. The next thing I'd like to point out is that what I've tried to do in this course is to develop the use of Dreamweaver CC in a logical sequence. Now, of course, no two people going about trying to do this would come up with the same sequence, but I do suggest that particularly if you have little or no knowledge of web authoring, that you do follow the sequence in which I prepared the course, because in most sections I'm going to assume that you've covered everything in the preceding sections. You may of course get to parts of the course where it's a topic that's of little or no interest to you, and you may decide, well, I'm never going to do that, so I'll skip that bit. And of course that's entirely up to you, but you do need to be a little bit careful, because sometimes things that you think are not of interest to you may turn out to be important in order for you to be able to do something else later on. And in particular, I'd like to talk briefly about the question of code. Dreamweaver CC, as you'll see, is a very visual product, and you can build perfectly good websites without really getting involved in HTML code and CSS in detail. However, making a conscious decision to avoid those altogether is a little bit like tying one hand behind your back, and I do suggest that you try to keep a bit of an open mind when it comes to looking at HTML code and CSS. Although these can be pretty complex subjects, I'm going to introduce them in what I hope is a straightforward and understandable way. And even a little knowledge of those subjects can actually expand what you can do with Dreamweaver by a very considerable amount. So when we get to those parts of the course, please don't just skip over them and say, well, I don't want to start looking at HTML code, because ultimately it will be to your benefit if you can, as I say, get at least a small working knowledge. Now, the page that you can see in front of you now from the Adobe website is in effect the Dreamweaver CC What's New page. And if you have used an earlier version of Dreamweaver, this shows you what's new in Dreamweaver CC and gives you links to more information about each of these subjects. Many of the new features are associated with the facilities that are now available to develop websites for mobile phones and for tablets and so on. And we will be looking at those subjects on this course. And although I mentioned just now the need to keep an open mind on subjects like HTML and CSS, in order to move into some of those other devices, for instance making websites for mobile phones, we will need to move along at a reasonable pace, and I will be using the visual aspects of Dreamweaver CC the most, including some of the new tools that help you to develop websites that are flexible and that can work on a number of different devices. Now, in many ways, these are the main new features that will be most new, most unfamiliar to people who've used earlier versions of Dreamweaver. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time on those very important subjects. The next thing to do is to talk about the structure of this course. I've already mentioned that I'm going to go through Dreamweaver CC in what I hope is a logical sequence. While I'm doing that, I'm going to be developing a website. And at various points in the course, I'm going to give you exercises to do. You can either use a copy of the same website. You can basically develop the same website that I'm developing. Or, and this is a much better solution, you can choose a subject of your own and develop your own website and do the same things that I'm doing, but you can develop them into your own site. The website I'm going to develop is one for a nature park, basically an attraction particularly aimed at families, where people are encouraged to come along, have a walk, look at the wildlife, and the website will feature a number of different important features. We'll certainly be looking at versions of it to run on different devices, but we'll be putting graphics, we'll be putting opening times, tables of information, many pages, all of the main features that you need to be aware of when you're building a website. Now, try to come up as soon as you can, as early in the course as you can, with a subject of your own that you'd like to build a website for. And after the first 3 or 4 sections, I'm going to set you the first exercise to do, and by that time it'd be a good idea if you've decided which subject to use for your website. Now, as I said, you can certainly use the one that I'm using and make your own equivalent of that site. Having said that, one word of warning. One of the things that I'll be doing with the site that I'm developing is to hide it from the outside world, because it will be about a fictitious park somewhere. If you are developing a website, it's important to make sure that you don't inadvertently start getting people turning up at your house thinking there's a nature park there. I'll cover that in a little bit more detail later on, but you do need to be careful about who sees the websites that you develop. Now, later on, I will explain to you how you can get the materials that I'm using in my website, and you can either use them in yours or at least see how I've been putting my site together. So, I think that's enough introductory information now. We're just about ready to start using Dreamweaver CC. Now, I'm using Windows 8, so in order to start Dreamweaver CC, I need to just find the tile, which is over on the right there, and then all I've got to do is tap on the tile. Now, the first time that you start to use Dreamweaver CC, you will see this invitation to participate in Adobe's product improvement program. I usually choose not to participate. And then you should see the Dreamweaver CC welcome screen. Now, I'm going to start the next section by talking about this welcome screen. If you're using, for example, Windows 7, then you can start Dreamweaver CC from the Start menu using the button at the left end of the taskbar at the bottom of your screen. I'm going to assume throughout that your Windows or Mac knowledge is adequate to understand the terminology that I use and to do all of the basic Windows things like minimize windows, maximize windows, use scroll bars and drop downs and all those sorts of things. But the most important thing is to make sure that you know how to start Dreamweaver CC, that you can get it running, and then you're ready for the next section. That's the end of this section, and I will see you in the next one. Hello again, and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. You should by now have started Dreamweaver, and you'll see something that probably looks something like this. Now, I should warn you that if you're using a copy of Dreamweaver CC that somebody else has been using, it may actually look quite different from this, because the whole Dreamweaver environment is very customizable. And as in this section we're going to look at the Dreamweaver Workspace, I want to start by talking about the Workspace and some aspects of its customization. Now, very often when people start Dreamweaver courses, they start telling you all about customization right at the start and expect you to be able to make decisions about what you want to be able to see and which of the tools you want close at hand. Now, if you're completely new to Dreamweaver, I think that's probably a bit unreasonable, because you need to use it for a while first before you can decide how you want to lay out the Dreamweaver workspace. So in this section, I'm going to start to show you some aspects of the workspace, and then over time you'll find that you do customize it to suit your specific requirements. So let's start by looking at this welcome screen in the middle of the window here. Now, I tend to use this welcome screen. I find it quite convenient, and I'm going to tell you in just a moment what I use it for. But let's suppose that I don't want this to appear every time I start Dreamweaver. There's a little checkbox in the bottom left hand corner there, don't show again. Watch what happens if I check that checkbox. I get a warning, live view alert. To turn the welcome screen on, choose show welcome screen from the general category in the preferences dialog. I click on OK. That box is now checked. Just let me close and restart Dreamweaver. Now, if you want to close Dreamweaver altogether, shut the program down, you've got a couple of options. One of them is to use the close button in the top right hand corner there for Windows. You can see the screen tip right up in the corner, close. Let me close Dreamweaver. And now I've reopened it again, and look, no welcome screen. Now let's suppose that I decided that wasn't such a good idea after all. It talked about the preferences dialog. If you go up here on this menu bar at the top, I'll tell you more about that in a moment. Click on the edit menu. One of the options on the edit menu right at the bottom, one you'll be using a lot, is Preferences. Preferences has a number of pages of preferences, and on the General category right at the top, the very first item is Show Welcome Screen. If I check that, click on Apply, then click on Close, it doesn't show the welcome screen now, but it will the next time I start Dreamweaver. This time I'm going to exit Dreamweaver in a different way. I'm going to go up to the File menu there and click on Exit, the bottom item on the File menu. Exit, that will also shut down Dreamweaver, and once again I'm going to start it up again. And there you are, I've got my welcome screen back. So let's take a look at the welcome screen. First of all, the features on it that I use the most are Open a recent item and Create new. Now, even if you've never used Dreamweaver before, you've got no idea how you're going to use it. It works on the principle that sometimes you create new things like web pages, and sometimes you want to do work on things you've created before. So you're going to open a web page that you worked on before and perhaps do some more work on it. If you want to create a new something, you can choose from this list of things you might want to create new. So if I wanted to create new HTML, I click there, new CSS, and so on. If I wanted to open an existing whatever, HTML, CSS, etc., the most recently opened ones will be listed here under Open a Recent Item. But my installation of Dreamweaver here is brand new. I've never opened anything on it, so the Open a Recent Item list is empty. There is, however, an Open button, and if I click on Open, it takes me to a standard Windows browser. And from there I can browse my PC, my network, whatever else I can reach, to search for the file or files that I'm looking for. And they're the basic ways in which one might use the welcome screen. But in the short term there are some other uses for the welcome screen, and I suggest you explore these yourself. For instance, if you look at top features on the right, there are some selected videos there that you may choose to watch. For instance, what's new in Dreamweaver? Takes you through to a very useful link to the Adobe TV site, and although the videos here are quite short, some of them are really pretty useful in terms of introductory and background information on various topics. Now, apart from the selected highlight topics there, if you click on More, that takes you through to Adobe Dreamweaver on Adobe TV and a list of available videos, each with links to further information. Now, in the lower part of the screen you have a Getting Started link. That will take you through to further tutorials with links to both video tutorials and to information that you can download. Now, obviously I'm not going to go through a lot of these now. Some of them are quite basic, but they're also very useful, particularly when you're starting out. So I suggest you find some time to work your way through these. Some of them will probably help more later on when you've got the basics in place, but they were worth experimenting with. The New Features link there takes you through to primarily textual information about new features in Dreamweaver, and the Resources link takes you through to Dreamweaver Help, which we'll be looking at shortly. And then the final link on here, Adobe Dreamweaver CC, takes you back to that download trial page with, again, links that include things like system requirements and languages and related apps. Now, that's pretty much all I'm going to say about those other parts of the welcome screen. I'm going to leave you to explore those and follow those up yourself. Now, the next thing I'd like to look at is the menu bar. And on Windows, the menu bar is pretty straightforward. You've got the usual arrangement with menu items. Click on a menu item, a menu drops down. From that menu, there may be further flyout menus. And we will, of course, be looking at many menu options as we go through the course. In Windows, on the right, you have a sort of mini bar over here. They call it normally the application bar, which has a couple of specific commands on it. It has a workspace command where you can choose the workspace that you want to work in, and in fact you can define your own workspaces. Once you customize Dreamweaver to your own requirements, you can create your own workspace or workspaces, and the reason for having many is that you can use different workspaces in different situations. To the right there is a sync status button, and when you are syncing, you'll find out what syncing is later on. That will indicate status. And then to the right of that there's a little I button, which if I click the I now, you'll see it takes you through to, in this case, the Dreamweaver Developer Center. More on that later as well. Now the menu bar is one of the areas where there is a difference between Windows and Mac, because on a Mac you actually have a second menu bar below the main menu bar at the top, and the workspace button and the sync status button appear down on that menu, the one below the top one. Also on the Mac, to the left of the file option on the menu, there is an additional option. It's a Dreamweaver option, and on that Dreamweaver menu option you have things including access to keyboard shortcuts and preferences. So it's a little bit rearranged on a Mac, but you'll soon find your way around it. Now the next thing I want to do is to look at one of those menu options. And the one I want to look at is Window. If I click on Window, you'll see a list of items. Some of them are in normal font, and some of them are grayed out. Now, as usual with a menu, when things are grayed out, you can't actually do those things. For the things that aren't grayed out, you can. Now I want you to look at the whole screen while I click on the top option there, the one that says Insert. It's currently checked. Watch what happens if I uncheck it. What happens is something on the right disappeared and the thing below it moved up to fill the space that it left behind. Let me just switch it on again. Now in fact what we have there on the right is a panel, and that panel can actually be moved around. Now I'm not going to get totally absorbed with panels at the moment. I am later on, but not now. But there are certain things that you can move around, and also if I grabbed this part, the part below it, I could move that around as well. I can separate that into two panels, and in fact I can hide one or both of those panels. Now that's something I'm going to show you how to do later on, but there's one other panel right down at the bottom, Properties. I'm going to hide that as well. Now many of the objects that you see in the Dreamweaver workspace are objects that can float, you can move them around, and that you can either show or hide. You would be pretty unwise to hide the menu bar at the top because it might cause you some problems, but you'll find over a period of time that you choose which of those panels you want to be able to show and hide. I'm going to come back to the panels later on. Now in order to look at most of the other workspace settings in Dreamweaver CC, we're going to need to start to create something, and in fact in the next section we're going to create our first web page. But I would like to give you something to do now, just so you can start to do a few things for yourself. And what I want you to do is to create a very straightforward custom workspace. Now I really don't mind what you put in this workspace, but I'm going to click there on the drop down to the right of that workspace button there, say New Workspace. I'm going to call this workspace Toby 1, I think. Click on OK. This is now the Toby 1 workspace. Note what it says up there on the button. Now I'm going to open a couple of panels. I'm going to put the Files panel over there and the Assets panel over there. Then I'm going to say Save Current. So Toby 1 now has those two in it. Now let's go back to the one I started with. Let's go Compact. That was the one I had at the start. It was empty. Let's try Toby 1 again. There's Toby 1. Let's try expanded. Haven't looked at expanded yet, but that's what expanded looked like. Let's try Toby 1 again, and so on. Now, it's a good idea as we're going through particularly the earlier stages of the course to get used to that idea of creating your own workspaces. You can have more than one, of course, and then it makes it really straightforward to switch between them. They're actually going to be a lot more use once we start creating web pages and so on. But it's good to get used to creating and maintaining your own workspaces. Now, if with Toby 1 I decided that in fact I wanted another panel, supposing I want the CSS designer panel as well, let's suppose I want to just stick it in the middle there, say, all I need to do at any stage is save current again, and that's effectively updated Toby 1 for me. And again, if I went back, say, to the expanded workspace and then went to Toby 1 again, it would have all three there. So just set up your own little workspace like that. That's the end of this section. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In the previous section we began our tour of the Dreamweaver workspace. Apart from looking at the welcome screen and the menu bar in Dreamweaver, we also took a look at panels and workspaces. In this section we're going to look at some other aspects of the Dreamweaver workspace, but for this we are going to need to create something first. And what we're going to do is to create a new HTML page. HTML is hypertext markup language, and HTML pages traditionally are basically the building blocks of websites. So the very most basic thing you're going to need to be able to do on this course is to create an HTML page. Now there are a number of ways of doing this, and one of them, if you look in the welcome screen there in the middle column, create new, one of the options is HTML. So let's click on HTML. And what we have now is a brand new, completely empty HTML page. Now, if you've ever seen HTML pages before, you may somewhat dispute the fact that this is a completely empty page, as you will see in a moment. I'm going to just type some content into this page, and I'm going to say, this is my home page. Now when I type that content, it appears in a default font, in a default size. I'll talk about all those things later on, but I now appear to have some content on my page. But if you look at the buttons immediately above that content, you'll see a set of three buttons together: Code, Split and Design, and a fourth one to the right called Live. And at the moment the Design button is selected. Now to some extent, when the Design button is selected, what you can see is sort of what the page would look like on a website. That isn't quite the case, but it's close to how it would look on a website. But behind the scenes, under the hood if you like, what happened when I created the page and when I typed those words in is that some HTML code was created. And if I want to see what the code is, what I need to do is to click on the Code button. Choose that option instead of Design. What happens if I click on Code? What you can see is, although the words "this is my home page" are there, there's quite a load of content above that and quite a load of content below it, and that is basically HTML code. Now during the course I'm going to be explaining to you what this code does. To some extent you don't really need to worry about it, and you can get along with Dreamweaver pretty well without knowing too much about what all that code means. But as I mentioned right at the start of the course, I suggest that you do get to grips with at least the basics of what this code is and does. However, we'll come back to this particular batch of code a little bit later on. Important thing to remember at the moment is that somebody viewing your page does not by default see the code view. They see the design view, more or less. If you want to see the two views side by side, the middle option, Split, gives you code on the left and design on the right. And if you want to see much more closely how your page would look on your website, you'd actually choose that fourth option, that live option. But I'm going to come back to live a little bit later on. We're not actually going to try that at the moment. Now notice that I'm still in split view here, and to the right of the buttons Code Split Design Live there's a box which says Title. And I'm now going to give this page a title. It's currently by default called Untitled Document, and I'm going to call it Home Page. Now if I call it Home Page and press the Enter key, look carefully at the Code View panel on the left, row 5, the line that's numbered 5. You'll see that the title now says Home Page. When you update the title in the bar there, it actually updates the HTML code. And the HTML code actually holds the vast majority of the information about any page that you are working on. Now sometimes when people start to see HTML code, they think that it looks a bit scary. You may think the same. And people are quite surprised actually that every page you see on the internet basically has HTML code which you can view. Here's the CNN homepage as it is at the time that I'm recording this. If I right click with the mouse on that page and click on View Source, you can see the source of the CNN homepage. It's just loads and loads and loads of HTML. Now, admittedly, it's a little bit bigger than the page that we've created here, but the principles are exactly the same. And of course, on line 5 there, although it's not always on line 5, it says title, CNN.com International, etc. So the basic principle of the HTML code on a web page is the same for an individual web page, for a home page which only has one short line of text on it, as it is for the home page of CNN. Now one of the things you may have noticed when we created this page is that the welcome page went missing, and you're not really going to need the welcome page again for the moment, but I do want to create a second page. CNN has more than one page, and we're going to have more than one page as well. So what I'm going to do is create a new page in one of the other ways that you can do it. So I'm going up to the File menu item there. One of the options is New, and it has a keyboard shortcut of Control-N. Many commands in Dreamweaver have keyboard shortcuts. Windows keyboard shortcuts are one set, and the Mac shortcuts are another set. In Windows, to create a new page, you can either click New there or choose Control-N. If I click on New, I get a new document dialog which gives me a number of options for what I want a new one of. Now the top default option is I want a new blank page, and the type of page is HTML and with no layout. Now the many other options here, we're going to look at several of those during the course, but for the moment we're going to go with the default. I'm going to create a second page. Now when I create that second page, you can see the existence of two pages because at the top we have now two tabs, and you can switch between the two pages clicking on the tabs. The first one says this is my home page. You can see that on the right there. The second page is currently still empty. Let me put some content on it. Okay, note how as I type that it appears in Design View on the right and Code View on the left. And now I'm going to give my page a title, but I'm not going to do it in the way that I did it before. I'm going to type the title into the HTML code. So I'm going to position the cursor to the right of the words Untitled Document in the HTML code. I'm going to delete Untitled Document, and I'm going to type a title for my page. Now, one thing you may have expected to happen there is that that title would appear in the box in the bar just up there where we saw the title on Untitled 1, the other page. But when you make changes to HTML code, it's very often the case that you have to take a physical action, a refresh action, in order for those changes to be updated elsewhere. Now I'll tell you more about this later on, but for the moment, if you look right down at the bottom of the screen, there's a little box there. You can just see a little tab that says Properties. And if I click on Properties, what happens is this panel pops up, Code View. You have made changes to the code. To edit selection properties, click Refresh or press F5. F5 is the Windows shortcut for doing a refresh. Look carefully at that title box while I press this refresh button near the bottom. Now you can see that the change I've made in HTML appears elsewhere. And it's quite often the case that you'll need to remember to do a refresh after you've made changes to HTML code. Now you shouldn't worry about that at all, because in many situations Dreamweaver takes care of it for you anyway. But it's something to be aware of, because sometimes I've seen people make a change to HTML code and then be completely baffled by the fact that it hasn't appeared elsewhere. Well, if you get that kind of behavior and you're scratching your head, don't forget that sometimes a refresh can be necessary. So we've got 2 pages and we've got a little bit of content on each page. Let's take a look at some other aspects of the workspace. Now I've already shown you how to switch between the 2 pages that we're currently working on. Not everybody likes this arrangement with tabs to switch between pages, and if you look over here, there's a little button there right at the right hand end. And you can actually use that to change the situation completely. This button is usually called the Restore Down button. And if I click on the Restore Down button, what you get is 2 different movable windows for the 2 pages that we're working on in this case. Obviously, if you have more than 2 pages, you'd have all of them able to be moved around, and you can overlap them. You can put them basically in any position that you like in the space that's available. If you want to then go back to the tabbed arrangement, all you've got to do is to press the Maximize button within any one of these windows, and we're back to the tabbed arrangement. Now we looked at this set of buttons up here, Code, Split, Design, a little while ago. These are normally referred to as the View Mode buttons, and they're at the left hand end of what's called the Document Toolbar. There are 1 or 2 other controls on that Document Toolbar that I haven't looked at. That's one of them. Preview Debug in Browser. If you want to see what your page is going to look like in a browser, you can use that one. There's the title box that we've already looked at here. Very important to draw a distinction between the title of a page and the name of a page. I'll come back to that later as well. And then we have this button, the File Management button, again more later. Now which buttons you see on the Document Toolbar depend on which view you have in force at that time. It's important to understand what the different views are for. You've seen Design View already. This is what's commonly known as the WYSIWYG view. What you see is what you get, and it gives you a good idea of how your page will appear when it's viewed in a browser. Now it's a good idea rather than a very accurate representation for a number of reasons, not least of which that there are always some differences between browsers anyway. The other reasons that you get differences are to do with the use of dynamic elements on a page, such as JavaScript, that I'll also be talking about later on as well. But for the moment, with the sort of pages we're creating early on in the course, think of Design View as a way of getting a good representation of what your page would actually look like on your site. Code View and Split View we've also looked at. Live View is the one to use in order to see what your pages will look like when the page does, for example, use JavaScript. Now again, we'll come back to that later on. But for the moment, let me just click on that live button and show you something else. When you click on that, you get several other controls. And it's very true that the controls you get on the document toolbar are very variable, depend on the view that you choose. Another option here is live code. Again, things are different. And another option still, inspect mode. And we'll look at inspect mode later as well. I'm going to switch each of those off and just go back to that split mode that we had before. Now you probably noticed another toolbar down the left hand side there, and what I'm going to do is to right click on the document toolbar and watch what happens. There are in fact three main toolbars, and at the moment document and coding are enabled, and a third one, standard, isn't. The bar down the left that I just mentioned is the coding toolbar, and I can turn these toolbars on and off by clicking the options on that menu. So if I want to see the standard toolbar, that gives me another toolbar, and this gives you some of the kinds of features that you would normally get in a word processing application. So it's got things like a new button, it's got open, save, save all, paste, undo, and print code. And we'll be using that toolbar later on in the course. Now there are just two other things that I want to show you in the workspace at the moment, and we're going to cover each of these later on in more detail. One of them is the property inspector. We actually used this earlier on to do a refresh, but the property inspector very much depends on what you have selected. So for instance, if I go to the design half of this split view and click within the phrase "this is my home page," the property inspector shows particular, in this case, HTML options at the bottom. If I click on CSS, it shows me CSS information. Now I'll come back to all of that later on. And above that we have the status bar. Now the status bar is also sometimes called the tag selector, and we're going to be talking about HTML tags, but just to give you some idea of what that does and can do for you, if I click body here, it selects the body of my page. If I click, say, within the title in the code half of split view, and then down here click on title, it selects the title. At the right hand edge of the status bar there are some buttons related to different sizes and therefore different views of pages. So we have a mobile size, a tablet size and a desktop size, and these and the numeric settings to their right for window size again we'll be looking at later. So we've done a very quick whistle-stop tour of the Dreamweaver CC workspace. You should have enough information now that we can straight away get into creating a website, and that's what we're going to start in the next section, so please join me for that. Welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In this section we're going to look at Dreamweaver CC Help, and the help system is really quite comprehensive in Dreamweaver, although it may well be quite different from the sort of help system that you're used to. Now I've started up Dreamweaver here still with those two pages open that I worked on earlier on. Note that at any time if I want to close a page I can close it using the little X up there on the right of the tab, and if I've done anything at all to a page, when I click that X I'm asked if I want to save the changes to it. Now on this occasion I'm not going to save the changes, so I'm going to say no. So let's look now at Help. On the menu bar at the top, the right hand entry in the group on the left is Help, and if I click on Help I get a Help menu, and right at the top of that menu we have Dreamweaver Help. This is also accessible on a Windows PC using the F1 keyboard shortcut. Dreamweaver Help takes me into a browser, and I now see Dreamweaver Help. Now there's actually quite a lot to see here, and I'm going to take you through the main points and leave you to experiment with the others. One thing to bear in mind is that you do have access here to some of the features we've looked at already. For instance, here there is a Get Started section, New to Dreamweaver, Learn Dreamweaver CC tutorials. That will take you through to the tutorials that we looked at much earlier on in the course. But I really want to look at some of the other things here, and I'm going to start right over on the left there. There's a section Manuals, and you can actually download a complete Dreamweaver CC manual. Let's take a quick look at that. Now the Dreamweaver CC manual is, I believe, something over 700 pages long, so it's a pretty big document, and particularly if you're new to Dreamweaver, it's got some very good step-by-step instructions on doing many things that you'll be interested in doing in Dreamweaver. So I suggest downloading a copy of that manual and keeping it available, perhaps on a shortcut in your browser or shortcut on the Windows desktop, or make it available as a shortcut on your Mac. Then I think you'll find that a really useful document. Now, as I said, we access that in a browser. It's opened in a new window, so let me just close that window for the moment and go back to the Dreamweaver Help homepage. Now, another thing to be aware of is right down at the bottom right here, there is a little pop-up panel there, Contact Support. And for instance, you can get help there on a number of aspects of Dreamweaver before you buy. Help with membership plans and purchasing FAQs, getting help with your membership, billing and orders help, and then up and running, downloading and installing your apps, and how-tos, manuals, tutorials, troubleshooting and training. Now, once you've signed in with your Adobe ID, you get access to Adobe support, i.e. Dreamweaver support in our case. Let's now look at the help itself. Right at the top of the page here, we have a list of help categories. So I'm going to choose one of those categories, one on an aspect of Dreamweaver that we're going to be looking at next, and that is site management. If I click on site management, it takes me down to a section further down the same page with a list of site management topics. It's got half a dozen here. Set up a local version of your site, getting and putting files to and from your server, connect to a remote server, 3 others. There's also a More button there, so if I click on More, and I get an even longer list of items related to site management. Now let's suppose that I want to, say, set up a testing server. There's a link down here. If I click on Set up a testing server, it takes me through to the help on that task. So that's typically how you can use Adobe Help. It's not the only way, as we'll see, but that's one of the main ways. Now let me just go back to the Help home. Remember, it's browser based, so I can use the normal buttons to take me back to the home page, or I can click on Home for this site. There is also a search facility. Now, we looked at the topic setting up a testing server just now. So supposing I were to type in here testing server as the topic I want help on, and then just click the enter key. And what I get now is a list. It's a bit like doing a search, a Google search or something. I get a list of topics that mention testing server. But that list of topics includes items not only from the Dreamweaver CC help, but from a number of other sources as well. And I can use these buttons at the top to decide which content I want to see. So for instance, at the moment I can see all community content. So that's the set of all of the help that's available from all of the available sources, including community help contributed by other people, Adobe's own official help if you like, but I will also get help from earlier versions of Dreamweaver. The first item in the list there, for instance, setting up a local testing server in Dreamweaver CS5. If I only wanted Creative Cloud tutorials and manuals help, if I were to choose that radio button, then I will only get help that is the official help from the Creative Cloud tutorials and the Creative Cloud manuals. So the help there is from a much broader range of sources, and really you need to choose in each case which sources you want to use. Very often it's the case that you'll look at what help comes up, and then if there's far more than you need, or if something is definitely not relevant and you really want something, for example, that is specific to Creative Cloud, or you want to filter it using one of the other options here, such as only Adobe content, then by doing that filtering you can very often narrow down what's available to something that is more specifically helpful for the particular topic that you're looking for. So there's some of the main topics related to help. I just want to show you one more. I'm going to close the browser for the moment, and I'm back into Dreamweaver, and I want to show you a panel that we're going to be using soon. If I click on Window, I'm going to click the Files panel and open the Files panel. That's one we're going to be using a lot. And within the Files panel, over on the right, the top right hand corner nearly, there's a little button with a drop down on it. If I click on the drop down, one of the options on there is Help. And many of these little drop down and fly out menus that you see in Dreamweaver CC have Help. Click on Help, watch what happens. Browser opens, it goes into the Dreamweaver manual, and it takes you to using the Files panel. So this is what we'll call contextual help. This is help where it takes you straight away to some help that can help you with the task in hand. And opportunities to use contextual help you should look out for, particularly in the early days of using Dreamweaver, because there's a lot for you to learn. But also don't forget, you can go back to the help homepage, even get to the point that you can go and watch a tutorial about a particular topic. But you can certainly get access to a very wide range of help in Dreamweaver CC. So once again, I'm going to close the browser. I'm back at Dreamweaver. I've got a panel open, I've got a page open, I'm halfway through working on a page, but if I close Dreamweaver using the close button at the top right, I am asked about saving changes to that page. Once again, I'm going to say no, and what will happen when I click on no is that Dreamweaver will close. The panels, you don't need to tidy up the panels when you finish working with Dreamweaver for the day. You can just leave them there. Of course, you can close it if you want to. I'll show you how to do that a little bit later on. But the important thing is it'll ask you about these pages. If you don't want to save something, just say no. Next time when you open Dreamweaver again, you'll be starting afresh. So click on no. That's the end of this section. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In this section, we're going to get to the very important point of starting to work on our first website. And just before I do that, I've opened Dreamweaver, and it's opened exactly how it was last time that I closed it, with that Files panel in the middle. I'm going to tell you quite a bit about panels later on in the course. But in the meantime, there are a couple of easy ways you can deal with panels that you don't like the look of. As you saw earlier on, you can largely control which panels you can see by checking and unchecking items on the Windows menu. So for instance, if I uncheck Files, that will basically close the Files panel. But in fact, this particular panel is not the only one in this sort of group here, because there's also Insert. Now I'm going to explain more about this situation where you have a couple of panels like that together. If I actually were to just uncheck Files, I would still finish up with this sort of block here, and if I click on Insert, I can see Insert. If I click on Files, I can still see Files. But if I use the button to the right there, click on that and say Close Tab Group, you'll see that the whole thing disappears. So if a particular panel is annoying you, that's one way of getting rid of it. Note that if I click on Files up here again, I get that group back. So it's pretty easy to switch things on and off until I tell you more about how to control them. So back to the subject of this particular section, and that is that we're going to start actually putting together a website now, and then we're actually going to publish it to the outside world. Now the website that we're going to produce is going to be an extremely simple one to begin with. And then throughout the course we're going to gradually add more and more details and features to the website. Now a couple of things I need to explain to begin with, and one of them is that there are two basic types of website. Now to some extent I'm really oversimplifying here, but in essence it really is as straightforward as this. And that is that you have static websites and dynamic websites. Now, a static website is one where the content of each of the pages on the website is static. So somebody, in this case you, designs and creates the pages, perhaps put some pictures on, some text, maybe some tabular numeric data, can even have some media in it such as video showing and so on. But basically everything that's on the page has been put there deliberately in a particular position, and until the person changes the page, that page will always look the same. And that is the sort of page that we're basically concerned with on this course. Now, having said that, what you are going to learn on this course will not only enable you to create some pretty good static websites, but will also tell you a lot about what you need to know to create dynamic websites. Dynamic websites are sites where there is an element of, if you like, static page design, in that a page will have a certain design, but the content will actually be retrieved usually from a database, or what's more generally called a content management system, a CMS. And at any point in time, what you see on the page will vary depending on a number of things. Now, I'm going to show you an example of a dynamic website, and it's probably one of the best known examples of a dynamic website in the world. Now, the site that we're looking at here is Amazon.com, and I'm sure you won't be surprised to learn that every possible page that you can see in Amazon.com has not been handcrafted by somebody using Dreamweaver. Given that somebody who wants to do some shopping can type anything they like into the search box, and then, as I'm sure you'll know, you could filter it by department, star ratings and so on. There's a very dynamic element to what you see on a page in Amazon.com, and you may well be looking at a page that nobody has ever seen before. The particular combination of settings that you've selected may be completely unique, and therefore the page you're looking at is completely unique. Now, the people that work on the Amazon.com website are pretty good at working with dynamic websites, as I'm sure you'll agree, but I'm pretty sure they also all started out learning the basic tools of their trade on static websites, because ultimately when you look at a page on Amazon.com, you are still looking at a page with HTML code and with a lot of the basic structures in place that you're going to learn on this course. Now, admittedly, it's got some other things as well, but the basics are very much a common feature of websites. So now it's time to start building that first website. And the first question is, what is a website? Well, in the case of a static website, we're talking about a set of HTML pages. And I'm keeping this a very simple model to begin with, and we'll elaborate on it a little bit more later on. But normally we have a set of pages in a folder on, in this case, my local computer. And the site, when I build it first, is what we call my local site. It's the one on my computer and the one that I normally work on. But because it's on my computer, and because the contents of my computer, I hope, are not particularly visible to the outside world, when I want the outside world to see those pages, I make a copy of the pages from my local site onto a thing called a web server. And that copy is called the remote site, and the remote site is the one that the world sees. So when we talk about a website, we're almost always talking about at least two sites: the local site where we do the work, and the remote site, which is the one that's actually published for the outside world to see. Now, in fact, there can be other copies. For instance, we might have a copy for testing, but we'll come back to that later on. For the moment, we'll just stick to those two. Now, in order to create my local site, I'm going to need a folder. In fact, Dreamweaver can create the folder for you, but I'm going to create it myself in this case. So I'm using Windows 8, File Explorer, and I've browsed to a folder called SSI Dreamweaver CC Scratch Files, which is where I'm going to put all of the things that I work on as I work through this course. And within that folder, I'm going to create another folder, which is the folder which will actually contain my website. Now, if you're using Windows 7, you'll be using Windows Explorer. Basically, it will work the same way as this. The icons, menus, and things are slightly different. But if I click on the relevant button for creating a new folder, I'm going to call it Springs Park Website. The nature park for which I'm creating the website, I've decided to call Springs Park, and the Springs Park website files will live in that folder, that Springs Park website folder. You need to create a folder somewhere, you need to remember where it is, to contain your first website as well. You can call it anything you like. It doesn't in any way impact on the name that you ultimately give to your attraction or whatever else you are building a website for. And if you're already aware of the fact that you're going to need an internet domain name at some point, this doesn't have to bear any relation to ultimately the internet domain name that you're going to use, as you will see. But just make sure that you have a folder ready to receive the files for your first website. So the folder's ready. Now I'm going to go back into Dreamweaver. I've got the welcome screen there, and in that create new column in the middle, right near the bottom, one of the options is Dreamweaver Site. Click on Dreamweaver Site. Now this comes up with a dialog for site setup for unnamed site 2. Now I'm going to first of all give my site a name. Now once again, this name doesn't have to correspond to the internet domain name of the site. It doesn't have to correspond to the name of the folder that I'm putting the files in and so on. But clearly you need to remember what goes with what. So there are some big advantages in using names that remind you of what each site refers to. So I'm going to call this one Springs Park. Now I choose a local site folder. Dreamweaver will give me a default site folder. In Windows this will be in one of my personal areas on the C drive. Now as you know, I've already created the folder I'm going to use for this. If I click on that button to the right, that will let me browse to the folder that I just created. So I select Springs Park website and click on select folder. And having done that, all I really need to do at this stage is to select Save. And my site has now been created. Now when I did that, the little Files panel appeared. And what I'm going to do is just open that up a little bit. Note that if I drag the Files panel by its header to another place, hover over the bottom right hand corner, I can make it a little bit bigger. And what you can see there is a list of the files in my local website. And you perhaps won't be surprised to learn that it is completely empty. I have put nothing in my local site at all yet. One thing to notice, apart from the name Springs Park there, which is the name of the site, is this says local view here. I'm looking at the local site, and if I click on the drop down there, I have some other options: the remote server, the testing server, and repository view. Now I'm only in the early stages of the course going to be interested in local view and remote server. Remote server we're going to look at in the next section. This section we're just looking at local view, and my site is completely empty. And in fact, if I used File Explorer to take a look in that folder that I created just a little while ago, I would see that that folder is indeed still completely empty. So an empty site isn't really going to be particularly useful, so let's put a page into the site. We're going to create a temporary home page. What goes on this page doesn't matter at this stage, because we're going to create a really nice home page a little bit later on. But we are going to create the first page to go in the site. That Files panel, you know how to close it. There's another way that you can do it, and that is if you click on Collapse to Icons. You can see the screen tip there. That actually makes that a tiny little panel that again I can drag by its header and put it out of the way. I need a new page. You know how to create a new page. You click on HTML. It's empty to begin with. I'm going to give it a title of Home Page. and then within the body of the page I'm going to type. There we are. That's all it's going to say to begin with. Now what I need to do is to save that home page in my site. So I need to save it in that folder, and it will become the home page of the Springs Park website. Now, as I'll explain in more detail later on, there are conventions for naming home pages in web in general and Dreamweaver in particular, and I'm going to stick with the conventions. In fact, there are a few options here, but nowadays the most commonly used option for the home page of a static site is to call that page index.html. That's what I'm going to call this one. So instead of closing this page and throwing it away, I'm actually going to save it. Now to do that, if I click on the File menu on the top left, one of the options there is Save As. Now when I'm working on a site, by default the location that a page will be saved in is that folder that I created, what's called the site root folder. So it's the root of the website. As I say, we're going to call it index.html, the default name for a home page, or perhaps I should say one of the default names for a home page, and I'm going to click on Save. Now let me just open up the Files panel again, expand panels, again note the screen tip, drag that over there, and now within my site I've got my first page, index.html. I now technically have a website with a single page on it. Now I'm the only person that can see this website at the moment. I want to publish it to the big wide world, and that's what we're going to cover in the next section. And whether you're working on Springs Park or something else, try to make sure that you've got to the same point with the development of your website. You've created a root folder, you've put a home page in it, temporary home page will be fine, and in the next section I'll take you through the process of publishing your site for the wide world to see. That's the end of this section. I will see you in the next one. Welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In the previous section we created our first website. It's a very simple website. It only has one page at the moment, and that page is called index.html, which is the default name we've chosen to use. And what I want to do before we move on to actually making this site visible to the wider world is to just talk a little bit about how things are now in Dreamweaver. We've got our page open and we've got the Files panel there. You already know about things like closing that panel, moving out of the way, minimizing it and so on. But what about the page? Well, once I've done a save and until I've made any other changes to the page, if I just click the Close button here on the right of the tab that says index.html, I close that page. At any time I can open it again. Now I've got a couple of options for opening it. One of them is if I go to the File tab, there is an Open option that will actually open a browser for me and let me browse to that page. But there's also an Open Recent option which will list recently open HTML pages, and if I want to open that page I can choose that one and I'm back to where I was. The other thing that I can do, let me just close that again, is within the Files panel where you can see a list of my pages. In this case that's just one page. If I double click index.html, that's another way to open it up as well. So let's set about getting this website online. I'm just going to minimize the Files panel for the moment and close that page. And I want to just talk to you a little bit about what you need in order to get a website online. Now there are quite a few options and one or two of them we're not going to go into here. What I'm going to do is to talk to you about what is probably the most straightforward and most popular way for getting a conventional website online. Now quite often you can buy packages that include all of the things you need to get online. That's not quite the approach that we're going to take here. The approach we're going to take is this. First of all, you will need a domain name. Now if you already have a domain name to use, then that's absolutely fine. You can use that domain name. If you don't have a domain name, if you've never had one, they are extremely straightforward to buy. Finding one that somebody else isn't using is a bit more of a challenge sometimes. But if I say wanted to find www.tobyarnott.com, I could type in that name here in the box on this particular domain registration website, click on search, and I'd be told whether that name was available, and I could keep searching until I find a domain name that is available. Now I'm looking at a specific company's website here for web hosting and domain names. There are hundreds of these sites, and I'm not recommending this particular one. This is one that I have used in the past, but I've used many others as well. And depending on the name, and usually the last part of the name, .com, .co.uk, .wiki, the many other possible extensions that you can have, the price will vary very considerably. You normally buy a domain name with a fee that covers 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 years of registration of that name. So you need a domain name. That's the first thing. The second thing is you will need web hosting. The particular company's website I'm looking at here, they provide domain names and web hosting, and most such companies will also give you quite a bit of help. They normally have an FAQ section, frequently asked or frequently answered questions, and from there you can usually solve most of your problems and answer most of your questions. But some of them have either email help, online help, telephone help to help you if you get any problems setting up what we're going to be setting up in this section. But these procedures now are pretty well known, and if you follow what I'm going to show you and you look at any examples they have on the site that you decide to use for domain name registration and web hosting, I think you'll find it all pretty straightforward. As I mentioned earlier on, we have a local site. In order for that site to be visible to the outside world, we need it to be on a web server. And web hosting companies such as this one provide web servers, and they will give us space on a web server. We copy our files to that space, and from there, using our selected domain name, we can make our site available to the world. So 2 things: you need to register your domain name and you need to buy the web hosting. Again, typically you'll pay by the month or perhaps by the year. Web hosting is not expensive nowadays, and you can in some situations get free web hosting. For instance, if you've bought a complete subscription to Adobe Creative Cloud, at the time of recording this, Adobe will host up to 5 websites for you. So there are a number of options for getting web hosting as well. When you set up the web hosting, you'll have the opportunity to link your domain name to that web hosting. So the web hosting company, the ISP, will know which domain name you are using. So they're the basic steps you need to go through regarding setting up your domain name and setting up your web hosting. Now let's go back and see how we put all this together in Dreamweaver. Now, all of the information that you need for the next part of this section you should have to hand. If any of it is missing, if you get to a certain point here and you say, well, I don't know that, your ISP should be able to help you with that information. I already have all of the information to hand, so to set up my remote site, which is a copy of my website on a remote web server, go up to the menu and from Site select Manage Sites. Now at this stage I only have one site, Springs Park, the one that I created in the previous section. You will find over time when you use Dreamweaver more and more that you'll create more and many different websites. So the first thing is make sure you've got the correct website selected. Having selected that website, if you go to these little icons just below that list, one of them, the one which is a sort of pencil, says edit the currently selected site, which is what we're going to do. Now there are 4 pages of information. The top one, site, is selected. It's got the site name that I set up and the local site folder. What we're going to do though is select the second option, servers, and we're going to add our remote server. Now this is where you need the information from your ISP. So having selected servers, note we have no servers set up at the moment. I'm going to click the plus sign. And the first thing is to give the remote server a name. Now a very suitable name here would be just to call it remote, but I tend to use the name of the ISP I'm using in this case, so I would call that NewNet, the name of the ISP that I'm using. Now the second option is very important, connect using. There are various ways of copying the local site over to the remote site. And FTP, which is by far the most common way of doing this for most people, is a very straightforward approach, but it suffers from the fact that it has the lowest security. And if you were actually using a site where confidentiality security is important, you might use one of the other options which have in various different ways more security or other additional features. Now if I click on the drop down here, there are other options, SFTP, secure FTP that is, FTP over SSL implicit, FTP over SSL explicit, local on network, WebDAV and RDS. Now if your ISP uses any of those, you will need to fill in the options that correspond to those. I am just going to use FTP here. I just want to take you through the process once. The process is basically the same with these other options, but the information you may have to fill in to go with the option does vary a little bit. Let's stick with the default FTP. Now the next thing to enter is the FTP address that we need to copy the files to, and this will be supplied by your ISP. Mine is this. Now one of the common features here you'll see with the information that I'm putting in is that I have quite a long name here. It's springspark.tobyarnott.com. Springs Park is actually a subsite of my regular website, tobyarnott.com. Now if you've got a new domain name or using one that you've had for a while, you probably won't have such a long name as that. Your address will be something like ftp.johndoe.com or ftp.mywebsite.com. The ISP may not give you the FTP address in that format at all. It may be in a completely different format. But whatever form of address you're given as your FTP address, make sure it's entered correctly in there. And you'll also be given a username and password for access to the server that you're going to copy the files to. So let me now put in my username and password. And when you've done that, there is a test button that you can use just to make sure that you and the web server can talk to each other, or should I say your copy of Dreamweaver and the web server can talk to each other. Click on test. Okay, Dreamweaver connected to your web server successfully. Click on OK and we can carry on. Now put in the root directory. Again, this will be provided by your ISP, and then finally the URL of your website. That's it. Click on save, and now my remote server appears in the list of servers. It's called NewNet. The FTP address is there. The connection type is FTP. It's a remote server. Click on save. I get a warning there about the recreation of what's called the cache, C-A-C-H-E. You'll always get that warning. Just click on OK. And now I should be in a position that I could copy my website over to the web servers of my ISP and look at my website online. But I want to point out one more thing before we do that. I'm in Internet Explorer and I've just typed in the URL that my site will be using. So let's just press enter on that and see what I see. What I actually see is a temporary site that is put in place automatically by my ISP. Now exactly what you'll see here will depend on your ISP. Each ISP tends to put their own content into a temporary site. So although I haven't copied any files over to that remote site yet, I will see this temporary content until I do. So when we come to look at the content in just a moment, you'll see there's already something there, although it is content that I will be getting rid of in a little while. So I've finished managing my site at the moment. Click on Done, and I'm back at the Files panel. Now in the Files panel, I've currently got the local view displayed showing my single page, but now I can switch to the remote server. And when I switch to remote server, the remote server and my copy of Dreamweaver talk to each other, and I can now see a list of the files on the remote server. You possibly were expecting to see nothing there at all, but in fact what is there, there's a couple of files, index.html, which is nothing to do with my index.html, login.html, and 3 folders. Now again, exactly what you see here will depend on your ISP, but it will probably be something like this. And these 3 folders and their contents and those 2 files between them actually produce that temporary website that I showed you just now. Now what I'm going to do, very simply here, just to get us started, I'm going to switch back to local view. I'm going to make sure index.html is selected, that's my index.html, and I'm going to upload it to the remote server. It will replace the index.html that is there now. Now if I hover over that up pointing arrow, it says put files to remote server new net. What I'm going to do is click on that. There's a question there about dependent files. I'll explain that later. For the moment, click on yes. What it's now done is to upload that single file to the remote server. Now let me just go back into Internet Explorer and let me refresh my site. Let's see what happens. Welcome to Springs Park. Now my single, rather unimpressive page saying Welcome to Springs Park has replaced the ISP's default page, and I have published my website to the internet. Now I hope that you managed to get to exactly that point yourself, and once you get to that point you should give yourself a pat on the back and look forward to doing some work on improving that website from this point forward. That's the end of this section. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In the last section we published our Springs Park website in its very simple form to the web for the first time, and it can now be seen online. In this section I'm going to do a little bit more work to the site, and in particular I'm going to improve the look of that single page. I'm going to add a second page and some linkage between the 2 pages. One of the things to bear in mind as I start to show you various aspects of how to format these pages is that over time, as your knowledge becomes greater and as you become aware of the options that are available to you when you're designing and formatting web pages, the way we do things at first isn't necessarily how you will choose to do them later on, because it's very much the case that the approach to use needs to be fitted not only to your own personal preferences but also to the particular situation in hand. So what I'm going to show you now is not ultimately going to prove to be the ideal way to do these things, but it does involve you finding out about some very important aspects of formatting pages in Dreamweaver. Now all I'm going to do is to improve the formatting of this home page, and I'm going to basically move that text Welcome to Springs Park a little bit further down the page, choose a different font and make the text larger and center it on the page. And while we're doing this, I want you to look at what happens to the code in the page. Now then, I've positioned the cursor to the left of Welcome to Springs Park. Watch what happens now if I press the Enter key. What I get is effectively a blank paragraph, and the HTML code for that is P, which is a paragraph marker, ampersand NBSP semicolon, and then a second marker. These markers are called HTML tags, and the second tag is /P. Now, for virtually all of the HTML tags that you're going to come across, they tend to come in pairs. And on the left beginning, we've got a P, which is a start paragraph. On the right, we've got /P, which is an end paragraph. And between them is that funny code, ampersand NBSP semicolon. Now, that stands for a non-breaking space. And you'll use quite a few non-breaking space characters. It basically puts a space somewhere that you want to keep there. With HTML, there are various situations in which spaces are not significant. They can be visually removed. You can get spaces sometimes where you weren't expecting to get spaces and so on. But fixed spaces, non-breaking spaces, you can control yourself. So when I press the Enter key there, I put in an empty paragraph containing just a non-breaking space. And if I do the same thing again, you won't be surprised to see what happens. There's another one, there's another one, and there's another one. And Dreamweaver is basically updating the HTML code all the time that I'm working in design view. I'm actually working in the design panel on this page. Now, before we move on, let me just point out something else very important in the code there. The HTML code for the page begins with a tag that's a doc type tag. I'll tell you more about some of these special tags like doc type tags a little bit later on. But after the doc type tag, you get HTML. And if you look right down at the bottom, there is the end HTML tag. So it goes HTML, that's where it starts, /HTML, that's where it ends. That pair of tags basically contain all of the working HTML on this page. Within the page, I have a section that begins head and ends at /head. So there's the head section. And in fact, if I go down to the status bar at the bottom and click on that head tag, it selects the whole of the head section of the page. This is basically the header of the page, but not as in, say, a header on a letter or something like that. And again, I'll come back to that a little bit later on as well. But the main content of the page is in what's called the body section. So let me click somewhere inside the body. Note the tags down there. If I click on body, it selects the whole body of the page. So that's everything from the body tag to the /body tag. And anywhere within there, if I say click here and click on that P tag, a paragraph tag, I just select that paragraph. Similarly, if I go into the words Welcome to Springs Park and click on the P tag, I select the whole of that particular paragraph. So that's how the tags and the status bar can work together. Another important point to note here is that we have currently two tags on the status bar, body and P, and they say that wherever we have the cursor at the moment, wherever we have selected, it tells us the nesting of the relevant tags. So on the outside we've got the body tag. I suppose you might argue that we've got the HTML tags actually, but it basically starts at the level below HTML. So it says we have the body tag, and then within the body tag we have a P tag, and it's within that P tag that we currently have the cursor or the selection. Now, as your pages become more complex, the number of tags and the level of nesting of those tags is going to increase quite considerably. Now, as I mentioned right near the beginning of the course, I make no apologies for the fact that we're looking at this HTML code, because it is important that you can understand some of it and that you can certainly interpret what's going on in your pages. So far I've changed our page working in the design half of split view there. Now let me make a change in the code half of it. Let's suppose, for example, that I wanted to put in another empty paragraph. I can just type it in like this. Soon as I type that left angle bracket, it offers me all of the available HTML tags, and there are quite a lot of them. I can just type P, or I can select it from there, double click, close that. Now watch what happens when I start to type ampersand, NBSP, etc. Put in the ampersand, and it knows that one of the ones I might want there is NBSP semicolon. And it also offers me various other standard characters, strings of characters that it might want in there. For instance, acute accent, ampersand symbol, and so on. I want the non-breaking space. Now again, open the angle bracket. Soon as I type the slash symbol, it knows that the tag I'm due to close is a P, so it basically does all of that for me. Now having done that, you may recall we really need to do a refresh. And you can see the refresh in the design half of the view on the right there. Now when it comes to styling pages, one approach is to use HTML tags, and as you can see, apart from there being many tags, they have many attributes, different things you can do with those tags, so you finish up with a pretty flexible system. However, there is an alternative way of styling pages that we're going to look at in more detail later on using CSS. And in fact, for most people nowadays, CSS is the more sophisticated and powerful way of doing things. I personally believe you need to know about both, and in fact most web designers, most web pages have an element of both in them. So even when you're basing your design on the use of CSS, understanding HTML is pretty important as well. So we're starting off with HTML, and we're going to look at CSS in more detail later on. Now let's do those couple of other things to this page before we go too much farther. If you look at the properties panel at the bottom, reflecting those two approaches to styling, there are two buttons. There are some CSS options and there are some HTML options. Let's look at the HTML options. That's the ones that we're going to use now. And one or two of the things that we can do now use HTML. And some of the options that we've got here can be used to quickly apply HTML formatting to something on the page. So what I'm going to do now is to select in design view the words "Welcome to Springs Park," and then I'm going to press that B button there, which will make that text bold. Now look at what happened in the code. Within the paragraph, an HTML tag strong is put before "Welcome to Springs Park" and /strong after it. And the pair of strong tags indicate some bold text. Similarly, let me just make that selection again. I could make them bold italic by clicking on the I italic button, and then what you get is P strong M. Paragraph, strong means bold, M means emphasis, which is italic in this case, "Welcome to Springs Park," and then each of those three tags gets closed again. Now for the moment there's just one other thing that I want to do to this page. In design view, I'm going to click within "Welcome to Springs Park," and then on the format menu, one of the options there is align, and then within align I'm going to choose center aligned. That has a keyboard shortcut, as do most of these commands. Now "Welcome to Springs Park" is center aligned horizontally on the page. Now notice what that has done in the HTML code. It hasn't put in an extra pair of tags. What it's done is to modify the P, the paragraph tag, and changed it to align equals, and then in double quotes center, and that's how to center align a whole paragraph. The center alignment applies to the whole paragraph, not just to the characters or words that I have selected. So there again you can see how the attributes of the paragraph tag can be used to achieve even more options within the formatting. Now there's just one other thing I'd like to do here, and that is I'm going to switch back to design view, and I want you to look at what happens to that Welcome to Springs Park page. You notice how the text is now centered on a much wider page, and we'll be looking at page width and the width of the screen and the usable part of a web page and so on later on. But for the moment, as you can see, it is still centered. And something I mentioned earlier, and again we'll be looking at this in more detail later on, is that you can also look at live view, which for a static website is going to give you a pretty good idea of how your page is going to look. So let's try live view. Not very much difference there really, but again it just confirms how that page is going to look. Now it's time to set you the first exercise to do, and that's what we're going to cover in the next section. I'll see you then. Hello and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In the previous section we did a bit of work on formatting this first web page, and this section is actually setting exercise 1 on the course. Now exercise 1 is, I hope, pretty straightforward. All I need you to do is to create a second web page, and the second web page will just say where this one says Welcome to Springs Park, the second web page will say New Arrivals. And this will be a page where we're going to put details of new arrivals by way of wildlife at this wildlife park. Now you've already seen how to create a new page. We're going to look at another way now, and this is a Windows PC, so we use the keyboard shortcut of Control-N, and that brings up the new document dialog. Now when you choose blank page and you choose a page type of HTML, so far we've used the none layout, which gives you basically a completely visibly empty page. If you chose one of these other types of layouts, you'd get a page with what appears to be a significant amount of content already in it. Now in fact the content isn't content as such, it's more instructions about how to use that particular type of page. Let's just have a look at one. Suppose I chose that option and clicked on Create. Now I get a page with a load of instructions, and it's a page with a main section and a sidebar and a space for a logo and so on. And if you quickly want to get a more attractive page going, this is a great way to set about it. But on this course what I'm really going to do is to work up towards this type of layout, because particularly if you looked at the code for this page, you'd see there's actually quite a lot of HTML in it that's going to need a good bit of explanation, and it's also got CSS in it as well. So we're not leaping straight into that on this course. We'll get to that a little bit later on, so I'm not going to do that. So let's close that one without saving it, and let's start another blank one. So let's choose Layout None again and click on Create. And when I come to save this page, I'm going to save it again in the root of my site, but I'm going to give it a different name. So I'm going to just give it a name now as Save As. Defaults to the top level of my site, and instead of index or untitled 5, I'm going to call it newarrivals.html. Now I'd just like to have a word with you about these file names. Conventionally, file names for any pages on a website have been written in lowercase, and strictly speaking nowadays it's rarely the case that they have to be in lowercase. However, it is still pretty much the convention that people do stick to lowercase. And another thing that's very important about file names for web pages is that you don't include certain characters in file names. Now I can give you a couple of particular examples. On a Mac you can put a slash in a file name, but that won't be any good to you at all on a website, because web servers can't handle a slash in a file name. You should also avoid characters in file names such as hash, $, ampersand, and %sign, each of which have specific meanings, some of which you'll see later on in the course. You can have spaces in file names, but I personally avoid that because that makes URLs awkward in places. You have to put in non-space characters to represent spaces and so on. Now, the actual rules for these are not 100% consistent, but I find, and I still stick to the principle, that it's much safer to only use alpha characters and numeric characters within a file name. And if I do want to separate out part of a file name, so for instance if I wanted to separate new and arrivals, I'd normally put an underscore between them, something like that. But generally speaking, I do stick to the lowercase letter principle as well. So with that, let's click on Save, and I now have my new page. Now I'd like you to also create a second page for the website. Don't worry about the fact that these two pages seem to be completely independent of each other, which of course they are at the moment. You only need to create the page, and then I want you to put something on the page. So if you're working along with me on Springs Park, you maybe finish up with a page that looks like that. If you're working on your own website on the subject of your own choosing, then just get to the equivalent where you've got two pages, each with some slightly formatted content. One other thing to point out, when you're working on a number of pages at once, which you will be quite often, on the File menu, one option is Save All, and if you click on Save All, it saves all of the pages that you've currently got open. That's a great way of making sure that your work is safe, say if you're going off for a cup of coffee or something like that. That's as far as I need you to go in exercise 1, and as with all of the exercises on this course, in the downloadable files there's a set of 12 folders, and within each of those folders you'll find the files associated with each of the exercises, and normally that content will be all of the content of my local site. Certain other content that you will or might need will be in the top level folder, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that when we get to that point. So hopefully if you look in the exercise 1 folder, that's what you're going to see, one folder called _notes and my 2 pages. And then of course as we go through the course and go through the exercises, the amount of content there is going to increase quite a bit. So that's it on exercise 1. I'm not at the moment going to upload that to the remote site. We'll do that in just a little while. If you want to do that, by all means upload the new arrivals page as well to the remote site. In the next section we're going to look at linking these 2 pages together, and we're also going to put on 1 or 2 pictures. That's the end of this section. Good luck with exercise 1. I'll see you in the next section.
For the next section, you'll want to download the course exercise files. Click the link below in the video description to get these. You can also scroll through the details to find timestamps for each section in this course. If you're enjoying this training, please leave us a comment.
Hello again and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In the previous section and exercise, you've now set up 2 pages, each with some very straightforward text on them. They're not particularly exciting looking pages, but I've tried to cover the very basics of developing web pages in Dreamweaver. In this section we're going to do a bit more work on one of the pages, and then I'm going to set you exercise 2, which is to do the equivalent work on the other page. Now, first of all, if you look at our home page index.html here that says welcome to Springs Park, what I'm going to do is to put a link to that page on the other page, and that will give us a way of jumping from one page to the other. So first of all, let's select the new arrivals page, and then I'm going to put the cursor after our new arrivals. I'm going to press the enter key a couple of times, and then I'm going to type the word home, and that word will become the link back to our home page. By now you won't be surprised to learn that there are actually several ways of doing this in Dreamweaver, and depending on the circumstances you will over time decide which is your favourite way, or which are your favourite ways of doing this. I'm going to show you a way that not a lot of people use, but it's actually a pretty neat way of doing this. If I show the Files panel for just a moment, I normally have that showing anyway, but let me just show it here for a moment. Now, if I select Home, that's the text. Down in the Properties Inspector at the bottom of the page, to the right of the box whose label is Link, there's a little round control there that says Point to File. And if I click and hold on that, note the message that appears in that box to the left of that round control, drag to a file to make a link. If I now drag with the mouse up to the home page, index.html, and release, what I've actually done is to create a link, what's called a hyperlink, to my home page. Now let me just minimize file for a moment and let's go into split view and you see exactly what's happened. What has happened is that in that paragraph, note the P tags, within the P tags I've now got A tags, and A tags represent hyperlinks, and href is the thing that I'm hyperlinked to. In this case I'm hyperlinked to the page index.html. Now between the A and the closing /A tag, the word home is the thing that I click on to make that link work. And as you'll see later in the course, I'm not limited to putting text in there. I can put all sorts of other things in there, including pictures. So I can click on a picture and make it go somewhere. So that's the A tag, and that's what hyperlinks look like. So what I'm going to do now is to go back into Design View and note how the word home now has changed colour and it's underlined. It's blue and it's underlined. Now that is the default notation to show that some text represents a hyperlink. You can change all of that. I'll tell you more about that later on. But supposing I now want to try this out. Now in Design View links do not work as such, but if you go into Live View they do. So if I go into Live, might not quite work the way you're expecting. Let me just try and click on Home. Note how the cursor changes to a pointing finger. Click on Home. Nothing appears to happen. But if I hold the Control key down and click on Home, it takes me to the home page. So that's how you can check a hyperlink. So in Live View you can actually test this as though it was in a normal browser. It's not quite the same. I'll tell you more about previewing in a browser later on. But let's just click the back button and we're back to our new arrivals. And once again, Control and click, I'm at the home page again. So that's how you link the pages together. Now one thing I did just now that you may not be familiar with, although if you've used a word processor etc, I'm sure you are. If you do need to select some text, there are a number of ways of doing it. The way that I normally do it, if I wanted to select say our new arrivals, I click with the mouse to the left of our, keep the mouse button down, drag to the right, and then when I've covered the text I want to select, release the left mouse button and that text is now selected. Click somewhere else to deselect. One other thing I'd like to point out about Live View is that Live View is actually a toggle. So when I've got Live View enabled, as I have now, I can do things like check out my hyperlinks. I need to switch off Live View to go back into Design View, and notice that Live button there is a toggle. Now one of the things that I'm aiming to do in these basic web page sections is to show you what are by far the most significant aspects of developing a website, and hyperlinks really are one of the key aspects. Apart from the fact that they basically let you put in the links that make the World Wide Web into a web of things that are linked together. Not only can you link to other pages on your own site, but you can link to pages on other sites, you can link to pictures, and you also use hyperlinks for things like letting your users download documents and so on. So they're at the heart of a lot of the things that people do with websites nowadays. Something else which is at the heart of websites nowadays is the use of pictures, and the next thing we're going to do is to put a picture on this page. Now, as with hyperlinks, I'm really just going to show you at this stage one example, and then we're going to come back later in the course and look at pictures in a lot more detail and all of the various things you can do when you're putting not only still pictures onto a website, but when you're incorporating, for example, video as well. Now, before we put any images onto these pages, it's important to declare where the images are going to be stored. They're going to be stored in a subfolder from our site root, and the convention is to use a subfolder called images. So let's go back into the management of our site and make sure that that folder is in place, ready to receive some images. Now, we did some management of the site itself earlier on. You will quite often need to go back into that management. So if we click on Site on the menu bar and then Manage Sites, we still only have one site, Springs Park. Go into the little icon there, edit the currently selected site. And this time we want the advanced settings, and of the advanced settings we want the local info page. The top control there specifies the folder where we're going to store locally the images in our site. Now, as I say, by default it's an images subfolder of the site root, and I can browse to that folder now if it exists. Now, I haven't actually created that folder yet. If I had created it, that wouldn't have been a problem. I could just browse to it here and locate it. But if I click on Browse, Dreamweaver automatically goes to my site root, and as I haven't yet got an images folder, I can click on New Folder here and it will create a new folder. Type images as the name for the folder, press the Enter key, and that is now my images folder. And in fact, you'll see here, if I just scroll along to the end, the complete path to that images folder. You can leave the links relative setting at document at the moment. I'll talk to you about that later on. And you can leave the other settings at their defaults as well, and click on Save. And then click on Done. And my images subfolder is now in place. If you look there in the Files panel, you'll see that I now have an images subfolder. It's currently empty, but it's not going to be empty for long. Now, I've prepared a first couple of images to put onto the site, and I'm going to put the first one here on the new arrivals page. It's actually a picture of some penguins. So I'm going to click on the line between our new arrivals and home, and then I'm going to go to the Insert tab. One of the options there is Image. Click on Image, and then I can browse to select the image. These are in the top folder of the one that contains all of the exercises. So I'm going to browse to that. There is the folder, and it's the picture of the penguins that I want at this stage. Select that picture and click on OK. And my penguin picture is now in place. Now, I may well want to do something about the presentation of that picture, but for the moment all I really want to achieve is to get the picture onto the page and to show you how straightforward it is to do that. Details to do with the sizing of the picture, the quality, and any kind of enhancement or presentation we may want to do to it, we're going to come back to later on. There are, however, a couple of important points to make here. One of them is, if I go to the Files panel again and click on the plus sign next to the Images folder, I can now see my first image in that Images folder. And of course, as I do more work on my website, I'll start to see the content of the Images folder build up. Now I should point out here that over recent years some standards have changed, or people have suggested changes to the structure of websites. What I'm using here is very much the conventional structure, using the images folder to hold all of the images for a static website is very much the traditional way of doing things, and the way that I'm going to do things on this course. Similarly, I'm going to put all of the pages at this stage in the root of the site. Now, if you had a static site with hundreds or thousands of pages, you may want to put them into folders, but our site's really not going to have a huge number of pages, so I'm going to keep them all in the root folder. So images go in the images folder, pages go in the root folder. We'll have a couple of other kinds of content that we'll come back to later on in the course. The other thing I'd like to do here is to just point out that when you're working on a page, you normally have the cursor somewhere, you'll have something selected. So for instance, you know that if I select that text for home, I'm actually selecting something with a hyperlink. And if I look down at the property inspector at the bottom of the page, I can even see in the link box there what the link is to. It's to index.html. If I were to click up here in the middle of our new arrivals, of course, that's not a hyperlink. Either all or part of it is not a hyperlink. So there is no link property there. If I click on the picture to select it, and you notice that when the picture is selected, I get these little handles in the corner, which incidentally I can also use to resize it if I want to. You'll see various items down here related to the properties of the image. These include the width in pixels and the height in pixels, and really the properties of images and how we deal with images I'm going to come back to in quite a lot of detail later on in the course. But there is one thing here which is very important, and that is this alt box. Now we're going to put something in this alt box. It won't actually help most people very much, but the people that it does help, it will help a lot, because this is the text which is attached to an image for use by screen readers for people who are visually impaired, or people who are browsing with the images turned off. Some people, because they have, for example, a very slow internet connection, tend to use pages without looking at the pictures, which tend to slow down their ability to go through the pages if they're on a slow internet connection. The alt text is what appears instead of the picture, or is what is read out to somebody with a visual impairment instead of the picture. So all I'm going to do at the moment is to put some very simple alt text in here. It's just going to say our new penguins. I strongly suggest, in the interests of accessibility, that although unfortunately a lot of people really don't take trouble over this with their websites, I'm going to talk about accessibility more later on, but at the very least, when you put an image in, put alt text in, because it really will help people who can't actually see your pictures but would appreciate knowing what pictures are there, to put some alt text in. And that's something that I try to do as conscientiously as I can. So we've done quite a bit more work on our page in this section, and I'm now going to set you exercise 2. I'll see you in the next section. Hello again, and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. I'm about to set you exercise 2. You've had exercise 1 a couple of sections ago, and either side of that we looked at some basic aspects of working on web pages. You've seen how to insert an image onto a page and how to create a hyperlink based on some text. Let me go back now into live view. I'm still on the new arrivals page. Control key held down, click on home. I'll show you the first thing that I want you to do. I want you to use the other image, the one with the pelican in it, and I want you to put it above the words welcome to Springs Park, and then a couple of lines down from there I want you to enter on that page see our new arrivals, and just turn the new arrivals part into a hyperlink, and that hyperlink will take you to the new arrivals page. So basically our 2 pages now, we can jump from one to the other and back again. But then I'd like to point out something about what we've just done. Let's go back to the home page where you've inserted that image with the pelican. If we look at the code for that page, you'll see that the code for the image it's still within paragraph tags, but the tag for an image is an img tag, and in fact it's a single tag usually, and the slash, you'd normally expect a slash image somewhere. This is an example where the image tag is terminated by having a slash at the very end. So I've got the image tag and the slash, making it a self-contained image tag pair, if you like, all in one. Now, the properties of that tag include the fact that the source gives you the name of the image file, so if you want to be sure which ones you're using, of the ones provided, it's that one, WLP Billabong Pelican, included in the name. The width and the height are the width and height in pixels of the image, and the alt text I quite deliberately left blank when I inserted that, and I can enter the alt text either as I did before by entering it down here in the Properties Inspector, or I could put the cursor here between those 2 double quotes and I could type my alt text in there. And there we are, there's my alt text. If I do a refresh now, you'll see that the alt text has appeared in the alt box in the Properties Inspector at the bottom there. So that's my image and the HTML tag associated with the image. Note also down here, the last paragraph there, again paragraph markers, then I've got C hour, and only the text new arrivals is part of that hyperlink, the A tags. So new arrivals is the text which the hyperlink applies to. C hour is outside of the A tags, and again that explains what happens when you only have a hyperlink on part of a textual phrase, as we have here. So there's some aspects of what you need to do to that home page. The other thing I'd like to point out is that you may well want to publish this. I'm going to talk about the use of this Files panel and publishing a website in a lot more detail a little bit later on in the course. But for the moment, where you've only got a small number of files, one thing you can do is to upload them to the remote server one at a time. So I could select newArrivals.html, the button there that says Put Files to Remote Server, click on that. Usual question about dependent files, again I'll explain that later. Click on Yes for now. Or in fact, if you click on the whole site, now if I click on the Put Files, are you sure you wish to put the entire site? So by selecting the site, it's going to put the whole lot. Now let me just switch into Internet Explorer and take a look at that. And now you can see there's the home page of my site. Welcome to Springs Park. See our new arrivals. Click on New Arrivals. That takes me to the New Arrivals page, and then I can click to go back home again. So I've got the beginnings of a working website here. So that's exercise 2. The files are in the exercise 2 folder. I'll see you in the next section. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In this section I'm going to look at page properties. But in fact, as part of this section, I'm going to demonstrate some really important things in relation to the design and content of your pages. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about HTML, but I'm also, for the first time, going to talk a little about CSS as well, and how the two can work together to help you with your website. So first of all, let's go back into split view. And what I want to do now is to look at the page properties. which are available from the Modify menu. So if I click on Modify Page Properties, right at the top there, shortcut in Windows is Control J, I get a Page Properties dialog which has 6 pages. Appearance CSS, Appearance HTML, Links CSS, Heading CSS, Title Encoding and Tracing Image. Now let's start with Title Encoding. Now the first property you can see there is the title. You can actually set the page title there. We've already seen a couple of other ways of doing it. And then you have the document type, what we refer to as the doc type. And this is a declaration that specifies the doc type, what's called the document type definition that's in use. Now by default in Dreamweaver CC this is HTML5, the current version of the HTML standard. If you need an older type, let's suppose you want say HTML 4.01 strict, if you select that and click on apply, just look at the code half of the displayed here, right at the top, line 1, doc type. Watch what happens. You get that different doc type applied. Now by default HTML5 is the one to use. If you need one of those other types, then you can choose it there, apply it, and it'll be absolutely fine. Now don't forget, with any of these settings, if I didn't want to apply that setting, cancel, do an edit, there is an undo setting at the top of the edit menu, undo set page properties. Virtually everything in Dreamweaver CC can be undone. There are a few things that can't, but almost everything can. Undo set page properties, and I'll go back to what I had before. If I think, oh hang on a minute, I did want to change it back to 4.01, there's also a redo button, second item on the edit menu, which would redo that. But I don't want to do it at all, so I'm going to undo it again. Now the other main setting on the title encoding page is encoding, which currently says Unicode UTF-8. And if like me you use Western character sets, that is virtually always the encoding to choose. And similarly the setting below it, Unicode normalization form, should normally be set at the default C. If you use a different character set altogether, if you click on the drop down here, you can see that you have quite a range available. Arabic, Chinese, Cyrillic, Hebrew, Japanese, Korean, Thai, Vietnamese and so on. So if you use a completely different character set, that is how you change that particular selection. The next setting I want to look at is Appearance HTML. And this has a number of settings that you can use to change the appearance of a page. Now right at the top you have a background image option, and if I wanted to I could actually use a background image. So this might be a sort of slightly washed out picture. I could even use one of the existing images as a background. So it really is as straightforward as this. If I click on Browse and say I wanted to put the picture of the penguins as my background, click on OK, click on Apply, and I get the penguins as a background image. Now you'll notice that it's a tiled image, and I would need to make it the right size if I wanted it to actually fill a page, but again it's as easy as that. Now take a close look at the HTML code on the left. The body tag now has an additional value specified. It says background equals, and the background equals gives us the file name of the background file, which, because the image is smaller than the size of a page, will automatically be tiled to fill the available space on the page. So of course I could have achieved the same thing as usual by editing the HTML code. Now I'd like you to just remember that phrase, background equals, and then the name of the file. Because what I'm going to do now is to remove that background image and instead change the color of the background. Now if I wanted to change the color of the background, I'd use this little background option here, and then there's a tiny little rectangle with a little sort of wedge in the corner, and that brings up a thing called a color picker. Now you'll be using the color picker quite a bit in Dreamweaver. It's a very flexible tool for choosing colors. Apart from this sort of big rectangle here where you can choose a color visually and that you can control the options on by this slider. So let's suppose I wanted a nice green background. I could actually choose one of these greens as my background color. Apart from that, I have the option of typing in a color code at the bottom if I know the color that I want. And I've also got this little eyedropper here where I can sample a color from anywhere else that I can see and use that as my background color. So we'll be using the color picker quite a bit later on, so I'll come back to it in a little bit more detail. But for the moment, let's choose one of these green colors as the background. Let's choose that one. Having chosen a color, I can add it to my color swatches, which means I can easily come back and use that same color again when I need a color later on. So I just click somewhere else to close the color picker, click on apply, and my page has now got that rather attractive, shall we say, background green color, which seems very suitable for a nature park. You'll also notice in the code on the left that the body tag now has a different additional value there. It says BG color equals, and then it gives the RGB code for that green color exactly. So by now I'm sure you can see how these HTML codes work, and how with each of those HTML codes there are a number of additional values that you can specify. Now, before we continue looking at page properties, I'd like to just show you one other thing in relation to these HTML tags. These additional values are actually officially called attributes, and I will quite often refer to the attributes of an HTML tag from now on. When you are working with a tag, let's say the body tag here, you might wonder what all of the available attributes are. Well, I've got the cursor now inside the body tag at the right hand end, just to the left of the closing chevron there, the angle bracket. If I just press the space bar, what happens is code hints appear, and the code hints list the attributes that are available for a body tag. Now, one or two of these aren't strictly attributes, as you'll see later on, but the majority of them are. And in general terms, code hinting in any situation where you're working in the code pane in Dreamweaver will show you, if you like, what you might do next. So given the attributes available to the body tag, which of them would you like to use next? And we've already seen a couple of them in use. For instance, we saw that the background attribute can be used with the name of a file to give us a file in the background of our page. BG color, the one we've just used, we use to set the background color for a page, and so on. You can also use it for things like bottom margin. You can probably guess that sets a bottom margin on the page. So that's code hinting. And meanwhile, back in the Appearance HTML page properties page, note that some of the attributes of the body tag that we saw there, you can also see here. So things like setting margins, you can do this within this page properties dialog. We can also change the preferred color for text. So currently defaults to black. Let's suppose I wanted my text to be red. Click on apply, and now you see that the text there has changed to being red on the page. Now, the other main options here are to do with hyperlinks, and I mentioned to you before how the default color for links is that blue color. Let's suppose I wanted to change it to be, say, what about a sort of yellowy color like that? Click on that, click on apply, and you see now that link appears in yellow. I can also change the color for visited links color and active links color, and then I've got boxes down here for setting margin values. Now, a very important point to note here once again is that when I change the color of text on the page and the standard link color for hyperlinked text on the page, those changes were made by attributes in the body tag. That means that those color settings apply to the whole of the body section of this page. So if I type some more text in, it will come out with that default color. And similarly, if I turn some of that text or all of that text into a hyperlink to another page or to an external site, for example, that link will be that yellow color. When we're dealing with HTML tags, an HTML tag has a scope. And if, for example, instead of setting a color for the whole of the page, I just wanted to set a color for, say, the name Springs Park. If I selected Springs Park, you see it selected in the code on the left, there is another set of HTML tags that I can use to format just that color. Now I know what they are and you'll find out what they are, but just to demonstrate that finally here, the HTML tag I'm going to use in this case is the font tag. When I've typed in font and a space, you can see that one of the options there is color. And I can give the color in a number of different ways. I can use an RGB code as the one that's used in BG color on the body tag, but I can use one of a limited range of default colors. For instance, I can use blue, and then after the double quote after blue, I'll close that tag. I then go to the end of the text that says Springs Park, and I need a closing font tag. Now again, code hints can really help here, because if I put the open bracket for the tag and then put a slash, what Dreamweaver knows when I put a slash is that I want to close a tag, and it knows that the tag that I'm due to close is font, so it actually puts in for me /font. Now there are some situations where things are a little bit different from that and you maybe don't want that tag. You can always delete whatever the code hint shows you and then put in what you really do want, and sometimes you'll need to do that. But you will find that a lot of the time Dreamweaver gives you good hints and will put in the right closing tag when you're actually coding within HTML. So having done that in the code, don't forget I need to do a refresh. Look at the text on the right, the word Springs Park. It's now blue. Now by now you should be getting a pretty good idea of how HTML works, and you've seen it working here both at the page level and on individual pieces of text. And the same principles apply to HTML code throughout a website. Now the next thing I want to show you, and we're going to cover this in the next section, is how to do related things but using CSS instead. I'm only going to cover it at a pretty introductory stage at this point, but we'll go into a lot more detail later on. And we're going to use CSS primarily on the other page to do some formatting on the other page. But for this one, I'm going to undo these changes that we've made because I think that color scheme looks particularly awful. I'll do that now, and I'll see you in the next section. Hello again, and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In the previous section, we looked at page properties, and I also, as part of looking at page properties, demonstrated to you quite a few more things about HTML. And by now you'll hopefully be familiar with HTML tags, HTML attributes, and how you can apply attributes to tags that have a very broad scope, such as the body tag, that applies to the whole of the body of a page, or to individual parts, individual phrases, words, even letters on a page. And the various tags that you've seen already all have a number of possible attributes that you can assign to them. Using HTML alone, you can create some pretty sophisticated and good looking pages for your website. And in fact, in the early days of HTML and websites, that's what people used, just HTML. In more recent times, increasingly people have turned to an alternative way of formatting the content of web pages, and that's the use of CSS. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets, and I'll explain the meaning of cascading a little bit later on, but style sheets basically mean we can define styles for parts of a page, all of a page, etc. And then we can apply those styles in a way that's analogous to using HTML tags. It actually works in a different way, but some of the general principles of applying it are the same, as you will see. Now, what I did in the previous section was to format our home page using HTML. The new arrivals page already has some HTML in it, but what I'm going to do is to do some formatting on this page using CSS instead of HTML, so that you can see what CSS looks like and so that you can begin to see the relationship between CSS and HTML. So let's start again with modify page properties. This time we're going to use the appearance CSS page, and what I'm going to do is change the page background color again. So I'm going to just go into background color. Again, I get that color picker, and because I've set up that green as a swatch, if I select that and apply that, you'll see that my page now has that as its background color. But in fact, the way in which that has been applied is completely different. So let's take a look at the difference. Let's look here over at the code. And if you look at the body section, don't forget I can select the body section by clicking on the body tag down here. If you look at the body section, there is actually nothing changed there at all since I made that setting of page property. It's completely the same. So you might be a little bit mystified as to how the background changed. And in order to see how the background changed, you actually need to go up here into the head section. Because in the head section, beneath the title, there is a style definition. Let me click on style there, and you'll see what the definition is. And put in a sort of simplistic way, the style definition says, I am defining the style body to have background color, and then it has the RGB code for that background color. Now, this style definition currently resides within the head section of the current page, and it will therefore apply to this page. But you can in fact move this and any other style definitions into a separate file, a separate document that we call a style sheet. Now, as you'll see later on, once you have those definitions in style sheets, you can define a particular format or even a particular layout for something and then use it throughout your site without having to do all sorts of clever things repeatedly with HTML tags. And one of the reasons that people like CSS is that you can define something on a separate style sheet and then use it on many pages in your website. Now, based on my experience, the best combination is knowing how to use CSS and HTML, because really there's a case for both of them. But our emphasis on this course will be more towards using CSS where it's necessary to make a choice, because I think in broader terms CSS gives the more powerful and flexible solution. But it is true that sometimes HTML is actually easier to understand than CSS, for reasons that you'll see a little bit later on. So let's try another page property. I'm still on the appearance CSS page. This time I'm going to actually change the font. So I'm going to go with page font currently specifies default font, so it will use whatever the default font is when somebody is browsing to this page. I'm going to set the font to be Gill Sans, and I'm going to choose normal. I'm going to choose a bigger size. I'm going to go for 24. Let's apply that and see how that looks. There we are, bigger text, very different font. Because it's bigger text and because I've got several blank paragraphs, the whole thing moves down the page because each of the paragraphs is taller. But look at what the difference is over in the code here. Once again, there is absolutely no change in the body part of the page, so the body section no change. But let's look now at our style definition. The style definition still says that body has a background color of, and that's that green color. But then we have a number of further definitions that give the font family, the font style, and the font size. So we're building up a much more complex set of styles for this page. Once again, we could move all of that, if we wanted to, out into a separate style sheet, and then it would enable us to apply this same formatting to other pages very simply. So I hope you can see from that the very different approaches of HTML and CSS to formatting page properties. Let's just look at a couple of these other pages quickly. Links lets us change things like link colors, and again we can change the font used for links, font size, and so on. And we can also change the headings using CSS. I'm going to explain headings a little bit later on, but you can define various settings for heading levels on a page. Again, we'll look at that in more detail later on. So I've only really wanted to introduce CSS to you at a very basic level, just to have some idea of what it looks like. Later on in the course, we're going to look at CSS in a lot more detail, find out a lot more about how to use it. Now we have one more thing to look at in this section, and then we're going to move on to a couple of other important aspects of using Dreamweaver, and we'll come back to HTML and CSS later on. Now, if you look at the code in the pane on the left for this page, we've pretty much talked about everything on there, everything from the doc type at the top, and then everything between the pair of HTML tags, and then within that divided into head and body. But there's one thing we haven't looked at yet, and it's in line 4. It's a meta tag. Now, there are a number of meta tags available. You can see one of them there. It's meta charset or charset, which is basically the tag that holds the definition of the character set being used on this page, which is UTF-8. Now, meta tags in general hold information about the page, and amongst the sort of information they hold are the keywords associated with the page. And the keywords are important, of course, when people come to search to find your page. And apart from the keywords, another one is a description. And most of the major search engines, when you run a search, show you a list of results. The results include a description of the page. Now, that's not just the title. As you can see, our title here is very short. It's also a description of the page as well. So both keywords and description can be very important, particularly if you're going to rely on people finding your pages using searches. Now, you can, in code view, just type those meta tags in. But within Dreamweaver, you have an option to insert those in design view. So let's insert both of those in design view, and then I'll show you what they look like in code view. So first of all, let's switch back to design view. Let's click on insert. If you go down insert, there is a head, and then two things in there. One of them's keywords, one of them's description. Let's start with description. Okay, there's a suitable description. Let me just click on OK for that. Nothing visible on the page, of course. And let's do insert head keywords. I'm now going to put in the keywords for this page. I've used 3 there. Of course, a keyword doesn't have to be a single word. It can be a phrase. So I've got wildlife, park, and new arrivals. Let's click on OK for the keywords. Now, of course, different search engines work in different ways, and it's likely that the keywords you've defined are not the only factor in whether and where in the pecking order, if you like, your pages are found by a search. The search engines mostly work on a combination of keywords and other things, but it's generally still a good idea to make sure that you have good keywords defined for your pages. Let's go into code view now and see what that looks like. What you will see there is that those meta tags have appeared. It doesn't really matter what order they're in the head section, as long as they're in the head section. The first one is meta name equals description, and then the content is that description. The name gives us the name of the tag. So this is the description meta tag for the page. There's the content, and then the second meta tag there, new one I should say, is the keywords meta tag, and it lists those keywords. Now if I wanted to change that, I can of course do that in code view as well. So if I wanted to say add another keyword, it's as simple as that. So they're the meta tags for a page. That's the end of this section, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello again, and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In this section we're going to look at previewing pages in browsers. This has become an increasingly important skill to have when you're working with Dreamweaver, or indeed with whatever tool you're using to develop and maintain your websites, for the simple reason that whereas a few years ago most people would be looking at your website using one of a small number of browsers on a computer screen or a laptop screen, now there are many more types of device in common use, not only PCs, laptops, but also tablets and phones. But those devices are not only of very different sizes, but they also use different browsers. So when it comes to developing a website, and certainly if you intend for it to be available to all those devices and as many users as possible, you need to make sure that your web pages look good whatever device and browser a user is using. Now let's look at what we have so far. You've already seen how to look at a page in code view. That certainly won't tell you how it's going to look on somebody's device. We're currently looking at this page in design view. When you're working on developing a page, design view is a good option to give you a pretty good idea of how the page will look in general. But if you take that page, the one we're looking at now, and look at it on a number of devices and a number of different browsers, you will generally speaking see some differences, even with a simple page like this. And when you get a much more complex page, you may find certain parts of the page that render, that's the term we use, that render correctly in one browser but don't render well in another browser. In addition, because people are using different devices, the devices generally have different screen resolutions, which in one sense means they can only fit a certain amount on the screen. Now the device that I'm using for this course has got a pretty high resolution. You're going to get an awful lot on this screen, but if you look at this page itself on a mobile phone, that wide image would actually cause most mobile phones some problems, particularly if the phone were being held in portrait orientation. Now of course you can pinch the screen, etc., but we're trying to work out the optimum presentation of pages, and also in looking at how pages look in different browsers and on different devices, we can choose how users will see them rather than give the user the job of trying to sort of juggle with every page to make it fit. Now another alternative for looking at pages is to use live view, and if I click over here on live view now, you see a live view of that page. It looks pretty similar. You probably barely saw a difference, and in fact live view is a pretty good option based on the same technology that's used by the Google Chrome and Safari browsers. In a lot of cases it will give you a good impression of how a page looks. However, many people don't use those browsers. They would use, as I do, Internet Explorer or perhaps Firefox or one of the other browsers, and it's really useful to be able to use each of the popular browsers when you're looking at your pages. So let's try previewing this page in a browser. By default it will preview in my default browser, which in my case is Internet Explorer. Just before I do, I need to come out of live view, so let me just uncheck live. I'm also going to make a small change here. I'm going to click within the word welcome, delete the O and type it again for reasons that will become apparent in just a moment. Now there is a keyboard shortcut to preview in browser, it's F12, but on the file menu up here there is an option preview in browser. Now notice how mine is set up with iExplore F12. Let's click on that. Now if I've made a change to the current page since I last saved it, I will be invited to save the changes at this point. That's why I made that change to welcome just now. Now, it's very important if you are going to preview a page that you don't preview the page as it was a few minutes ago. But if I said save changes to index.html, I said no, I would preview the previous saved version. So what I'm going to do in this case is say yes to save my change, although of course the change didn't actually do anything. At this point, of course, I could also cancel the preview. But let's click on yes. And now you can see that page in Internet Explorer. And of course, it's a separate window. I can move it around, resize it, etc. So that's the very simplest case of preview in browser. So that's fine for my default browser. Let me just close that again. There is also a button here, a preview in browser button. It actually says preview debug in browser. If I click on that button, it's got preview in iExplore, but also, as with the menu option we saw just now, there's an option to edit the browser list. Now, at the moment, the only browser in the list is Internet Explorer. Generally speaking, if I have other browsers on my device, I could add those to the list. I'm going to add a browser to the list now, although currently there are no other browsers on this particular device. I'm not going to show you here how to install all of the different available browsers, but if you want to be able to test your site on Firefox or Safari or Google Chrome, if you go to the relevant website from the provider of that browser, there'll be instructions there on how to install their browser. I'm going to install one of those browsers on this device now, and then I'll show you how I add it to this browser list. So I've actually installed Firefox, and what I'm going to do now is add that to my own browser list. So I click on the plus symbol here, add browser. Now, of course, depending on the browser you've added, depending on the operating system you're using, you'll need to know the name of that browser and where it is. So I'm going to go for browse there. I need on my Windows 8 device here to browse down program files x86, Mozilla Firefox, and there we have firefox.exe. So that's the one I want. And I can either just leave the name in there as firefox.exe, or I can just give it the slightly friendlier name of just calling it Firefox. And I can make that either my primary browser or my secondary browser, or in fact I can leave it as neither. Now, of course, once you get beyond 2, you're going to have to leave it as neither, because you can only have one primary and one secondary. The reason for having a primary and a secondary is that each of those can be activated using a keyboard shortcut. So I'm going to make this my secondary browser. It's in my list now. That's my secondary browser. Internet Explorer is my primary browser. Let me click on apply and close. Now, once I've got those two browsers set up, if I say go back up to the file menu, go back to that option preview in browser, note that I've got both of them there now, Firefox and Internet Explorer. Notice also that with each of those you can see what the keyboard shortcut is. Obviously in a Mac those shortcuts will be different, and I have access to edit the browser list there as well. If I want to remove a particular browser, all I've got to do is select it in the list and click on the minus sign to remove it. So that's setting up the browsers for previewing. You may well want to have a whole host of browsers for previewing your pages on. I'm going to leave myself at those two for the moment. Just one other point in passing here almost, and that is that in earlier versions of Dreamweaver there was access to an Adobe Browser Lab service, which enabled you to test out pages using the Adobe Browser Lab, which basically simulated the various browsers that were available over a period of time. Now, that service is currently no longer available. There are other services, including commercial services, available where you can use the service to simulate your pages in various browsers. To be honest, with the number of browsers available and all the different versions available, it's probably impractical to install all of those browsers and all of those versions on one or two of your own machines. So a lot of people go for the option of trying their pages in the most popular browsers, and really only when you're going in for things in a big way do they then look at either installing loads and loads of browsers or using one of those commercial services. But those options are available. Now, apart from choosing the right browser, choosing the right screen size for testing is important as well. And there are quite a few complications here, but nothing that you can't surmount with a little bit of understanding of how these things actually work. If you look at a page like this one in Design View or Live View, it basically fills the space that's available within the current window. If I were to click up the top right here on the Restore button for this window that Dreamweaver is running in, it restores it to whatever my last manually selected size was, and once again you can see as much of the page as possible in that space. Now, if I wanted to see how this page would look on, say, a smartphone, I wouldn't actually have to resize this window to a smartphone size, because in fact there is a facility that's available in Dreamweaver CC which will actually give me what's called a viewport of the right size. Now, when I'm in Live View, which I am, if I click on the View menu, one of the options just below the midway point is window size. And there are a number of standard window sizes that I can choose from. So bear in mind that I'm using Internet Explorer, my default browser. Supposing I wanted to look at it on a smartphone. Let's go for smartphone 320 by 480. Well, that's certainly not very impressive looking, is it? And we're going to need to sort that out later on. But by the use of these scroll bars, I can get to the content on the page. And I need to just tell you about a couple of things. One of them is that in reality, if you looked at this page as it is now on a smartphone running with a Safari browser, the browser and the phone together would actually do quite a bit of work to improve how this looks. I'm not going to go into the detail of that now. I'm going to talk about that later on. The second thing to be aware of is that within the page, what we're going to also look at later on is how we can detect the size of the viewport that the page is currently being displayed in, and we could actually choose to even show a different version of this page here on the smartphone if we wanted to. So in effect, what we can do with something called a media query is we can say, okay, what sort of screen am I on? Am I on a little screen or a medium-sized screen or a big screen? Specify what we mean by that. And then we could show different versions of a page depending on which of those screen sizes was in use. Now, as I say, more of that later. We're looking at the basics of previewing here. Now, because one of the things to mention here is that I'm looking at this in portrait orientation on a smartphone screen size. I can change it to the landscape orientation. So again, if I go to the View menu option again and go down to window size, near the bottom I can change the orientation to landscape. I guess that's a little bit better, but not much. The other thing to notice is that that particular view menu for window size, because it's a pretty important one, particularly when you're testing pages out, there is another version of it available the right hand end of the status bar here. If you go to this window size drop down here, you'll see you have the same options here. If I wanted to say go for a tablet, let's see the tablet size. Okay, that just about is okay on a tablet. So just one or two other things to point out in relation to window size. Let me go back into that menu again and the little window size list there. One of the options is edit sizes, and that takes you into a preferences page where you can indeed edit either the sizes that Dreamweaver CC comes with by default, or you can add your own sizes. So you could type in here width, height and a description, and of course if you select one of the existing ones you can actually press the minus key there to delete the standard size. So you can actually build up a set of sizes that you like to use for testing your pages. So they're the main options that you need to be aware of in terms of choosing a browser and testing with various sizes. Don't forget what I said earlier on about no substitute for testing with the actual browser on the real device. And also don't forget that later on we're going to look at media queries, which you should find a big help with all of this. That's the end of this section. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In this section we're going to look more closely at the use of panels. Panels are a very important part of the user interface, the workspace when you're working with Dreamweaver. I've mentioned panels a few times, you've seen a couple in action, and in fact later on in the course we're going to look specifically at a couple of very important panels and many of the things that you can do with them. But in this particular section I'm going to concentrate on covering the basic use of panels, how to dock them, undock them, hide them, group them, ungroup them, and so on. Now earlier on in the course we looked at workspaces, and I'm going to go to one of the workspaces, the expanded workspace here, and as you can see I've got some panels, groups of panels visible there. One or two of the panels we've looked at already. We looked at the files panel when we actually published our pages, our site. If you look at this little group up on the right here, you'll see you've actually got two panels there. There's Insert and Files. The word on the tab there tells you which panel it is, and if I just click on that word it'll show the details of that particular panel. So in this case I've got the Files panel. I can't see much of the information in the Files panel, but I can normally with most panels expand them horizontally or vertically, or if I use the corner, both at the same time. So that's a pretty standard thing that you can do with most but not all panels. Now the next thing I want to look at in relation to panels is how I can effectively ungroup these panels. Let's again look at that pair of panels up there, Insert and Files. If I were to click with the mouse on Files, hold the mouse down and then drag, I'll actually separate the Files panel from the Insert panel, and I've now got two independent, what are called floating panels at the moment. Now I mentioned a couple of things there. I mentioned grouping and I mentioned floating. Let's look at grouping first. Why would you group these panels? Well, in some ways the reason for that is very evident at the moment, because you can see with those three groups of panels more than half of the workspace is covered by panels. It's actually quite difficult to see the page itself. So one of the reasons you'll group panels is so that you can have as many of them as you need readily available without obscuring too much of what you're doing. Now grouping and ungrouping, and as we'll see docking and undocking, involve a certain amount of manipulation. That is what causes some people problems with panels, but it's actually quite straightforward once you've got the basics in place. Let's suppose that I want to put the Insert panel into that middle group. If I just take it by its tab, you're going to look at this very, very closely. As I pull it over that other group, watch for a blue bar to appear. Let me just pull it down. Watch that. Now, you see that single thin blue bar. I don't want to release this yet because that will cause something else to happen altogether. Let me just pull it a little bit further and the blue bar becomes a thicker blue bar. Now watch what happens if I release the mouse. Insert is now in that group, and I've actually got three panels in that group. Let's put Files in there as well. Same thing, drag down, thin blue, thick blue. Notice that it's actually the tab area that's actually highlighted in blue. Now I can release, and I have four panels in that particular group. Now I'm sure that I hardly need to mention this, but there are of course a number of ways of doing these things, and I'm just showing you in effect my preferred way of doing these things. Ungrouping, as you can probably imagine, in fact you've already seen it, is pretty straightforward. Select the particular panel you want to ungroup, click on the header, pull it away, it forms its own group. That's straightforward enough. Now the other thing that I mentioned is docking. And at the moment, these panels and panel groups are free floating. I can move them around, put them wherever I like within my workspace, which is great. But sometimes you may want to dock them so that you've got them not only in a familiar and fixed position, but also so that the workspace adjusts to the presence of those docked panels. You'll see that in just a moment. Now let's suppose that I want to dock this group, the big group here. Now the bar at the top, the one with nothing in it at the moment, is referred to the dock header bar. And if you drag using that, you move the whole group around. Now watch what happens if I start to push this over to the right of my window. Now watch carefully again. I have to go quite a long way over here. You will see a bar appear. You can see that bar there now. Release it, and now my group is docked on the right of the screen. Note how the window and the view of my page has adjusted. The working area is now the reduced area, reduced by the presence of this docked group of panels. Now once you've docked one or more panels like that, it's easy to undock it again. Just grab hold of that dock header bar again, pull it away, and it's undocked. Let me just put it back. The other thing that you may want to be able to do is to dock a second group. Now you have a choice here. Let's say I wanted to dock the CSS Transitions panel as well. I might want to do that by taking the individual panel, obviously, and adding it to the group that's already there. Or I may want to basically put it as a separate docked group on the right. Now you may recall a little earlier that I talked about those horizontal blue bars. If I take the dock header bar for this second group, and I'm just going to move it up towards the top right, and I'm going to move it along in line with the docked group that's already there. Now I've got that thin blue line, not the one over the whole tab area, but the thin blue line. Watch what happens if I release now. I now have two docked groups on the right. Now I can change the order easily by dragging up or down. I can also change the size of these by selecting one of the groups, and then there's a little sort of sizing control there, double-headed arrow. I can make one smaller, the other one bigger, etc. So that's the basics of docking one or more groups in Dreamweaver CC. Now I've got a few other very important things to show you now in relation to panels, but let me just stop with grouping and docking at that point. Grouping and docking tend to be the things that cause people the most problems, and people get quite frustrated about it. The best thing to do, possibly following what I've just done, is to just get a little bit of practice yourself, because it's actually not that difficult once you know how to basically do each of the things you might need to do. And once you've got the basic skills in place, I think you'll find that docking and grouping are actually pretty straightforward. But I've got some pretty fundamental things still to show you about panels, so I'm going to undock these. Don't forget, if I were to grab the dock header bar now, I would actually be moving these as one big unit. And a simple way to separate them in this case is to just pull that one to one side again. Again, these techniques, you just need to practice with them. Now, with each of these panels, there are some little controls in the top right. For instance, this one, collapse to icons. CSS Transitions, press that. I finish up with a tiny little panel that just has the beginning of the names on it, CSS Transitions. And if I click on that, it opens the panel out again. Now this is a very good way of putting all the panels that you need on the workspace and taking up very little space. If I do that with this group, you see I've still got my grouped panels, but they take a very small amount of space. Let's just put that one back. There's also a little menu down here. If I click on that, one option says close. Note that I've got the Files tab selected. If I click on Close, I just close the Files tab. I can always go back here and open it again, of course, from the window menu up there. And then the other option on there of interest at the moment is Close Tab Group. Click on Close Tab Group. The whole lot's gone. If I go back to Window, Show Files again, it's not only shown again, but it's shown in the group that it was in before I closed it. So that's most of the general things that you need to know about panels. There are several other things that you might find useful, and I'm going to rely on you to some extent to learn those as you go along with a bit of help that I'll point you at in just a moment. If you take this particular group here, CSS Designer Insert Files, if you click on the Files tab, you can actually drag it along and you can actually put the panels in a group in a different order, for example. So there are many other features like that. And as I mentioned just now, of course, you have alternative ways of doing things. Again, you may want to investigate these. If I double click on the doc header bar for this group, for example, it reduces it down to the icons form. So that's the equivalent of collapse to icons. And then I can either use the button to put it back up again, or I could have double clicked again. Depending on which panel you have selected, you'll get different options on the right there, on the menu system on the right. And some panels, such as the Insert panel, are really quite different from the others. And in the case of Insert, you also have a little menu system here to let you choose what you want to insert. So the way in which the actual mechanics of the panel, what you can do with the panel works, we're going to cover for various panels later on in the course. I'm mainly concerned here with, if you like, panel management. Now, the last thing I'd like to very quickly look at here, as I mentioned just a moment ago, is that there are various ways that you can find help about panels. So if you actually go into the help system itself and search on panel or panels, you'll find various instructions for various panels, and very detailed. It contains additional things to the things that I've pointed out already. So it's a good idea for you to work through these, and you'll get all sorts of additional functions that you can perform in relation to both panels in general and to specific panels. And the other area that you ought to keep an eye on is that PDF that I mentioned earlier on, that very big PDF document. If you open that big PDF document downloaded from the Adobe site, you'll see not only general information and help about using panels, but again specific help about specific panels. So here, for example, is an overview of the Files panel. And then there are various other sections of that document. You can find them by searching on panel or panels that give you information about, for example, how to stack floating panels or how to add and remove panels. Some of those things I've covered in this section, and some of them are additional features or facilities. So that's it on using panels in Dreamweaver CC. I'll see you in the next section. Hello again, and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. We've already put some text onto the couple of pages we have so far. We're going to start in this section to look in a lot more detail about how to add text to pages, how to arrange the text into the structure that gives the message that you want to give, and also how to style that text to make it both attractive and informative. I'm going to start with some introductory material now, and many of the skills that you're going to need will actually be coming to later on in the course when we learn about other aspects of Dreamweaver. So for the moment, I'm going to concentrate on getting you started in a bit more detail than we've looked at so far. And the first thing we're going to do is to put some more text on the home page of the Springs Park website. So basically, as you have seen already, it's pretty straightforward to put some text onto a page in Design View. Click where you want the text to go and type the text that you want. Now, as you know, if I now were to switch into Code View, I'd be able to see the text that I've just entered, and it is between a pair of P tags, paragraph tags. And as you know, I always have the choice here of how I want to enter text, or for that matter just about anything else, in that I can either do it in Code View or I can do it in Design View, and sometimes I may prefer one to the other, of course. Now, one other interesting thing to note is that in Code View, if I were to carry on typing, eventually I've typed so much that the line that I'm typing on has been wrapped by Dreamweaver. And as you can see on the right there, after the words "from the moment," the line has wrapped and it's carried on the next line. If I look at that in design view, however, it doesn't wrap in design view. Dreamweaver will try to fit as much as each as possible onto the relevant display, so in design view it's still got quite a way to go. We'll learn about how to control the width in design view a little bit later on. Clearly that looks a little bit too wide for most people's screens and browsers, but it's important to recognize that if I carried on typing and typed even more now in design view, eventually that would be wrapped by Dreamweaver as well. So let me do that now. And now you can see that it has actually wrapped that one as well. If I go back into code view, you'll still see, however, that it's one pair of P tags, one pair of paragraph tags. Let me just go back into design view. If I really didn't want those sentences to be all part of the same paragraph, making those very long lines, if I position the cursor to the left of the word there's in there's plenty, hit the enter key, I now have two separate paragraphs, and if I look at that back in code view, you'll see I've got two pairs of two pairs of paragraph tags. So that's a very important concept, the idea not only of separate paragraphs for text, but also the fact that the way it's displayed in code view and design view, different sets of rules apply in each case. Now, one thing that you'll quite often want to do is to move text around within your site, and it works pretty much the same as any other Windows application. So if I select some text, let's suppose I select that sentence, I'm going to copy it. I can either use the keyboard shortcut Control C, or of course on the edit menu I have a copy option, or if having made the selection I right click, one of the options there is copy. So let's do a copy with the contextual menu first. Now let me switch to a different page. I'm going to go to, I think I need the files panel. I'm going to go to my new arrivals page for the moment, open that up, minimize that out of the way. Let's suppose that I want to put this before the link to home. If I got the link to home there, press the enter key, up arrow to give myself a clean start. Now I'm going to do a paste with the keyboard, that'll be Control V, and now I have my sentence on the other page. Now that may appear to be a perfectly good paste, and you may think, look at that sentence and say, yeah, that looks fine, but you may also have noticed something unusual or different about it, and that is that when this sentence is pasted in here, it's got a different font to the font that it started out with. That's actually the GIL font, and if I go back to the home page where it came from, look at the sentence there. Apart from the font being apparently a different size, it's actually a different font. Now, in order to see the difference, let's go back into the code for the home page, and in the home page there is no definition of which font to use anywhere. Let me just move that out of the way. There's no definition of which font to use anywhere, so that sentence, there's plenty to do when they return for another day and so on, uses the default font. Whereas if I go into the new arrivals page, go look at the code, you'll see that I've got that body style definition that we looked at earlier on, which declares the font family GIL, Myriad Pro, Deja Vu, Helvetica, Arial, Sans Serif. So in effect what's happened is that because we've copied and pasted between two pages which have different fonts in force at the point where we've pasted the sentence in, the sentence has actually been converted to that different font. Now when it comes to pasting, you need to be aware of a number of different scenarios that are very important in Dreamweaver, because you will be pasting in text not only from other pages within your website, but you may, for example, paste text from the web, or you may paste text from an Excel workbook, or perhaps a Word document. All sorts of places you may get text from, so you need to understand how to do it to get the results that you want. So what we're going to look at now is some of the options for copying and pasting information into your web pages. As you start to build up your websites, you'll very often get the information you need from other sources. It's important to know what these options are for pasting that information in. So what I'm going to do first of all is I'm going to just remove that sentence. The new information I'm going to put in is going to be information about penguins. I'm going to aim to put it where the cursor is, but as you'll see, what actually happens may vary from case to case. So I'm looking at Wikipedia, got a general page here about penguins. I'm going to select that text, the picture, some of the text underneath it, maybe right down to that map of the world. Let's include the map of the world, showing the distribution. Copy that to the clipboard. Now go back to my page, and the first option I'm going to look at is, if I go back up to the edit menu, instead of a straightforward paste, I'm going to do paste special. Now paste special lets me select what I paste in. If all I wanted was some words from Wikipedia and I was going to format and style it all myself, sort out the layout, page breaks, fonts, etc., I could just paste text only. So if I select that first option, text only, and click on OK, watch what happens. There's no sign of those pictures, there's no sign of the colour of the text, anything at all. It's just got all of the words in no particular order, they're just a stream of characters. And sometimes that may well be all that I want. Let me undo that particular paste. Let's try paste special again. But supposing I wanted the text with structure. So this time I still only want the text. I'm not going to get the pictures, but I'd like the text with some structure. Click on OK. Now what I get is the text structured. Now you may look at some of it and see the colour there and think, well, it's got some style. Now the reason they're blue is that they are actually hyperlinks. So it has still kept the hyperlinks. If I were to control click on one of those now, it would actually take me to the relevant hyperlink. So let me go back and just do one more option. Let's go for the full version of paste special. Text with structure plus full formatting. Click on OK. Now what I get is all of the words, the pictures, and the text with formatting as well. So if I wanted it exactly as it appeared then in Wikipedia, that's how I could do it. Now you may look at that and think, well, that's in the wrong place, it's right over on the left there. There is very often going to be a need for you to do some more styling. I mean, in this case, what actually happens there is that it pastes all this in the form of a table, which is how it is held in Wikipedia. And once you've found out how to work with tables, you'll know the sort of thing that you could do to get that table in the middle. And then you'd need to do a little bit more alignment work and so on. But basically, that's pasting an awful lot of information from another source with or without the formatting that that information had in that other source. Now I've chosen there a website, in that case Wikipedia. Of course there are similar approaches if I was, say, pasting from a Word document or an Excel workbook. Now in the next section we're going to look at some other techniques for inserting text. But I want to just finish this section by talking briefly about selecting text. You have a number of options for selecting text. What I've done so far generally is to select using the mouse in the usual way, but you also have some useful techniques that you can employ, particularly if you're doing a lot of selecting of text. Maybe you don't particularly like to use the mouse as such, you find it difficult perhaps to select accurately. Well, a couple of things that might help you. If you look on the View menu, just below the midway point there is a magnification option. You could, for example, zoom in to the display, and you can either zoom in using one of the presets here, or you can zoom in using the Control and equal sign keyboard shortcut, and zoom out using the Control and minus sign. So let me just click on the page here. I'm going to use Control equals. Now, let's suppose I wanted to select part of this sentence, just one word, just the word location. If I double click on the word, it selects the word. If I triple click on it, it selects the entire paragraph. If I click somewhere, hold the Shift key down and use one of the arrow keys on the keyboard, I can select very accurately one character at a time. In fact, if I keep the Shift key down, put the Control key down, use the arrow keys, it'll go a word at a time. Having made my selection, of course, I can then copy or cut it to the clipboard. If I want to select all of a document, as with Windows in general, I can use Control A to select everything. And as I say, don't forget, you can always select, click in with the mouse, drag, release the mouse button, and that's your selection made. So now you know how to get text into your document. You can type it in, of course. You can use copy and paste, or of course equivalently cut and paste from either another website, a document produced in another application, your own website, and so on. In the next section, we're going to look at some other special cases for getting text in, and we're also going to start to look at formatting that text. Now, to be fair, a lot of the formatting will be covered when we look later on in much more detail, particularly at CSS, but we're going to look at some basic formatting in the next section, so please join me for that. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In the previous section we looked at entering text. We spent some time looking at copy and paste, and in particular at the use of paste special. In this section we're going to continue to look at handling text. We're going to deal with some more specific special cases, including the use of special characters and some character formatting. As I mentioned a couple of times already, much of the formatting associated with text will be covered later on in the course when we look at CSS in more detail. But for the moment, let's take another look at the home page here, because I just want to show you one other thing in relation to what might loosely be called copy and paste, although it isn't really. Sometimes when you want to move things around quickly on a web page, you can use drag and drop. So let's suppose I wanted to move the second long paragraph there. There's plenty to do and so on. First of all, I can select the whole paragraph. Obviously I could triple click anywhere within the paragraph to select it all. If I move the cursor over to the left of the paragraph, right to the edge of the screen, you might just about see it changing to an arrow and click. That selects the whole paragraph. And what I'm going to do is to grab that paragraph now and drag it into the paragraph above. Note where the cursor is. Release, that's now been moved, equivalent of cut and paste. Now what I'm going to do is to press the enter key before the word theirs to create a new paragraph, and again before the word most to create another new paragraph. I've now got 3 paragraphs apart from the heading Welcome to Springs Park, of course. Notice the vertical spacing between those paragraphs. When you make a new paragraph in Dreamweaver, it gives you that big spacing. If instead you want things closed up vertically, for instance, supposing you were putting in your contact address, you didn't want all that vertical spacing. Instead of separating into paragraphs, you could keep all of that content, for example, in one paragraph, but use a line break instead. So let me quickly go back into the code. Note that each of those 3 paragraphs is between its own pair of tags. Back into design view, if I put the cursor, say, at the end of the family day out paragraph, press delete, that's now all part of the same paragraph. If instead of pressing enter to make a new paragraph again, I press shift and enter, what I actually get is a line break. And if you go back into the code, you'll see that the paragraph that begins "Our park is a great location for a family day out" now has a BR, a line break character at the end, to indicate that you want to start a new line, but it's not the end of the paragraph. The end of the paragraph is down there after the line that begins "There's plenty to do when." So what you have there is a line break instead of an end of paragraph. So on the next line the paragraph ends, and then the paragraph after that, most families, begins. I want to just demonstrate something else which probably you've noticed already anyway. Let me get rid of that paragraph marker at the end and this one. So basically those two lines now are part of the same paragraph as well. Let's go back into Design View. Notice that although the paragraph marker has gone, there is no line break there either. Notice how the line that begins theirs goes right through to the end there where it says day and then a full stop at the end. In code, putting line feed characters, paragraph markers, whatever you want to think of them as, in code does not cause new lines in Design View on the website. These are a very convenient way of making your code more readable, but they don't make line breaks or paragraph ends themselves. So if I wanted a line break here, I would have to insert a line break character in code as well. Now there are various ways of putting line break characters in. You saw just now how to put a line break character in Design View using Shift and Enter. You can also use the Insert panel, and in fact the Insert panel can be used for inserting all sorts of useful things. If you choose the correct category, in this case it will be Common, and then go down to Characters, it'll actually show in this case the last insert character we've done, which is a line break. If I click on that, that will actually insert a line break. There's a little drop down there as well. You can choose some other standard characters that you might want to insert there. But as you can see, I've now got that line break character. And if I go back into Design View, you can see the effect of that line break. And also, generally speaking, of course, if I was setting up an address or something here, I've now got the individual lines of the address spaced more reasonably for that kind of block data entry. So you know how to get your data in, you know how to sort your paragraphs out. Something else we're going to do now, and that is we're going to put in another special character, but we're also going to put in a useful additional type of information as well. Now what I'm going to do now is to put a copyright notice on this page. I'm not going to put it in the correct ultimate position, which is going to be in a footer on the page. At the moment I'm just going to put it at the bottom of the page, so I'm going to click after the word arrivals. I'm going to press enter a couple of times. Now I'm going to put in a copyright notice. Now in order to be valid in many jurisdictions, I actually need a copyright symbol in there. So I'm going to put the copyright symbol between the words copyright and springs. So click in there, go to the insert panel again. I need to go to the common category, which I'm in already. And now at the bottom I've got the last insert character I did, which was line break. I need to hit that little drop down there to get a list of the available characters, and one of them is the copyright symbol. Now in fact the full list is accessible from other categories at the bottom here, and that will bring you up a very good list of special characters, but for the moment let's stick with copyright because it's on that first menu there. Let's just put in there copyright. And there it is. Now let me put the cursor to the left of it to put an extra space in, and I now have my copyright notice. Now I'd like to add another useful piece of information which ultimately will go on every page as well. I'm going to click after the 2014 in the copyright notice there. I'm going to put a space and say, and then I've typed last updated. Now you will have noticed, I'm sure, that many websites, web pages have a last updated date on there so that you can see obviously when they were last updated. You can actually put a date in here which Dreamweaver will keep up to date for you, and the way it does it is to update that date each time you save a particular page. Now in order to put such a date in here, you can actually use the insert panel. It's actually on the insert panel, so one of the options on insert includes inserting a date. But just to make the point really, these inserts can also be done from the insert menu. So for instance you've got insert character, that once again gives you a list of those standard characters and access to other. But if I click on Insert Date, it brings up the Insert Date dialog. Now I can choose whether I want to specify which day of the week it is. I can choose whether I want to include the time or not. So they're the options above and below the date format. But other than that, I choose my date format. Now you've got a number of options for date format. I'm just going to choose the first one, the default one. But there's a very important checkbox under there, update automatically on save. And if you want that date to be updated automatically each time you save a page, check that, click on OK. And you can see now that's today's date, the date that I'm recording this video, and next time I save this you'll see that that date has been updated to the appropriate date. So we've covered the basics of inserting, copying and pasting text in Dreamweaver CC, looked at special characters, what are called automatic dates and so on. We need to start looking at some formatting, and in the next chapter we're going to look at formatting using HTML, bearing in mind of course that ultimately we're really going to focus more on CSS, but we're going to deal with formatting using HTML next, so please join me for that. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In this section we're going to look at the basics of formatting using HTML. As I've said a few times already, we're really going to concentrate more on CSS in this course, but it is important to understand the basics of formatting text using HTML, because CSS doesn't completely replace it, it more enhances the use of HTML. Now the first thing I'm going to do is to just change the style of this new arrivals page a little first. If you recall, if I go back into the code page, we put in that style with a font size of 24 pixels here. That's why the text on this page is quite big. And when the body starts, the first thing we have is 6 empty paragraphs. So I'm going to get rid of 4 of those empty paragraphs just for the moment. I could of course do that in design view. Now I'm going to position the cursor after the picture, and I'm going to go back into design view. Now notice with the cursor after the picture, you can see the cursor flashing there. I'm going to press the enter key. Now the cursor of course is on the left, and I'm going to type in some text, just 3 or 4 lines related to penguins. So there we are, penguins, African penguins they are, Spheniscus demersus. A little bit of a description, African penguins are about 68 centimeters in length, and so on. Now what I'm going to do is to try to give this text a bit more of a structure. You notice how ideally there would be a heading penguins, and then because this is a particular type of penguin, African penguins, and then maybe the Latin name, the scientific name, and then the regular text. And you would expect normally for there to be some sort of visual structure to that information. Now the way that this is done in HTML is using headings. If I click somewhere in that paragraph that begins African penguins, if you look down at the property inspector, where it says properties you have a choice, HTML or CSS. At the moment we're concentrating on HTML. The first entry there where it says format is paragraph. If I click up to Spheniscus demersus, African penguins, they also say paragraph. If while I've got the cursor in the word penguins, I click on that drop down and change it to heading 1, it becomes a heading level 1 entry, and it basically inherits a format. Now the format heading 1 won't necessarily look the same for you, and it certainly won't look the same on every web page. What heading 1 actually looks like depends on various things, and we're going to be able to change heading 1 as much as we want later on, partly using HTML, but even more so using CSS. But for the moment what I want you to do is to just accept whatever heading 1 looks like and worry about changing it later. Now, apart from affecting how things look, the use of headings gives your pages structure, and many search engines, for instance, look for structure on your pages, and various other tools you use your websites use structure on pages, the heading structure. So the heading structure still has an importance, and the heading structure, of course, is based on HTML, even if ultimately you're going to do your formatting in CSS. That's one of the reasons why it's important to understand this heading structure. So let's go to African penguins, and let's give that heading 2. Notice a little bit smaller, still bold. And what about trying for heading 3, Spheniscus demursus, the Latin or scientific name? Now, if I were to put in information about a different type of penguin, I could put that underneath this regular text, African penguins, etc. And if I was going to put in Humboldt penguins or chinstrap penguins or something, and I formatted that name using heading 2, then I would begin to get structure on my page. And if after penguins I was going to put, say, kangaroos in, I could put kangaroos, give that a format of heading 1, and I've got even more structure on my page. And I'm using those headings not just for formatting, but for informational structure as well. Now, I've got a few other important things to point out here. If I click somewhere within the paragraph that begins African penguins, note that the format there, whether it's paragraph or one of the headings, will apply to the whole of the paragraph. So if I were to change it, on this occasion, instead of using the property inspector at the bottom, I'm going to click on Format, Paragraph Format, and choose heading 3. It applies to the whole paragraph, not to just part of it. That's why you only need to have the cursor somewhere within the paragraph. Let me put that back to paragraph format again. And also, if I were to format the paragraph format here as none, then although you'll see no visible change there, if I go into code, you'll see that that text about African penguins no longer has paragraph marks around it at all. So it is completely unformatted from the point of view of HTML tags. So let's just go back into design view again. I'm going to apply standard paragraph formatting again. So that's important to recognize that it applies to the whole of the element, the whole of the paragraph in this case. Now, the other thing is there is no specific absolute definition of what these heading fonts and sizes are. The headings are relative to a base format, and the base format will depend on the style that's in force on your page to begin with, and what the user sees will depend on the settings in their web browser, which is one of the problems of using this approach to formatting, in that the users will see different things depending on their own settings, but more of that later on. To demonstrate what I mean about this not being absolute, let's go back into code again. Let's go back to the style that I mentioned earlier on. This font size, 24 pixels. Supposing I were to change that to 12. So I've halved that size. Let me go back into design view and see what's happened to the page. What's happened to the page is that not only has all the text in that paragraph African penguins got much smaller, it's half the size that it was, but all of the headings are proportionally reduced in size as well. So the style that's applied to the body of my page is, if you like, a starting point. It is a base size, and the headings are relative to that. And again, although in some ways that seems to be advantageous, in others it does make controlling the look of your pages much more complicated. Anyway, more of that later when we come back to styling using CSS. At the moment, be aware of what you can do with those headings, and let's look at character formatting for a little while. Now when it comes to character formatting, this is formatting anything from a single character up to a word or part of a sentence, a clause, a whole page if you want to. And in the past, this was how formatting was done, using HTML tags, as you'll see in a moment. Nowadays, the use of CSS is generally preferred because you can choose a particular style, say for a particular type of element on your pages, and then you can define a CSS style for that. And if you ever decide to make that style different, you probably only have to change it in one page. You may well only need to change it in one place in your CSS definition of that style. Whereas when people used HTML tags pretty much for everything, you might have to go through a big site and change hundreds or thousands of HTML tags. It is still, however, important to know how to style individual characters, words and so on using HTML, because sometimes it's still the most opportune, the most efficient, the most effective way of doing things. So let's just take a quick look at how you do that sort of thing using HTML. Let's suppose that in this paragraph about African penguins, I want to put the derivation of the Latin name, those terms, in italics. So if I wanted to say put the word spheniscus in italics here, if I select it just by swiping over it, and then on the format menu I choose HTML style and I go to italic, that has now made that italic. It's the only thing in that paragraph that is italic. If I click in there and go into code, you'll see that what has happened is HTML tags have been put round that term. Now the HTML tag for italic, it's used the M for emphasis and /M there to indicate that it's just italic. Now let me go back in there and say take Spen. I could do the same, but with this one what I'm going to do is to say format HTML style bold. I really want to make that italic as well, but let me look at the code there, and that now says strong, and the strong tags make that bold. If I really wanted it instead to be italic, I can always, of course, edit the tags themselves. Go back into design view, and in fact now it's italic. So that's how character formatting works, with a very straightforward example. Now, apart from formatting using HTML in the way that I've just shown you, you can also use the property inspector. Let's suppose that I wanted to make the word demersus italic. With the HTML option selected in the property inspector, there is a nice I button there, so I can make that italic. Something else I should point out, let me just go into the code there. There are, for many types of character formatting, alternative tags. Nowadays Dreamweaver tends to use the preferred ones, particularly in the light of the use of screen readers for visually impaired users. But if I were to actually manually change these M tags to I tags, so that's just an I tag and a /I tag, go back into design view, it is still actually italic, and there are various other combinations, so many of these have alternative tags for the same effect, and sometimes that's quite confusing. But if you stick with the ones that Dreamweaver uses when you use the property inspector or the format menu, then it tends to use the modern preferred versions of various tags. Now there are various other things you can do down here using the property inspector. One of them is to indent. So if you wanted to indent this, there is a button there which is a block quote button, and you could use that to indent each of these paragraphs. If I go into code view, you'll see that it's used the block quote tags around the whole of the part of the page that I've indented. Our preference is going to be to do this with CSS later on, but for the moment, if you want to get indentation to make your pages look a little bit better, then by all means use that. The other buttons here are for doing unordered lists and ordered lists that we're going to look at in the next section. So that's a few of the basics of HTML character formatting. The other thing to mention is there is a useful section or two in the help. And there's a page there, Dreamweaver helps set text properties in the property inspector. It talks about using CSS rules and also setting HTML formatting in the property inspector. So I hope that's enough to get you started. As I said, we're going to move on to lists in next, and then when we get on to CSS, we'll be coming back to formatting and looking at some much more powerful and flexible approach to this. That's the end of this section. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again, and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In the previous section, we started looking at formatting using HTML. And as I pointed out then, we're only going to do the basics of HTML in the early parts of the course and concentrate on CSS later on. But there are a couple of other aspects that we need to look at, and one of them is the use of lists. We're going to put one or two lists on the site now, and then later on we will actually improve the appearance and use of those. But at the moment, as with text in the previous section, we're going to concentrate on the basics. Now, before I start doing this, let's just look at this new arrivals page again. I've adjusted the style of this in the code. I've still got those headings there. What I want to do is to make the style consistent throughout the site, and as you'll see later on, one way we'll do this is by using an external CSS style sheet later on. But for the moment, what I'm going to do is just go into code here. You remember the section just under the title here that begins with the style tag and goes down to the /style tag. Having selected that in code view, I'm going to copy it using Control-C on the keyboard. I'm going to flip to the index page. Don't forget the index page has got a completely different font in use. It's currently got a serif font, Times font in use. I'm going to flip into code for that. I'm going to position the cursor below that title line again within the head section of the page, and I'm going to paste that style definition, and I'm going to go into design of that page. And now of course that's using the same font that the new arrivals page is using. I haven't got any headings set at the moment, but I'm actually going to delete most of this text in just a moment anyway. Now let's suppose that I wanted to make those three sentences into a list, a sort of bullet point list if you like. One thing to remember here is that what we're dealing with here is a single paragraph. Remember, we put those line break characters in. So what I'm going to do first is to separate them into separate paragraphs. So I'm going to hit paragraph there, and then to the end of that one, same again. Getting back to being three separate paragraphs again. Now I'm going to select those three paragraphs, and on the format menu I'm going to choose list and then unordered list. Watch carefully what happens. What I get is an unordered list of 3 items. Our park is a great location for a family day out. There's plenty to do when they return for another day, and so on. Now that's a very simple way of creating a list, an unordered list. Let's make that selection again. Another option there is to go for an ordered list. If I go for ordered list, they're numbered. Now I can also have a nested list, or what you might call a multi-level list, and I'll come back to that in just a moment. But one of the important things to know about lists is, supposing for example I wanted to put an additional entry after 1. If I put the cursor after day out full stop, press the enter key, it automatically makes a space and correctly numbers that new entry for me, so I can just type in that new entry. Similarly, If I were to put the cursor at the end, press the enter key, I get a new entry, in this case a new line 5. So Dreamweaver is pretty good at controlling those lists, even when you're dealing with an ordered or a numbered list. Now just note that line numbered 5 there, which is currently empty apart from the 5. If you look down at the property inspector, the panel at the bottom, you'll see this little button here is indented. It's the ordered list button. If at any point you want to switch ordered list off when it's on like this, then if you click that button, in this case to turn it off, that will apply to everything that is selected. So if I put the cursor in the line that begins 5 and click that button, that will switch off the list, so it ends now at line 4. If I wanted to switch it back on again, I could just click again, it would click and start again. Similarly, if I wanted to change that from being a numbered list to a bulleted list, if I were to click the unordered list button instead, watch what happens. Bearing in mind that I've only got the line that's currently got a 5 in it selected. It only applies to the line that is selected. So let's click back within that list again, and then on the Format menu, under List, we have Properties. You can choose the list type. We're primarily concerned here with just the first 2 list types you'll see, bulleted list and numbered list. So let's stick with numbered list. By default, it uses numbers, which is what we have at the moment, and you can actually say where you want the count to start. So if I wanted this to start with 4, I click on 4 here, it'll start numbering from 4. Let's go back into that again, back to properties again. Let me change it from a numbered list to a large alphabetic list. Click on OK, watch what happens to the numbering. And it now starts with the letter D, and it uses large alphabetic characters for numbering. Okay, what I want to do now is to actually create a useful list to appear on this site. So let me delete what I've got there at the moment. Note that when I delete it, I still have, if you like, the beginnings of my list there. I'm going to just go back to it being a bulleted list at the moment, so I'm going to change that back to bulleted list. Click on OK. And I'm going to enter some of the attractions of Springs Park in a nested list. And I'm going to begin with Zoo Experiences. Now I want the next few items to be, if you like, sub-items below Zoo Experiences. So what I'm going to do is to indent from this point, which you can do in a couple of ways. One way of doing it is to use this indent button. So if I click on indent, notice that I now have an indented new list. And I'm going to make my first entry there, meet the animals. Then I'm going to put birthday parties. Then I'm going to put a day. Okay, that'll do for my Zoo Experiences. Now to return to the original level, all I need to do is to press the outdent button, and I'm back to my original list. So the next one's going to be group visits. Now again, indent again. Instead of using that indent button, I just press the tab key. It does the same job. And so I could carry on, and I could make up a structured list of attractions of Springs Park. And in fact, that is going to be your next exercise. In terms of formatting the look of these lists in Dreamweaver, you're actually quite restricted. We're again going to rely pretty heavily on CSS, but there is some very, very simple formatting you can do. For instance, if I put the cursor in one of the entries, such as this one, birthday parties, go up to the format list, properties, one of the options here, list item, the style there is square. If I change it to bullet, I only have a choice of bullet or square. Click on bullet, click on OK. And that is back to being bulleted. So I could have the outer list squared and the inner list bulleted, or any combination of those. But really, if it comes to properly formatting a list or nested list, you would revert to CSS, as we'll see later. So that's it on the basics of lists. I'll see you in the next section. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. This is exercise 3. You've just seen how to create a list, and you now need to put a nested list on the home page of your Springs Park site. If you're actually working on a different exercise, you're working on your own website, then I'd like you to put a nested list on there. You need at least 3 items at the top level and maybe 3 of each at the lower level, as you can see here. If you'd like to actually use the same text that I've used on the Springs Park site, then I've included that as a TXT file with exercise 3 in the name in the files that you download to go with the course. So if you'd like to use exactly the same text, it's there. But obviously if you're working on your own site, then make up your own text to go in as its equivalent. The full set of files for exercise 3 is in the usual place. That's the end of this section, and good luck with exercise 3. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In this section we're going to take a look at checking the spelling on your website. Now the standard of spelling on websites is very variable. I know some even quite well-known sites that really have a lot of spelling errors in them, and many people think, well, the odd spelling mistake here or there doesn't really matter very much, but I think that it can show a lack of attention to detail and very often reveals a more general, perhaps hurried approach to developing and maintaining a website. And given how easy it is to check spelling in Dreamweaver, I really don't think there's much of an excuse not to do it. Now when it comes to checking the spelling, you really need to do it on a page-by-page basis. There isn't a command in Dreamweaver CC that will check the spelling on the whole site, but you're probably doing updates a page at a time anyway, so as a matter of course, before you publish an individual page, or perhaps when you finish working on an individual page, just run it through the spell checker. Now the first thing to be aware of, something I mentioned right at the beginning of the course, make sure that your spelling is set to the correct language. If you go onto the edit menu down into preferences, the general page, the bottom item there, spelling dictionary, I have mine set to English United States while I'm recording this. I usually use either English United States or English United Kingdom. At the moment it's English United States. So make sure that's set correctly first, and then be aware that when you are working on Dreamweaver, it is also maintaining for you a personal dictionary. So if you come across a word that Dreamweaver is not aware of, but which is a perfectly valid word, you can ask Dreamweaver to add it to your personal dictionary. Now the personal dictionary is personal to the person that's logged in and using Dreamweaver. So if you have other users on the same PC using Dreamweaver and they log in as different users, they will have different personal dictionaries. So let's suppose I'm going to do a spell check on the current page. I've just added that list and I've put in a couple of spelling mistakes as well. It's pretty straightforward. All I need to do is to click on Commands. One of the options on Commands, it has got a keyboard shortcut, is Check Spelling. Up comes the Check Spelling dialog. It's found a word, children, it's in that box there. Notice it's spelt incorrectly. And it's giving me things that I might consider changing it to. Did I actually mean children with an E where I left one out? Did I mean child, or did I mean Schindler? Well, I actually meant children, so if the option that it's offering me is the one that I want to use, I can just click on change. If I suspect that I've made the same mistake in various other places on this page, I can say change all, and it will do that all over the place. So let's do a change all. Now it's come up with another word. It said raptors. Now it doesn't know about the word raptors. A raptor is a perfectly valid term for, in this case, a bird that preys on other animals. So it's saying, do you want to change it to captors, rapt-ors, rapt-ors, various options. It's none of those. I can either say, well, I'll ignore it, just ignore it. or I can say add it to my personal dictionary. Now I'm likely to use the word raptors again, so I'm going to add it to my personal dictionary. Click on add to personal. Yep, Dreamweaver has reached the end of the document, in this case the end of this page. Do you want to continue checking from the start of the document? Yes. Oh, it's found parties spelt wrongly. You don't spell parties like that. You spell parties with an IES. And in fact, the IES version isn't even in the list, so it's unaware of what I'm trying to put in here. You can just click in here and spell it correctly for Dreamweaver. Put it P-A-R-T-I-E-S. That's how it should be spelt. Click on change. And now it's completed the spell check. So click on OK and it's done. And then there's just one other thing to show you. Let me just go to the new arrivals page. Let's do a spell check on this page because this one has, for instance, some Latin words in it. So if I do check spelling, in this case it's got the word spheniscus, and it says, do you want to change that to meniscus? If you get terms like this, you really need to say, well, am I likely to use this term again? Because if I am, I probably ought to add it to my personal dictionary. But your personal dictionary, particularly if you do a lot of work, can get very full. And if you've got a term that you're probably never going to use ever again, you could just say ignore, or even ignore all. And wherever it sees that word on this page, it'll just ignore it. It won't change it or anything. It'll just ignore it. So let's go for ignore all. Now it's saying spen. Again, that's a Latin word stem. Ignore all. And we've got demersus. Let's do ignore all on that. Check again from the beginning. We're done. So that's a case where we've just decided to ignore some of the potential spelling mistakes that it has flagged. And that's it. That's the end of this section. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. So far we've been working on developing these two pages, our new arrivals page and the home page for Springs Park. We've put a selection of images, text on there, we've looked at lists and so on. Now we're going to take a major leap forward in terms of the design of these pages. They don't look particularly attractive at the moment, and really I've used them as a way of introducing you to the basics of HTML and various other aspects of Dreamweaver. But we really need now to start to make these pages look like the sort of pages you'd want to see on a commercial, a public-facing website. So we're now going to start to look at CSS. But rather than begin, if you like, from the bottom and work our way up, what I want to do is to start with one or two things that you actually get with Dreamweaver CC and explain how CSS works, but almost from an end product, and breaking that end product down into its constituent parts and explaining to you in detail how each part works. So here you need to prepare yourself for a little bit of a shock, because we're going to create our third page. So once again we're going to File, New, up to the new document page. Before, when we've gone for blank page, we've looked at HTML and then we chose a layout of none. This time we're going to choose the next layout, 2-column fixed right sidebar that actually says header and footer. Footer is just off the end there. When you create a page, you have some options here. On the right, doc type, we are going to be using HTML5, the latest release of HTML, throughout here. Layout CSS, we have a choice of adding it to the header or creating a new file or linking to an existing file. Now we're going to add it to the header for the moment for reasons that will become apparent a little bit later on. If we needed to attach a CSS file, we could specify the file or files to attach and they'd appear here, listed here. But for the moment we're going to go with what is the defaults and click on Create. And there we have our rather strange looking new page. First thing we're going to do is to save the new page. This page is actually going to contain the opening times for Springs Park. So I'm going to do a file, save as. Defaults of course to the usual root folder, and we're going to call it opening times. And then of course we'll give it a title as well. You can either call it opening times or there we are. Now before we actually look at what's going on here, let's go into the code and look at the code, because that's also going to appear to be a little bit scary if you've not seen this sort of thing before. But believe me, it's not nearly as difficult and frightening as it looks. First of all, you'll notice where the flashing cursor is there. It's against that thing div class equals container. And just above that you've got a tag that says body. Now body, as you already know, is where the body of a page begins, and everything above that is head. And what we have, almost all of the header here, is the CSS content, the CSS definitions for this page. Now these CSS definitions determine things like the background colors for some sections, the fonts that are used, the size of the margins, the different way that text is decorated in certain areas, and we're going to be looking at virtually all of those in this and subsequent sections. But that set of definitions actually starts just under the title tag there. You see title, Springs Park opening times. Just under there style begins, and it goes way down the bottom here, right down to the bottom where it ends, and that's almost all of the header. And if I were to put this into a separate CSS file, so I could take all of that and put it in a separate file, that would be my CSS Style Sheet. And in doing that, straight away about half or more than half of the actual lines, the code lines here, will have disappeared, and what I'm left with is a much less scary thing altogether. It's just the bit that goes from body down to the end of body, right down at the bottom there, just before the /HTML tag. So most of this is CSS definition that could be in a separate file. I'm not going to put it in a separate file at the moment because I want it handy so that I can explain how this page works. So straight away, I hope that makes it all seem a little bit less scary than it did. Now when it comes to looking at code for these pages, some people, as I mentioned much earlier on in the course, still don't like to look at code, but I am going to persevere with looking at this code because it's very important to understand at least the structure of the code, even if you don't ultimately produce your pages by writing code, but use only the visual elements of Dreamweaver. So let's take a look now at the body of this page in code. It begins with the body tag there, and it goes right down virtually to the bottom at /body. And within that, the page is divided up into a number of elements. Now, the first element is div class equals container. A div is, as the name implies, a division. It's actually a block of content on a page which is normally formatted or styled in a particular way. And you may have a page divided into divs, and each of the divs on the page may be divided into further divs, and each of those may be subdivided into further divs, and so on. Now at any point, if you want to find out what div you're in, let's suppose that I put the cursor here. If you look down below the actual code, you remember these tags I showed you here before? If you wanted to know the scope of the first div, the one that says div.container down there, if you click on that, you'll find where it ends, because it starts with div class equals container and it ends with a /div there that is the end of it. Notice here that at various points within the code you've got those comments that comment there, for instance, the one I've highlighted, left bracket, exclamation, hyphen, hyphen, end dot container, is actually a comment, and it finishes with hyphen, hyphen, right angle bracket. You can see here that the text is in grey, which indicates that it is a comment. So that div ends here with this slash div tag. Let's click somewhere else within this body of code. You notice how we've got these nested HTML tags. One of the tags here is P, paragraph. Click on that and it shows the scope of that paragraph. That paragraph goes from there to there. And in fact, if you nip into Design View, you'll actually see that paragraph highlighted in Design View. So if you've got any doubts at any time as to what a bit of code refers to on a page, you can usually identify it using that handy approach. So having explained to you how to link what's on the visible page with the code, let's look at the words on this page, because the words on this page are actually some helpful information and default information from Adobe about how to set up this page. Most of this you don't really need to worry about because we're going to be covering this. I'll be explaining what all this means. But I think it's very useful now to find our way round what's here. Let's start right at the top. Let's click there within that sort of browny coloured bit at the top. Let's go into Code View. Notice that the cursor is placed where we placed it in Design View, but in Code View, and you can see that it's in this pair of header tags. And if I click on header down here, you'll see the scope of those header tags, and they do include an empty source. So if I wanted to put a logo or an image in here, I could. The alt text is there, insert logo here. Size is specified, width is 180, height is 90. There is an ID, and the style includes a background color, and we have that property display of block. Now I'm going to need to explain all of those to you in some detail as we go through, but basically what we're saying here is that we've got a space there in a header. We could put a picture in there if we wanted to. That'll be one of the first things that we do. And we've even set aside a space here for a logo. So that's that section of the page. Let me now click here to the right of the word Instructions and go back into Code View. You can see the cursor there to the right of the word Instructions. Note it's a header 1 tag that we looked at in a previous section. And notice also that we have, again, nested tags. We have an article tag, so let's click on Article. That means, in Design View, that the article is all the contents here in this main part of the page. Let's go back into Code View again, see where article ends. We've then got another tag down here, Footer. Click in there. Click on Footer. That shows us what the footer covers. You can see there it's outlined in blue. And if I click over here on the right, this sidebar part over here, let's look at that in code. There's the cursor. Again, we've got a div class equals sidebar 1. Let's click on div sidebar 1. That covers all that. That's a div within a div, by the way, and that's the content of the sidebar, and it includes these links at the top here. So in doing that, we can find our way round this page, and what we're going to do in the next section is to start to replace the content of this page with the content that actually will be the opening times for Springs Park. And in doing that, you'll learn a lot more about styling pages using CSS. So before we move on to the next section and get started on our opening times page, a couple of other things to mention here that are really very important. One of them is that, largely speaking, when you're designing and developing web pages, you are trying to achieve a balance between content and style. You can present content as flat, pretty pretty boring text. It's all there, people can read it, probably people can get the information that they need. It may not be particularly appealing, and sometimes of course style can help to emphasize an aspect of content, maybe explain it more fully or clearly. On the other hand, excessively flashy, overdone graphic stylistic effects can actually put some people off, and in some cases where somebody may have an accessibility issue, people who are blind or have limited mobility in terms of using web browsers, or even people that are on low speed internet connections with low bandwidth and so on, trying to be too flashy in style can actually cause those people a problem. So it's very important to look at the message that you're trying to get over, and also try to bear in mind your target audience and try to make your information as accessible to them as it needs to be. Now, more on that later, but in the meantime, in the next section we can get started on our opening times page, and we're going to try to make it look significantly nicer than the other two. That's the end of this section. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again, and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In the previous section we created the page that is going to be our new opening times page, and I talked a little about the structure of the code that sits behind this page. And in particular we looked at the body code and at the location of the CSS code for this page. What I'm going to do in this section is to show you how the CSS code directly affects the style of the pages. Now, the way that we're going to do things in this section is not the way that I would expect you to do things in the longer term. I'm really in this section explaining to you how these things work at quite a sort of basic fundamental level. But once you've got the hang of that, I think it's important that you start to use Dreamweaver's tools for actually managing the style of your pages. So in this section we're going to start by looking at some pretty fundamental aspects of CSS and styling of your pages, and then in the next section we'll start to look at some of the Dreamweaver tools that can help you to make what can be quite a demanding job significantly easier. Now, one of the very first things you may have noticed about this page compared to our other two is that the page is not the whole width of my screen. I'm doing this on a very large monitor. The width of this is 1920 pixels, and yet the page is probably barely half that. And that's one of the first aspects I want to look at. I also want to introduce you to the concept of something called a selector. Some of the names that are used in CSS I don't think are particularly helpful names, and selector is one of them. But understanding selectors is important. So the first thing I want to do is to go back to the code view here, and I want to go back to the beginning of the code, which is this body tag, and then I'm going to scroll right up to the top of the CSS. Look at the very first thing in this CSS code. After where it says style to start, it has body. Now, where you have a definition like this one, the definition of body, it's what's called an HTML selector. And what that basically says is where you see a body tag, and of course we've just seen a body tag, where you see a body tag, these are the attributes to use, and then the attributes themselves are between these squiggly brackets, the brackets that some people call braces. The font is 100% size, and the line spacing, so that's the amount of vertical space used per line, is 1.4 lines. If you have the Verdana font, use Verdana. If you don't have Verdana, use Arial. If you don't have Arial, use Helvetica. If you don't have Helvetica, use your default sans serif or sans font. So that tells a web browser, whatever web browser your user is using, which font to use for this page. And what will happen, the web browser will say, have we got Verdana? No. Have we got Arial? Well, everybody's got Arial. But let's suppose they haven't got Arial. What about Helvetica? If you haven't got Helvetica, your default sans serif font. So there's an element of cascading in this. It's saying try Verdana, no, try Arial, no, etc. The background color to use is hash 42413C. When you use color definitions in CSS, whatever tool you're using to maintain your CSS definitions, the colors are generally in one of two forms. They're either in these 6 character codes. 42 is the amount of red, 41 is the amount of green, 3C is the amount of blue. It's an R for red, G for green, B for blue, an RGB code. 42 for red, 41 for green, 3C for blue. Sometimes the color will be in a 3 character code, like the definition down here for color. That one says hash 000. That's only a 3 character, it's a short code. Where you have a short code with only 3 characters, each of those is basically doubled. So what that color code really says is 000000. Now background color is, as the name implies, background color. Color is the color of the font, the color of the text that's used. So the background color here is whatever that is, 42413C. The font color, the color that's used for text, is 000000. Now 000000 is black, and 42413C is that background sort of muddy looking color. If I were to go back up to that definition and change that background color to FF, that is white. So it's FF, that's the biggest code you can have for red, biggest code for green, biggest code for blue. That's white. Go back into design view. My background is now white, but that's the background color for the body. That's not affected the pages for reasons we'll come back to in just a moment. So what we're talking about when we're talking about body is the whole visible area within my browser. Now let's go back into the code again, go back up to body again, and let's see what else was in there. The only other 2 things that were in there were margin 0 and padding 0. I'll tell you about margin and padding a little bit later on. Right, the next thing I'm going to do is to find another one of those HTML selectors. So I'm going to go down, there's one, header. Now you may recall that the header tag actually contains the header on our page. So let me just scroll down there just to remind you of that. There it is. I'll click down here on the tag just to show the area. Back into design view. It's outlined in blue. So that's the section that's contained within the header tags. Let's go back now up to the CSS definition again. Now you'll see that there is only one attribute defined. It's the background color attribute. And when you only have one attribute, or in fact however many attributes you have, those attributes will override any attributes that are already defined for that particular part of the page. Now you can see here that the color code, the RGB code, is AD B9 6E. And you may be saying, well, it's okay, I can know how to change the color now, but how would I know what that color actually means? And if I wanted a different color, how would I work out what the code is? Well, that's another important thing to learn, and that is how to use a color picker. Let me just delete the code that's there already. Bit drastic, you might think. Now let me just press the space bar. And Dreamweaver rather helpfully offers me some options, and the top option says color. Let me just double click on color, and it comes up with a thing called a color picker. Now with the color picker I can choose the color that I want to use as the background in my header in this case. And within the color picker, apart from the fact that you can save favorite colors such as that background green that we've used already, you have these three buttons here that let you select which color coding system you want to use. We're going to use the standard RGB system. And then I have these sliders where I can go through the whole spectrum of colors to choose a color that I want to use. Well, let's suppose I wanted to use, say, that color there. You'll see it previewed up here in the box. Let me close that color picker just by clicking elsewhere. And there is my RGB code. Let me now just go back into Design View, and you can see the delightful background color that I now have for that header section. So in a basic form, that's how to use a color picker, and that's how to change the background color on part of a page. Now, so far we've looked at two HTML selectors. We've looked at body and we've looked at header. We're now going to look at a different sort of selector called a class. And in order to demonstrate that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a bit of work on the main body of this page. I'm going to click in here after where it says how to use this document and look at the tags down here. The outermost tag is body that we've looked at already. The next one is div.container, and that contains most of what you can see. Now, div.container, the dot is important because what it says is that what we're looking at here is a part of the page which is in a div, and the div has a class of container applied. So let's go into the code first of all. And the very first thing in the code, note it says div, so a division begins, if you like, and the class is container. In order to see what the container class means, we need to go back up into CSS, but classes have a very special notation in CSS, and that is that in the CSS definition, container will be preceded by a full stop. So if I go back up here, there is the definition of the container class. It's dot container, and then within the squigglies I've got width 960 pixels, 960 px. Background color is FF, that's all light, so that's white. And the margin is 0 auto. At the moment, the two I'm interested in are the first one, width, and the second one, background color. So let me start by changing the background color. Pretty straightforward. You should know how to do that by now. Get rid of white. Go into the color picker. I'm going to have a nice dark blue, I think. So somewhere like that would do the job. There we are, 230B F7. That's fine. Quick look at that in Design View. Yep, that's fine. Hang on a minute. No, that's not very fine because I can barely read the text now. I've got black text. What about having white text? Now, to get the font color, I'm going to use a color attribute. And to add an attribute, all I need to do is start typing the attribute I want. The attribute for the text color is color, so if I just type a C, a list of attributes beginning with C comes up. Choose color, color picker. I'm going to make it white. Now, of course, I know what the color for white is. It's all the F's. There it is, so that's fine. And then after the attribute, I put a semicolon sign. The last attribute, in this case margin 0 auto, has a semicolon after it as well. In fact, the last attribute doesn't have to have a semicolon, but I always put semicolons in anyway. They don't do any harm. Let's do a refresh. Let's go back into Design View, and what I've now got is white text on a darkish blue background. Now, one of the things I'd like to point out to you here is that if I put the cursor after how to use this document and look down at the list of tags that are applying at that point, we've got the body tag, we've got the div.container, that's the div tag with the container class applied. We've then also got an article tag with a content class assigned, a section tag and an H2 tag. So we've got heavily nested tags here, and any of these could overwrite an attribute which is defined earlier in the cascading sequence. So when you're looking at a particular place on a page and wanting to style it, you do need to bear in mind all of the styles that are applied, if you like, higher up the style hierarchy in order to style a particular part of a page correctly. And doing it in the way that we've been doing it in this section of sort of hunting through the CSS code isn't really the best way to do it, but it is important to understand how that works. In the next section we're going to look at a much better way of doing this using the tools of Dreamweaver. So that is the end of this section. I will see you in the next one. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In this section we're going to look at a very important tool that's called the CSS Designer panel. And really this in Dreamweaver CC is the main tool for controlling the style of all of the elements on your web pages. Now it's a new tool. It replaces the old CSS Styles tool, or at least it largely replaces that tool. And there's actually quite a lot to it, so I'm not going to cover everything in this section. I'm going to introduce you to the tool in this section. We're going to use it to do a couple of things on our opening times page, and then throughout the rest of the course you're going to see this tool in use in quite a few different ways as we further develop the site. So first of all, let's open up the CSS Designer panel, and you can see here that we have part that says sources, media, selectors, properties. Now you can actually collapse and expand some of these sections, and you can reorientate this. For instance, let me just take that up to the top there, and then if I make this longer, and in fact if I make the whole thing narrower, you can see the sources pane at the top, then the media pane, then the selectors pane, then the properties pane. I actually prefer to have these arranged in two columns, so I'm going to put it back to that configuration. Of course you can adjust it in a way to suit you. Now let me show you basically how this works. You can do an awful lot of things with the CSS Designer panel. The first thing we're going to do is to make a few changes to this page. Let me click after the word instructions, and what you'll see in the selectors pane here is basically the information that is contained in the list of tags in the usual place that we look down here towards the bottom left. Body, div.container, article.content, h1. That's what we have here. Body, div.container, article.content, and then we actually have h1. Now for each of these, let's start with body. The attributes assigned in this case to the body tag are listed in the properties pane on the right, and the ones that are in bold are the ones that are actually set. Now you may recall when we looked at the CSS definition for the body tag a couple of sections ago, the color was defined, the font family was defined, the font size, the line height. So the ones that are bold are the ones that are actually set. And if I scroll up and down here, you'll see that there are an awful lot of properties that can be set. You can filter the properties using the buttons at the top here. So this button shows just the layout ones. This one shows the text ones. Then we have one for border, one for background, and one for others. And in fact on the right here you've got a checkbox that says show set. If you click on show set, it only shows you the properties or attributes that are currently set. So one of the great things about the use of the CSS Designer panel is that, as you can see here, you can see what's in the definition of the body tag. If I click on container, it shows me what's defined in the container class. Note the dot. And you'll also see in places that the name of an attribute is crossed through, and what that means is that although this attribute is actually defined here, it is subsequently superseded by something else. Now in this particular case you may think that's possibly a little bit strange because you can see that the blue is there, so what can it possibly be superseded by? Well, in most cases, if you hover over a particular attribute, you'll be given a screen tip that tells you basically what's going on. So in this case, background color does not apply to your selection because it is not inherited. It is applied to an enclosing tag. However, page elements are transparent by default, so this color may show through. And what's happening here is that the background color is showing through because, if you like, the layers above it are transparent. Now let's suppose I wanted to change my background color. Rather than go back into code and find .container in CSS, I can click here to bring up the color picker, and what I think I'm going to do is to make this white again. So I'm going to click up in the corner there for white. Not quite right. Let's just push the slider up to the top, click away again. We've got a white background again. Unfortunately, of course, we've also got white text, so let's put the text back to being black again. Different people have their own preferred ways of changing these colors. Some people will type the RGB codes in, some use the sliders, some click in the panel. You'll soon find the way that suits you best. And now I'm back to having my black text, and you can see how much easier that is using the CSS Designer panel. So far we've been looking at color. I'd like to spend a little bit of time now looking at the width of the page and some of the issues there, because the width of the page is one of the fundamental things that you're going to need to make decisions about with any website. This whole question has got a lot more complicated in recent times. With early websites and web browsers, basically what happened over time was that screen resolutions got better. So whereas early screens might have had a width of say 640 pixels or even as small as 480, they've got bigger and bigger. The width of the screen I'm recording this on is 1920, which is about twice the width of the page. But along with that, people have started to use smaller and smaller devices as well, tablets, smartphones, cell phones and so on. So when you're designing a website, you've got a problem. You're trying to deal with very big screens and very small screens all at the same time. Now we're going to look at that particular aspect later on, and for the moment we're going to concentrate on a normal PC or laptop sized screen. Now if you look here at the container selector, the container class, you can see over on the right that the width is 960 pixels. So the width from that edge to that edge is actually 960 pixels, which is just about half the width of the screen that I'm using here overall. On top of that, if I were to say click to the right of the word instructions and go up to content, you can see that the content width is 780 pixels. And if I click over here in the sidebar, sidebar width is 180. So 180, 780, 960. Now if I wanted to change that width, I can change it in a pretty straightforward way. Let's go into the instructions section there, put the cursor there, so I'm in the content part. Let's suppose I were to change that 780, just click in there, but I changed it to 480. Just look carefully at what happens. I finish up with that part of the page being much narrower, and of course I've got a lot of space on the left. I could put another sidebar in there if I wanted to. But of course the container itself is still 960. I haven't varied the width of the whole page. So if I wanted to make the whole page much wider, say 960 to 1160, let's make that change. Now my page is much wider, and I've got what was the main part of the content here, which is still 480 pixels, and I've got the sidebar, which, as you know, is still 180 as well. So you can see how you can manipulate the width of the various elements on the page. Now it is possible to express these widths as percentages of the available space, and that is an option that some people use, but that in turn leads to some other problems. So what I'm going to do at the moment is to stick with fixed widths, and then we'll do some work on dealing with these various types of device a little bit later on. So from this point onwards, as you work on your website or websites, or work on your equivalent of Springs Park, it's very important that you make your own decisions about some of these things. But what I'm going to do is I want to make that sidebar a little bit wider. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to click in there and I'm going to change the width from 180 pixels to 240. A little bit more space there on the right. And then for the overall width, I'm going to give that an extra 60 compared to what it was originally. It was originally 960, so I'm going to make it 1020. And then for the content part, I'm going to put it back to the way it was, which was 780, and everything should now fit neatly again. Just one other thing to point out here, you may decide, for example, why not have a sidebar each side of the page. That's pretty straightforward. You can do, for instance, a copy and paste within the code. But if you look at this particular sidebar, I click within the sidebar 1 class, one of the settings there is a float setting. And in fact, you could change that float setting here to left. And what that would do is to put the sidebar over on the other side. It really is as simple as that. Now there is a little bit of an issue here regarding inheritance that I'll talk to you about later on. But fundamentally, moving a sidebar to the other side really can be as straightforward as that. So that's my page size from now on. Later on I'm going to add some pictures, but for the moment I'm just going to put a bit of text in. So I'm going to go into the first section here, the first section of the main body. I'm going to say, okay, so I'm going to do a bit more work on this text, so just join me again in a moment. Now I don't know whether you've noticed, but so far during this section we haven't gone into code at all. And of course many of you may choose in time not to ever look at code and to try to do everything using the visual features of Dreamweaver CC. That's entirely up to you. Some of the things that you can do are, I believe, easier in code, and some of them, once you know how to do them visually, are straightforward that way as well. In this particular case, I've put in most of my text about opening times, but I've got one more section that I need really here, so I sort of want to combine that section with the heading says opening times with the next one where I've got this how to use this document sort of left over. If I wanted to, in effect, delete the second section, let me just copy that text there. In fact, what I'm going to do is do a copy, put the cursor after there, and then do a paste. So let's put that there. If I now click on the border around the section that says how to use this document, you'll see that it's highlighted. I can check that I've got the right thing highlighted down here. You can see the section tag. All I then need to do is to press the delete key on the keyboard. And again, I've done that without looking at the code at all. Well, I've got quite a few more things to do on this page yet. I need to do something about the header. I need to get some pictures on here. I need to do something about those links and that sidebar. But the thing I want to do next, and the thing that we're going to cover in the next section, is to now take this styling that we've started to do and apply it to the other pages, because we want to have a nice consistent look and feel to this website. So what we're going to do in the next section is to create an external style sheet for this page, and then use that same style sheet on the other two pages to give them this kind of style as well. And then we can do a bit more work on the content and appearance of each of the pages to start to make our website not only contain much more detailed and helpful information, but to make those pages look better as well. So that's what we're covering in the next section. I'll see you then. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In this section we're going to take a look at CSS Style Sheets. I'm still looking at the opening times page, and you'll remember that if I go into the code there are a lot of CSS style definitions there. They include tag definitions, class definitions, and certain other things that we haven't even looked at yet. Now, when you're looking for consistency across the pages on a site, a fundamental aspect of consistency is often the use of one or more style sheets that contain the definitions of the styles that you're using. And the way that you achieve consistency is that the individual pages reference those definitions, and the definitions themselves are in a common place. The common place that we're going to use here is what we call the external style sheet. For the Springs Park website, initially at least, we're going to have one style sheet that's basically going to have all of our core style definitions in it. That doesn't mean to say that individual pages can't have their own style definitions, or indeed, as you'll see a little bit later on, that we can't embed unique one-off style definitions pretty much anywhere we like on the pages of a website. But we're going to create that common set of definitions first. There are many ways of doing that, but what I'm going to do here is probably the simplest way to do that when you already have a set of definitions on a page and you want to make them available to other pages. Now, one of the things that you will learn to do as your knowledge of Dreamweaver increases is to move definitions around, and there are a number of ways of doing this. But in this particular case, where we have a whole set of CSS definitions and we want to make them into an external style sheet, I'm going to do it in what I think is probably the easiest way. I'm going to first of all select all of those definitions. So I'm in Code View. I'm going to start with Body, and I'm selecting right down to the end of the last definition, which is that one, header, section, footer, and so on. Having selected all of those definitions, what I then do is click on the Format menu, click on CSS Styles, and one of the options is Move CSS Rules. And what this is going to do is to let me move CSS rules somewhere else. The somewhere else will be an external style sheet. I can either use an existing one. If I have a style sheet already, I can browse to locate it. Or if I need a new style sheet, I click on a new style sheet, which is the case here. Click on OK. And it comes up with Save Style Sheet File As. Now, by convention, CSS style sheets go in a CSS folder. You should remember that our images are in an images folder in our root directory. We also need a CSS folder in our root directory. There is a button here in Windows, Create New Folder. I'm going to call that CSS. Press Enter. There's my CSS folder. I'm going to go into that folder. And my first style sheet, this often happens with a larger website that you need more than one style sheet, because once you get beyond a few pages you may find you have 2 or 3 different styles of page, and each of those will perhaps have its own style sheet, or perhaps some of the style sheets will overlap each other and so on. So this is our first one. Let's go for a really unimaginative name, Springs Park 01. Default file extension is .css. Click on Save. Now, what you'll notice in the original page, the opening times page, is that all of those styles have gone. And where I had style type equals text / CSS and then all those definitions, they've all gone. And in fact, what I can do if I want to is to get rid of that whole section, the outer part of that section that was there before. I'm just going to delete it. And what I have now instead is this statement, link href equals rel equals style sheet type equals text / CSS. That gives me a link relative to my root folder to my Springs Park 01 style sheet. That link is there. If I go back into the design of the sheet, there's no visible change to the sheet. The difference is that it is now picking up its definitions from a CSS style sheet instead. So let's see what a CSS style sheet looks like. If I go into the Files panel, CSS folder, just one file in there, springspark01.css. Open that up. There it is, and of course it starts with a simple character set statement about the character set in use, and then all of those definitions, those styles that we had in the page earlier on, are all now in the CSS style sheet instead. So it really is as straightforward as that. Now, one of the main reasons for doing this is so that we can share these styles with other pages. So what we're going to do next is to open one of the older pages and use these styles in that page. So let me just close the style sheet itself and just go back to that opening times page. You notice the statement there, link href equals the name of the style sheet. That is the statement that you would enter in code view in order to link a style sheet. But you don't actually have to type that in. Let's open one of the other pages. Let's open the new arrivals page. And one of the options on the format menu is CSS styles, attach style sheet. We're then asked to browse to a style sheet. That's the one. Click on OK. You can either import the definitions or you can link to the style sheet. We're going to link to the style sheet, so click on OK. And we're now linked to that style sheet. And notice how the link statement has been created and put in there. Let me just minimize this. Let's have a look now at that new arrivals page. And now you can see it's fundamentally been changed. Note that there's no sidebar because we haven't actually used the sidebar tag in the body of the page. But the background color and so on have been changed. So that new style sheet is having an effect. However, I want to show you something which is very important. Let's go back into the code. There is that link statement. Notice that it is after the original body definitions that we had much earlier on in the course. Supposing I were to take this, cut that link to the external style sheet and put it before the style definition, which is actually currently built into the new arrivals page. Now let's go into design and look at that. Now we're back to the old color scheme. It's very important to realize that apart from the fact that you can use external style sheets or have internal style definitions, the order in which they happen in the head section of the page is important. So although we've got the link to the external style sheet, it is effectively, in the case of the body tag, which is determining the background color, that link is being overridden by the definitions that are in this internal style definition for body. Now clearly what I want to do here in order to overcome this, of course I could put the link after those definitions again, but I don't actually want to keep these style definitions anymore, so I'm going to remove these style definitions altogether. Select them there, press the delete key. I've only now got the link to the external style sheet. Let's go back into design again, and I'm one step towards where I want to be with this website. So let's suppose that I now really want to try to make this look a lot more like the other page by using some of the features that are built into the opening times page. Let me just go back into the opening times page. Let's look at the code. You can see the main differences in code. For instance, after the body tag you have a div class equals container, then you have a header, then you have the div class equals sidebar 1, a nav tag, later on a /nav, and within that pair of tags you have the links at the moment to other places that don't exist. One very straightforward way, not necessarily the best way, but a straightforward way of putting this style onto the other page is to literally, from the page that we like, take everything that's between the body tags, go to the other page, in the code there, make a space and paste all that in there. Now all I need to do is to replace some of the opening times content with the old new arrivals content. So I'm looking down here at the new arrivals content. Let's get rid of those empty paragraphs. Our new arrivals, for instance, the words there, could become what's in the opening times heading. Copy and paste that. So having done that, let me just look at the design view here. This is now, of course, my new arrivals page. You can see that I've changed the main heading now. It now says our new arrivals. Everything else about the shape of the page is the same. If I scroll right down the bottom, you can see the old content as it was. And what I'm going to do now is to selectively take some of this text and move it into one or two of the sections in the body here. I'm going to put the image in one of those sections as well. So it's just a copy and paste or a cut and paste job within code. I could, of course, if I wanted to, let's take this image for example. If I were to select the image and then cut, so this is not working in code view. Let's say I went into that section, deleted the text, did a paste. I could get the image in there that way. So you can either work in code view or you can work in design view. I prefer to work in code view. I'm going to do a little bit more moving around and then I'll show you where I've got to. So I've finished that editing. What I've done here is to remove all of the old content and put it into the various sections of the article. Note that I've ended off the page. The bottom of the code ends with the /div, which is the container div, and then there's no other content beyond that, just the end tags for body and HTML. Anything that was left outside, that is after the .container/div, would no longer be subject to my page width, and it would become full width again. So it's very important that there's nothing left after that if I want to keep my pages to the width that I've specified. I've moved the content around in various ways that you'll see in a moment. I took the link to the home page and I've made that the first link in this nav section within the article. We're going to talk about that in a couple of sections time, but let's just have a look at the design of this page now. And as you can see, although I've still got a lot of stuff there that I don't want, it looks a little neater than it did. And our new arrivals, penguins, it's got those words, it's got the picture. Okay, everything needs a bit of alignment and tidying up. But over the next few sections, we're really going to do some work on that kind of thing. So that is my new arrivals page, and that is also now using the styles that are defined in my single external style sheet. That's the end of this section. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In this section I'm sending you exercise 4 to complete, and you may well have guessed what exercise 4 might be, and that is to take our home page, our previous home page, and basically turn it into the new style for Springs Park. So if you started by attaching the CSS Style Sheet, our new single external style sheet, and then basically it's a copy and paste job of the original content of index.html into the new body content, and making sure that you got rid of all the old content and finish up with a nice neat page similar to this one. Now of course there is still a lot of work to do on this page, but I think it looks considerably better than it did before. I put the picture of the pelican just above the welcome line there. You'll notice that I've put the 3 lists, zoo experiences, group visits, vacation events in there, and also the copyright notice there at the moment is above the footer. On the right, what I've done is to replace the second link, link 2, with the link to the new arrivals page. And now if I take this into live, if I do control and click on new arrivals, that takes me to the new arrivals page. Control and click on home from there takes me back to my home page. No link to opening time, so I can't check that out, but we'll be adding one of those later on. And basically my site is not only beginning to work, but it's beginning to look quite a bit smarter than it did before. And of course we've got a long way to go yet. So if you're working on your own website, maybe you've got 3 or 4 pages starting to use this kind of shape, then try to make sure that you have all of these features working. If you're working along with me on Springs Park, you can of course look at the sample files, the sample answer if you like, for exercise 4, which is in these supplied files. But make sure you're clear on everything so far. And that's it for exercise 4. I'll see you in the next section. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In the last few sections we've been improving the look of our 3-page website, and I've introduced you to the basics of CSS. There is a lot more work to do on CSS and we're going to come back to it in a few sections time. But what I want to do now is to turn our attention to images, because one of the main ways in which we are going to improve both the look of our website and, if we're wise and careful, the usability of the website is the judicious use of images. Now I'm going to start with some of the basics, and then in the next section, and in fact later on in the course, we'll look at some of the more advanced aspects of images. In fact, I'm going to restrict things to still images to begin with, and we'll look at video later on in the course. We inserted a couple of images earlier on in the course, and I showed you then that it is a pretty straightforward process. But what we're going to look at from now on is how to do some much more sophisticated work on those images, both in terms of modifying the images themselves, but also how the images interact with the pages around them. So, for instance, how we flow text around an image. A very important point to make here is this: images can add very greatly to the look and in fact the usability of a website, but you shouldn't forget that some of the users of your website will not be able to see those images. There are 2 main reasons for this. One of them is that visually impaired users generally cannot see your images, or at least cannot see your images clearly. So it's very important, first of all, that you help those people in terms of telling them what the images are, even though they can't see them. But perhaps more importantly, that you don't embed information into an image which is only available in that image. So somebody, for example, who has made an image of, say, a graphical output of some kind of research study, and only the image is there, somebody using that site, that page, who is visually impaired may not be able to see that graph, and if the only way that that person can deduce the outcome of the study would be to be able to see that image, then obviously the visually impaired person is going to be at a huge disadvantage. So your images should supplement the information and not completely replace the information. And the second reason that somebody may not see your images, although this reason is perhaps not quite as prevalent as it used to be, it does still exist, is that people who are on internet connections with low bandwidth, particularly slow internet connections, etc., may choose not to download your images and may only see the placeholders for the images. Now this does still happen for an awful lot of people, and it shouldn't be underestimated. And another aspect of this which is very important, and which we're going to look at later on, is that when you are actually putting images onto your pages, you should try to optimize them, to try to make the image files themselves as small as possible, so that when people are downloading your pages, they don't have huge image files to download. The reality of the internet and web pages is that there is no point in having a huge level of resolution on an image on a web page generally, because most people's computer monitors, computer screens, phones, tablets, etc. can only display images at a certain resolution. So sending down images of an incredibly high resolution is pretty much a pointless exercise. But as I say, we'll look at that in some more detail later on. Okay, what I'm going to do here is to insert some graphics on the opening times page. We may well choose to replace these images with different ones later on. The graphics I'm going to use initially are not particularly colourful, but I want to show you that you can insert all sorts of different images on your pages. So we're going to start with some simple ones. I've got some graphics for the seasons of the year and one for a cafe. So I'm going to put a little graphic in each of these sections on the opening times page. Now I should warn you while we're doing this, the intention is not to lay these pages out in a beautiful way at this stage. We will be doing that later on, but at this stage all I'm trying to do is to show you how to get the images onto the page and then to show you some aspects of formatting the images themselves. We'll worry about other aspects of the page in relation to those images later on. So first of all, I'm going to put the cursor to the left of the word from in from April to October. One way to insert an image is to go to the insert menu. One of the options there is image, and then I can choose from image, rollover image, or fireworks HTML. We're only really interested in image at the moment, but I'm not going to do this in this way. What I'm going to do is to go back to that insert panel again, because if you click on insert, you'll see that one of the items that's listed there is image. Click on image and I get that same list. So select image, and I'm currently looking by default at the folder that contains the images that I have already inserted. Of course, I've inserted 2 images so far. If in fact I want to get an image from a different location, what I'll need to do is to browse to that location, and the image that I want is this one, spring.png. So let me click on spring.png, click on OK, and that image is now included. Now, one thing that happened when I inserted that image is that a copy of the image was put into my images folder, and if I want to use it somewhere else, I can use that same copy elsewhere on the site. Now, a couple of important things to point out here. Let's go back into that insert panel again. Let's go into that image insert again, and notice when I was selecting the file name for the image that I wanted to insert, and bear in mind that you're now looking at my images folder, and there is my spring.png image there. There's a little control here that says image files, and you'll see that it has a list of what appears to be 5 file types. Now, those 5 file types effectively correspond to the Dreamweaver standard image file types, and I want to talk about those now because it's important to understand what those 5 are. We're going to start with the last one, PSD. That is the default format for Adobe Photoshop. And if you use Photoshop and you use Photoshop images, Photoshop and Dreamweaver talk very nicely together, and they play very nicely together. And if you use both, you'll soon find that they're very good friends, and you can achieve great things using the 2 of them together. I am not going to assume on this course that you're a Photoshop user. I'm a Photoshop user myself, but it's unfair to expect you to be. I will mention Photoshop once or twice, but I'm not going to assume you have a copy available. So for the moment, I'm going to discount that last file type. That leaves 4. The JPG and JPEG extensions are the 2 standard extensions for the JPEG image type. And I'm going to talk about JPEG in just a moment. But if you take those as basically being 2 versions of the same thing, there really are 3 types here: GIF, JPEG, and PNG, what's usually called PNG or PNG. Now, each of those has a purpose, and I want to briefly talk about what those purposes are, because they're really the 3 main image types that you're going to see when you're working with Dreamweaver on a website. So, cue Dreamweaver help. There's a nice little article there, insert and edit images, and that begins by talking about these three image types. GIF, GIF, Graphic Interchange Format, is traditionally the format that is used for drawings, if you like. Small number of colours supported, only 256 colours, but very good for enabling you to represent things like buttons, icons, logos and so on. And one of the best things about GIFs is that you can have areas of the image that are basically completely transparent. So GIFs are not always rectangles. JPEG, and JPEG stands for Joint Photographic Experts Group, is the superior format for photographic images, and JPEG files can contain millions of colours. The downside, of course, is that as the quality of the image increases, file sizes tend to increase as well, and it's important that you work out how to get the balance between quality and file size right, and that's one of the things that we'll look at later on. The third option, PNG, Portable Network Group. Now, PNG was introduced some time ago because of copyright and patent issues with GIF image format. Those copyright and patent issues have gone now, and basically you can use GIF format freely. That doesn't mean to say that you can use other people's images freely, but you can certainly use the format. But PNG has stuck around, partly because PNG is able to use a much larger number of colours than GIF. So PNG in some ways is a sort of convenient halfway house between GIF and JPEG. But the reality is, again, that PNG tends to be used for graphics rather than photographic images. Now, you will come across all three of those. I've already used JPEG format and PNG format on the course. And many other aspects of using those are covered within this very helpful article on Dreamweaver Help. Much of what's in this article I will be covering on the course, but if you want an additional view on all of this, try that help article. So I now want to do a little bit of work on the image that I've just inserted. First of all, let me just point out that in order to do most things to an image, you're going to need to select it. If you select an image, you'll see a selection box around it with sizing handles, for instance, and I can visually resize that image if I want to. Also, of course, you have full edit undo type facilities, so undo resize, back to where I started. And while all of this is going on, at the bottom with the image selected, you have a properties panel with the properties of that image. These properties include the source for the image, in this case images/spring.png, the width in pixels, the height in pixels, and very importantly the alt box. The alt box will contain the alternate text, and the alternate text is the text that will be used by screen reading software for your visually impaired users. So I always encourage you to put something in here for alternate text. In this case, it's just telling the user what they're missing, so there's no actual sort of numeric information in it or something. So my alternate text would be something like this. Now, there are several other properties down here, some of which we're going to look at later on. And in particular, you'll see that there's a box here, link. We can and will make some of our images links to other parts of the website. More of that later. But the one I want to look at also here, title. Let me give this image a title. I'm just going to call it Spring Flowers. Now I'm going to go into live view for this page, and I'm going to hover over that image. Watch what happens. The tip that comes up is Spring Flowers. So the title will appear for users. Probably not particularly helpful with a drawing of some what is presumably supposed to be tulips, but it can be helpful to have a title come up like that. So that's the basics of images and some of their properties. What I'm now going to do is to insert the other images. Now, having inserted those three, I've discovered they're different sizes. If I want to do a fairly straightforward job of making them the same size, and bearing in mind that they're not all square, if I click on each one to check its size, I'll see that some are square and some aren't quite square. What I can do is to choose, say, a width, and then if I lock this little control to the right of the width and height down here, it will actually lock the proportions of each of the images. So let's suppose I'm going to make them all 160 wide. I've got the first one selected. Let's lock that, change the width to 160, and Dreamweaver will automatically change the height to maintain the proportion. Do the same to the second one. It's locked, make it 160 wide. Again, Dreamweaver automatically adjusts that, still locked, 160 again. And Dreamweaver maintains the proportion there as well. So that's a fairly straightforward way of making the images seem like part of a set. That's just about the end of this section, but what I'd like you to do, this is not exercise 5, but it's working towards exercise 5. Just do the equivalent of this. Put those graphics onto your Springs Park pages or your equivalents of these pages. Make sure that you put in titles and alt text, and also make sure that the titles work in live view, or maybe even publish the pages to your website and try them on there. But in the next section, we're going to turn our attention to photographic images. That's the end of this section. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again, and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In the previous section, we placed these graphics on the opening times page, and I talked about some of the properties of graphics in general. In this section, I want to turn our attention to photographic images and various ways in which you can work on those. So we're going to work with the image with the pelican in it here on the home page. I'm going to select the image first. Once it's selected, note the sizing handles that just confirm it's selected. In the properties panel, which is currently down at the bottom here, there is a group of 7 tools, which are the tools associated with editing images. Now, I already mentioned that I'm not going to turn this into a Photoshop course, and in fact I'm not going to spend a lot of time looking at any specific image editor. But if I wanted to use the first of those tools, the Edit button there, click on Edit, watch what happens. I get an error message from Dreamweaver, can't find a valid editor for this file extension. I can, of course, given that I've inserted this image, this is actually a JPEG image, from another source, actually from a digital camera. I could go back to the source, perhaps load the source into an image editor, change that picture if I wanted to. But you can set up an external editor to be automatically associated with each of the image types in Dreamweaver relatively simply, and that's what I'm going to show you now, how to set this up. This doesn't mean that we're going to be using Photoshop or Photoshop Elements from now on. If you have an image editor that you like to use, then you can set it up in a pretty similar way to this. So if I click on OK, what happens is the Preferences dialog comes up, open on the page File Types Editors, and about a quarter of the way down you'll say, please choose external applications to associate with Dreamweaver. Now, for each of the file extensions on the left here, you can have an application which is associated with that type of file. In this case, we're looking at image files. So for instance, if I click on .psd, the application associated with PSD files on my computer, on this one, is the Photoshop Elements editor, and that's the primary application associated with this file type. Now, if I look at JPEG, I'll see that there is no application associated with that. GIF, on the other hand, is associated with the Internet Explorer, but nothing for JPEG. If I want to associate it with one of the applications on my computer, if I click on the plus button above the Editors box, what I get is a Select External Editor browser. If I then go to my C drive, Program Files x86, go to, in this case, Adobe. I'm then going to go to Photoshop Elements 12, And if I go down there, I'll eventually find the Photoshop Elements Editor.exe. Now, if you use a different image editor, obviously you'll need to browse to that. So I double click on that. That's now associated with the JPEG image type. So I'm going to click on Apply. Now I'm going to close this dialog. Make sure I've got that image selected. Now let me try clicking on that Edit button and see what happens. And of course what happens is it takes me into Adobe Photoshop Elements with that image open ready for me to edit. So if you want to use an external image editor while you're working in Dreamweaver, that's how to set up the association. Now we're not going to use an external editor during this course, not in this way anyway, so I'm going to do the editing that I'm going to do directly in Dreamweaver using a couple of tools that I'm going to show you in the balance of this section. So for the moment I'm going to close Photoshop Elements and we're back into Dreamweaver. And incidentally, if you had an association like that set up that you didn't want, if you click on the Edit menu, go to Preferences, go to that page, if we now go back to the JPEG option here, click on the editor that's starting up, when we click that Edit button, and then click on the minus, it basically removes that association. Okay, let's look now at the next option here. The next option is Edit Image Settings. Now the Edit Image Settings button brings up an image optimization dialog. Now I mentioned earlier on that particularly when you're dealing with users who have low bandwidth internet connections, it's very important to make sure that your file sizes for graphics are not any larger than they need to be. But also you don't want your graphics, particularly your photographs, to be of poor quality. So what you're trying to do is to get a balance, to keep the quality as high as possible and the file sizes as small as possible. Now on this dialog you can see right at the bottom there the file size for this graphic currently is 156 kilobytes, which is 156,000 bytes approximately. Now if you wanted to try alternative formats here, there are a set of presets at the top. You could choose one of those. Note that it's empty, the preset selection box, to begin with. So you could say I want to try a PNG 24 format for photos with sharp details, JPEG for photos with continuous tones, PNG 8 for logos and text, so that's very simple, straightforward graphics, JPEG High for maximum compatibility, GIF for background images, and PNG 32 for background images, gradients and so on, where you have a need for a much wider range of colors. So if I went for JPEG for photos, continuous tones, which is of course what it is now, what it will then do is to tell me the file size at that preset. Now if I'm not happy about the 152K setting, what I can do is experiment with changing the quality. At the moment I'm on maximum quality, 100%. If I drop that quality down, if I go down to a quality setting of 74, my file size is down to 28K. 47, it's down to 10K, and so on. So by progressively losing quality, I can greatly decrease the file size. Of course, if I want to maintain quality, then I'm going to have to go back up to the full setting. I can also change the format to any one of those available. Of course, we've got GIF, JPEG and PNG. Now with the PNG format, we have three options that correspond to bit depth. So PNG 8 means that 8 bits are used to hold the color. PNG 24, 24 bits, PNG 32, 32 bits. The more bits, the greater the range and resolution of colors. So you can use this image optimization dialog to optimize your images. And really when it comes to optimizing images, what you really need to do is to try these various things out. The theory is fine, but you really need to look at how the images look with various settings on your site. So I'll talk a little bit more about this later on. For the moment, that is image optimization in its basic form using that dialog. Let me just cancel that for the moment. You can also get to that dialog clicking modify, and then if you go to image, one of the options on image is optimize. That also brings up that dialog. The next button in the set of 7 is actually currently disabled. This is the Update from Original button. And this is the one you can use when, for example, you're using Photoshop to update an image and you want to get that update into your Dreamweaver page. That's currently disabled because we're not using an external editor at the moment. So we're going to move on now to the next button, this one, which is Crop. So if I make sure my image is selected and click on the Crop button, I get a warning from Dreamweaver. The action you're about to perform will permanently alter the selected image. I'm going to go along with that. OK. And now you get a crop box on the image with a set of 8 handles, cropping handles, that you can adjust, and you can select the area of the image that you want to keep. So let's suppose that I only wanted to keep the pelican. So I make my selection around the area of the pelican. Let's get a little bit more of the reflection in there. Once I've made my selection, all I need to do is to press the Enter key. Now my image is cropped. Now if I once again select the pelican, you notice that the next button is also greyed out, but it won't be in just a moment. If I want to resize an image, if I select the image and use the sizing handles, let me just drag the pelican out to be quite a bit bigger. And watch what happens. The image obviously gets bigger, but also you'll see that that button that was greyed out, which is the resample button, is now enabled. And the point here is that as you make images larger and smaller, you can choose whether to resample, that is to get more image information or less image information from the original. Now if you stretch out a picture like this pelican, it is going to start to pixelate, to break up quite quickly. So again, if I click on the corner there, let me make it really big now. You should be able to see that the picture itself is starting to pixelate quite badly. And sometimes you can reduce this effect by resampling the image from the original, which will take into account the increased size of this, what was originally very small part of the picture. Now sometimes the effect you get is either non-existent or very difficult to see. Sometimes it can help the image quite a bit. But if you click on resample, I think you can see even with that one that there was quite a considerable improvement in the picture when I did that. So that's resizing and resampling. So let me select my pelican again and go for the next button, which is brightness and contrast. Again, I get a warning from Dreamweaver. And I have a straightforward set of sliders to adjust brightness and contrast. You need to make sure that the preview checkbox is checked down here so that you can see this action as you try it out. Let's adjust the brightness of our picture. Let's reduce it. You can see it getting much darker, brighter. Now of course this, in this situation, is a very, very manual and subjective kind of operation. So I would leave it to you to experiment with that yourself. You can reset to the zeros to go back to the original settings, and then when you've made whatever settings you want to make, you can click on OK. And then closely associated with that, you have the final option here, which is the sharpen option. Usual warning. With these warnings, if you check in the checkbox, you won't get the same warning again. Now we get a sharpen slider. Sharpen may well help this pelican. Let me just try sliding it to the right. No, instead of sliding, you can just type a number in here. Once you get used to how the numbers work, you may prefer to do that. But let me use the slider for the moment. I think you can see quite a significant difference as I adjust the slider along there. But again, one for you to experiment with. So that's it on those editing tools, and we've also of course looked at optimization there. Just one thing to point out, it's generally not a good idea to try to do this with too high a level of accuracy. when the thousands, possibly millions of people that look at your website are looking at your images, they're going to be using different types of device, different browsers. Some will have their monitors to be set to bright settings, some to dark settings. The ambient light in whatever environment somebody's looking at your website is using. All of these things will affect how the images will appear. So it's actually not possible for you to absolutely determine exactly what everybody will see when they're looking at the images on your website. So by all means, you want to make as good a job you can, bearing in mind the quality, file size, etc. issues that we've talked about already. But don't be too keen to try to make things too accurate, because many aspects of how people see your images are outside your control. That's the end of this section. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again, and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In this section, we're going to take a look at background images. And in doing that, I'm also going to point out a couple of other things, useful things about CSS. Background images, which you may or may not be familiar with, were very popular quite a few years ago. And to some extent, the way that they were often used is really very outdated now. It would make your website look something quite antique, actually. But there are ways of doing background images that are actually becoming popular again, and they can be very effective, particularly when you bear in mind the issues that I mentioned earlier about page widths and the size of monitors and so on. And we're going to use a straightforward background image on our website for the moment. I'm going to provide you with one that you can use, or of course you can provide your own. But before I want to show you how to use it in a way that looks pretty good, I think, I'm going to show you how to use background images in a way that looks pretty bad. So the first thing I want to do is to take a look at the CSS for this page, the new arrivals page. So I'm going to bring up CSS Designer, and I'm going to select somewhere in the page there. You notice here that we have the body style to begin with. Now it's the body style that we're basically concerned with in this section. And you can see the attributes on the right. Margins, padding's not set. We have a text color, which is black, #000. Background color, which is white, #FFFFFF, and then we have font defined, both size, line spacing, and the fonts themselves, the Verdana, etc. list of fonts. Now at the bottom of the page you can see the normal properties panel with CSS selected, and one of the options on there is page properties. Now if I click on page properties, it brings up the page properties dialog, which is another way of assigning attributes to a page in Dreamweaver CC. Now the default page within the page properties dialog of settings is the appearance CSS page. And one of the options in there is background color, FFFFFFF, etc. If I were to change that white, let's make it to red again. Just want to demonstrate this. Click on apply, red background. Let me just OK that. That's undeniably red background. Let's now go back into CSS Designer, select body. It still says here background color is white. Now you may well have noticed, however, that we now have two body selectors here. We have a new additional one, this one, and this is the one that says the background color is red. Now that one is overriding that one, and in fact where you'll see this particular CSS definition is in the code for the page. It hasn't been added to or changed in the external style sheet. We have a new body style in the page, so our background color of red is being applied there. Now of course we could easily have avoided this whole thing, finishing up with two different lots of definitions for body, by going into our external style sheet or doing it in the CSS Designer. And of course the advantage of either doing this in the correct selector in CSS Designer or editing the external style sheet is that this change of body color would have applied to all of the pages to which the external style sheet is attached. Having said that, there is also an advantage in doing what I've done just here, and I'll explain that advantage in just a moment. But a very important point to remember there then is this: we now have two body selectors, one in the style sheet, one in the page, and it's quite often the case that when people get really confused by CSS and they can't see what's going on, that they lose sight of the fact that they may have finished up with another definition somewhere else that they weren't expecting at all, and they have trouble finding out why what is going on is going on. Now I'm going to leave this as it is for the moment for a reason that will become apparent. I'm going to go back into the design of the page. I'm just going to minimize the CSS Designer for the moment because we're not going to need that for a few minutes. And I want to do some more work on this background, but I'm going to use that page properties dialog again. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is to actually use a background image. What I'm going to do is to use one of the graphics. I'm going to use the spring graphics there, that one there. Click on OK as a background image. And I'm going to say that it is going to be a no repeat image. And I'm going to click on apply. Watch what happens. There we have one copy of that graphic in the background of the page. Now, if I have a relatively small graphic like this one, in order to fill the space, I can repeat the graphic, and I can repeat it in three different ways. I can do an X repeat, or I can do a Y repeat, or I can just do a repeat. That's in all directions. Now, I think that looks pretty horrible. I'm sure there's somebody somewhere that would like it, but very many years ago people used to use these repeating graphics in the background, and although at the time I think it was thought to be something really quite cool and interesting, I think nowadays we've moved on from this. If you like that, by all means do it. There's no law that says that you can't. But the repeating graphic type approach has to be used with care, particularly when you've got a lot of color and fairly stark graphic images like this one. However, it's a very different story when you come to a non-repeating large graphic. So I'm now going to demonstrate a non-repeating large graphic as a background. I have one here of a bird called a pied heron. I'm going to say no repeat, click on apply, and now what I have, because of the good quality of that photograph, is I think quite an attractive background to this page. It also illustrates and brings out the fact that the content of the site is within that bounded page width, the width that we've set using CSS, and that everything else is just background. And of course, when I apply this in the external style sheet, what I will finish up with is a background to all of the pages on my site that use that external style sheet. Now, the use of background images in this way is actually becoming quite popular, and there are various ways that people use them. Some people use hand-drawn images, and some people will actually fade the image or make it semi-transparent using a product like Photoshop, so that although you can see there's an image there, it isn't quite as bold and striking as the image here. I'm going to stick with this one for the moment. I might tone it down a little bit later on, but I do think it gives quite an attractive background overall. But I'm going to make a couple of changes. One of the changes I'm going to make is to put the overall background color back to white, because with this image there's not really any point in it being anything else. And the other thing, I mentioned this just now, in working on this in the way that I have in the page properties dialog, I have been changing the CSS in the page. And one advantage of doing it this way is I'm not changing the CSS in the external style sheet. I'm not experimenting with the external style sheet and, if you like, potentially breaking that or perhaps forgetting where I started from or something like that. And once I've got the effect that I want, I can basically use the style settings that I've got, the CSS settings that I've got in the page, and basically just move those into the style sheet. So let's just do that. I'm going to OK that change in page properties. I'm going to go into code. I'm going to select that body style. There you see it's got attributes, background color, background image, background repeat. Having selected that particular style, what I'm going to do then is go to the Format menu. You should remember this from before, CSS Styles. One of the options is Move CSS Rules. This time I'm going to move it to a sheet that already exists, the Style Sheet Springs Park 01. Click on OK. A rule with the selector body exists in the destination style sheet. Would you like to move the rule anyway? Moving the rule will not overwrite the current rule. It will appear adjacent to the current rule in the destination style sheet. I'm going to click on Yes. Notice now that that rule has gone from newarrivals.html. Let me now open up the external style sheet. There are my two body rules. And one very simple way now of dealing with this is to take the only two attributes that are different, paste them into the original one. I'm basically doing my own merge here, and then get rid of the new one. Now let me go back into my page. Check everything's okay in design mode. Let's open one of the other pages. Let's try the home page. That looks fine. And then let's look at opening times as well. And that also looks fine. So I think that's starting to look a little bit better. Now, a couple of points about this which are very important. One of them is that when you're using an image like this, and this is an image from a digital camera, I think it was a 7 megapixel camera, the size of the image, the file size, is not 7 million bytes, but it's quite a big image, and of course every time somebody accesses your site they're going to download that image. So bear that in mind if you're thinking of using a photographic image as a background. The other thing to bear in mind is that, of course, there's absolutely no reason that you shouldn't just set your background as a plain color. And in fact, what some people do is to make, using a GIF or a PNG image, a small repeating pattern, and then they do the repeat that you saw with the picture of the tulips earlier on in this section. But they do it with a repeating pattern, and they give a sort of patterned background which can be very effective and which only uses a tiny amount of space and therefore is quick for people to download when they're accessing the site. So bear both of those things in mind. Another important point that I've tried to make here is that you can work on a page and experiment with something and then incorporate that into an external style sheet, as we've done in this section. But of course I could have worked with the CSS designer panel. If I click on body now, notice that that image and the repeat and so on, they've been added to the style sheet, so they appear now when I click on the body selector. I could of course have added those manually. I could have clicked on the plus here, add CSS property. I could have chosen the property I wanted, chosen the value I wanted, and so on, and done the whole thing that way. And that's something we are going to look at later on in the course. But I do think that sometimes experimenting locally is a good option, and it also helps you in the early days to work out exactly which CSS attributes, which CSS properties you need to achieve a particular effect. That's it on still images for the moment. We'll be covering more aspects of them later on, and also later on we'll be looking at video moving images. That's the end of this section. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In this section I'm going to set you exercise 5. Mostly it should be pretty straightforward, but I'm going to set you a little challenge within it. I want you to set up your version of Springs Park website, or your own website if you're working on that, so that all of the images have alt text and titles, which should be straightforward enough. And every page has a common background image implemented using the CSS method that we've looked at in this section. There is an exception to this. I want you to set one of the pages, the opening times page, to have a different background image to the others. Now, I showed you how to achieve this effect earlier on. The opening times page is still going to use the same external CSS style sheet as the other pages, but it's going to have another definition for background image which will overwrite the one that is in the shared external CSS style sheet. Now, the images that I've provided you with in the provided files, one of them has heron in the name. That's the one that I've used here. You can see here. If I go to the opening times page, you'll see the effect I want you to try to achieve. I've actually provided you with a picture of an elephant, but by adjusting the size of the picture and by using repeat, you can see that the elephant is peeking out from behind the page like that. So I'd like you to work out how to achieve that effect. You can see how it's worked out obviously in the sample result that I'm providing for exercise 5. If you don't have any way of adjusting the sizes of images to achieve this, well, just take your best shot at it. Make it as close to that as possible. Or if you like, use a different image. But use an image where you get this kind of sort of comedy effect of image coming out one side of the page and the other end of it coming out the other side of the page. That isn't a very long elephant, by the way. It's actually the same picture twice, and the sizing worked out accordingly. I should of course warn you with this, you need to bear in mind with any of these things how that's going to look on different sized monitor screens and so on, but we'll worry about that later on. For the moment, just try to get something that works using your own setup. On the opening times page, or its equivalent, make sure that you've got those 3 graphics in use and that they're all in some sense the same size. They won't be exactly the same size because one of them's square and 2 of them aren't. That's it for exercise 5. The sample solution is provided. That's the end of this section. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In this section we're going to start to look in detail at the use of links. We've already introduced a couple of links into our Springs Park website. I've not really spent much time looking at them, but there's actually quite a lot you need to know about links. And then later on in the course we're going to be using links in fairly sophisticated ways. Now, the first thing I need to point out to you is how important links are. Links are basically what make the World Wide Web into the World Wide Web. It's a web of links from one place to another. And when you're working on your own website or websites, you've got links from your site to other sites. Hopefully you'll have links from other sites to your site, and of course there will normally be many links within your own site. So for example, you'll be wanting to link from page to page, and as we saw earlier on, if I just go into live view here from the home page, hold the control key down and click on new arrivals, I already set up a link into the new arrivals page, and from the new arrivals page with the control key held down, click on home. It'll take me back to the home page. So that's a basic kind of link. But there is a lot more to links than that. There are many types of links, and there are actually many ways of creating them. Now, in order to demonstrate a straightforward text link, as it's called, first of all, I'm going to come out of live view. I've already docked the files panel over there on the right. I hope you can remember how to do that. Now what I'm going to do is to type some text. I'll put the cursor after welcome to Springs Park. What I can then do is select some of the text. I'm actually going to just select the word here. And then in the properties panel at the bottom, if I click on HTML, and to the right of the link box there's a little button, point to file. If I click on that and then drag, you'll note the arrow up to the opening times page and release the mouse on the opening times page, it will actually create a link for me that will take me to the opening times page. Note the link has now been filled in the box, so it says link opening times.html. And if I just click away from the text in the body of the home page, you'll see that the word here is now underlined. Let's go into live view and now try control click on that here, and it takes me to the opening times page. So the link to the opening times page works absolutely fine. Let me now just go back, and I'm back up my home page again. I'm going to go back into design view from live view, and then we'll look at a few aspects of the link that we've just created. So having created that hyperlink, let's take a look at it in code next. You can see it here. It begins with an A tag and an href. The href specifies what the link is to. So in this case, it's to opening times.html. The text of the link is between the A tag and the /A tag. And of course, it is quite feasible to create a text hyperlink just by typing all of this in. And as I mentioned just now, there are actually several ways of creating hyperlinks. If I go back into design view, supposing I wanted to create the same link but from the words opening times here, instead of using the method that I just used, I could go to the insert menu. One of the options on the insert menu is hyperlink. That brings up this hyperlink dialog. Now the hyperlink dialog is very important. I can first of all locate the link that I want to use, so click on the browse button there. There's a quick way of getting into this page here by just clicking on site route there. That takes me to the site route, and then I can choose opening times. Click on OK. There's my hyperlink in place. Now there are some other fields in this hyperlink dialog, and I'm going to come back to those other fields in a couple of minutes time. But for the moment, all that will do is exactly the same as the method that we used just now would do. And again, I could test it by going into live, control click, it's fine. Now the next thing that I want to talk about is the different types of link that you can use in Dreamweaver, and there are basically three types, and I want to explain the differences between those types. In order to do that, I'm going to create a new folder from the site root. And this folder is going to be the exhibits folder, and within that folder I'm going to put the pages for each of the individual exhibits, each of the individual animals in our cases in Springs Park. So if I right click on the site root in the files panel, one of the options is new folder. I'm going to give the folder a name of exhibits, and then what I'm going to do is to save individual pages for individual exhibits in there. Now to make this simple to begin with, I'm going to use the index page here, index.html, select that page, click as file, save as, and I'm going to make this the page for the Eastern Grey Kangaroo. So first of all, I'm going to select the exhibits folder. That page is now called Eastern Grey Kangaroo, so I'm going to save that. Now in doing that, Dreamweaver will actually change the links within this page to allow for the fact that the new page, the Eastern Grey Kangaroos page, is actually going to be in a subfolder of the site root. So when it asks me if I need to update the links, I'm going to say yes, and it will update those links for me. Now notice my original page, index.html, is still there, unchanged. The new page is changed. And if I go over here, do a refresh, I'll see the Eastern Grey Kangaroo page there within the exhibits subfolder. Now let's have a look at that Eastern Grey Kangaroo page. I know it's still got a picture of a pelican on it, and then we'll look at the code on that page. And one thing you'll notice is that where we had that opening times link before, in fact we have it twice, it's been changed now to ... opening times, and there is a very good reason for that. Similarly, where we have the pelican image inserted, if you look at the image source there, it says ... images / and then it's got the name of the image file. Now we need to look at the difference between two of the main types of link that you're going to come across. One of them is a document relative link, and the other one is a site root relative link. Now, in order to demonstrate the difference between these two, I'm going to talk about this link, the link to opening times from the Kangaroo page. We've got that link twice. We've got ... opening times, and then along here ... opening times. ... opening times.html is what's called a document relative link. And where you see a ... it means go up a level. So going back to the Files panel again, think of yourself being at the Eastern Kangaroo page. To get to opening times, you need to go up to the level above. Now bear in mind we're in the Exhibits subfolder, so if I go up one, which is what ... means, if I go up one, I'm at the site root, and then within the site root / opening times means the opening times page within the site root. So that is what's called a document relative link. It says starting at this document, this is what you do. Now there is another way of referring to opening times.html from Eastern Grey Kangaroo.html, and that is to use a site root relative link. Now what we would do in this case, instead of having ... opening times, is we would just have / opening times. Now the fact that it begins with a / means that we are going to start at the site root. That's what the / basically says at the beginning. Start at the site root. If I was actually trying to refer to a page within, say, the Exhibits folder, how this link would look would be like this. So I would say / folder name / page name, and in fact I could have multiple folder names if I was going down quite a deep hierarchy. So the / at the beginning says begin at the site root, and opening times.html is actually in the site root, it's at the top level, so that's all I need to put. So on that one line you have the two ways of representing this link: the document relative way and the site root relative way. Let's just check out that all of that works okay. Let's go into Design and then into Live. We just move that out the way. So let's Control click on the first one, back, Control click on the second one, back. So the links are actually written differently, but they both work absolutely fine. Now I'm going to give you one more illustration of this in just a moment and tell you a couple of other things about it. But first of all, I'm going to make some changes to this Eastern Grey Kangaroo page to make it look like a page for an Eastern Grey Kangaroo. And actually doing this will be part of exercise 6 when we get to it. So you'll be doing in a little while what I'm doing now. So I've changed that page to show a correct picture, which is also available amongst the supplied files. I've put the name Eastern Grey Kangaroo on the page as well. What I want to do now is to link to this page from the new arrivals page. Now hopefully by now you're starting to get an idea of how pages might be structured. normally into articles, and articles having sections and so on. And in this particular case, on the new arrivals page, I think I might plan ultimately to have links to the new arrivals, each of them perhaps with its own page in the exhibits folder. And so I might ultimately migrate this information about African penguins to a separate page as well. But for the moment, what I'm going to do is to put another section on this page with just links to the Eastern Grey kangaroo page. Now, this is one of the areas where I think the visual use of Dreamweaver and the viewing the code approach to Dreamweaver really are quite different, because doing this visually can be really quite tricky, whereas if you look in the code it can usually make things considerably easier. I'll show you what I mean. Let's suppose that what I want to do is to put the link to the kangaroo page after the information about the penguins. So I drop the cursor here after the picture of the penguins, perhaps hit the enter key to start a new line. But if you look at the tags down here, you'll see that I'm in the middle of a section. There is a section devoted to penguins and I'm still in the middle of it here. And you would also find, if you tried to sort of go down the page a bit and click somewhere else, you might have trouble getting outside that section. Now, if I go into code view, you can see exactly what the problem is. Here is the beginning of that section. Then I've got the picture of the penguins. Then I've got my new empty paragraph that I just inserted. Then slash section for the end of that section, followed by slash article for the end of the whole article. Now, one simple way of making sure that I'm getting a new section for kangaroos is to press the enter there. I could actually type in angle bracket section angle bracket and manually make a new section, or I can go to the insert menu, click on structure, go down to section, fill in this dialog, insert section at the insertion point, yes. Don't apply a class at this stage. None of my sections currently have classes. We'll look at that later. Don't assign an ID. Again, I'll look at IDs later. We don't need a new CSS rule. We'll go with just section. Click on OK. And automatically the section and the slash section tag are inserted with some text as a sort of placeholder for what I want to go there. So that's a nice neat way of making sure you're putting a new section in and that it's going into the correct place on the page. When I go back into design view, there's my text ready for me to start putting in the link or links to the kangaroo. Now, this is not exercise 6, this is just a little question for you. I'm going to write a sentence here which has got 2 links to the Eastern Grey kangaroo page. One of them as a document relative link and one of them as a site route relative link. See if you can work out what each of those links will look like. That's the end of this section. We're going to start the next section with the answer to that question. I'll see you then. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In the previous section I left you with a little question about a link from the new arrivals page on the Springs Park website to one of the exhibits pages in the exhibits folder, the one for the Eastern Grey kangaroo, and the 2 different ways that that link may be set up as a document relative link or as a site route relative link. And what I want to do now is to work through that with you. So I'm going to type in a sentence here. Okay, there's my text. Now I'm going to put in a link. So first of all, select the text. Now in order to put in the link, if I right click, one of the options is make link. I need to go into exhibits and Eastern Grey kangaroo. Now let me do exactly the same thing from the word here. This time I'm going to use the insert hyperlink dialog. Here I'm going to locate Eastern Grey kangaroo, leave all those other fields empty, click on OK, and I've got 2 links. Now let's have a look at those links in code. What do you think they're going to look like? Well, both of the links are like this: exhibits / easterngreykangaroo.html, exhibits / easterngreykangaroo.html. Now, looking at those links, you can see that they are document relative links. And the reason you can see that they're document relative is they don't begin with the / that indicates the site root. And if the link just said easterngreykangaroo.html, it would be a page in the same folder as the page we're currently looking at, which is the new arrivals page. But because it's got exhibits /, it means that it is in a folder, in the exhibits folder, in fact, in the folder we're currently in. So looking at new arrivals.html, there must be a folder in the same folder as this page called exhibits, and easterngreykangaroo.html is in that folder. Now both of these are document relative links. Now note that I've got one of those links selected now, the one on the right there. If you look at the Properties Inspector down at the bottom of the page, the button 2 to the right of the link box has a tip of Browse for File. Click on Browse for File. You get this Select File dialog, and you may already have noticed that the Select File dialog has a control above the file name called Relative To, and it's a drop down where you can choose either document or site root. Let's click on site root, click on OK, see what it does to that link. And of course, as expected, all it does is put the / at the beginning, which indicates that that is the site root. That first / is where the site root begins. Now, for reasons that we'll be coming to later on in the course, sometimes it's better to use site root relative links, sometimes document relative links. Many sites have a mixture of both. But there's something you need to know about your site. Very much earlier on in the course, we actually looked at site management, and we're going to be looking at site management again a little bit later on. But if you go back up to the Site menu and into Manage Sites, select the site that you're currently working on. I only have 2 here, one of them is Springs Park. Click on the Edit the Currently Selected Site button, and then on Advanced Settings. And one of the options there, under Default Images folder, which in my case is the Images subfolder of the Springs Park website, links relative to. You can choose whether by default your links are relative to the current document or whether they're relative to the site root. And that's a very important setting, because although, as you've seen, you can change any link from being document relative to site root relative or vice versa, by default they will be given the relative value that is set as your default here. So when you've been using Dreamweaver for a while and you've got a better idea of why you would choose one of these over the other, you may want to revisit which of these is set as your default. And it may be that in various different types of website, one or other default may be more suitable than the other. But have a look at that now. Make sure that you know which of those is set as your default. One other thing to point out here, which I haven't done already, you can probably work out without too much trouble how to go into the code to remove a link, but you can actually do it in a number of ways as well. If you take this one here, Eastern Grey Kangaroos, if I right click within that link, one of the options there is Remove Tag A. If you click on that, then there is no longer a hyperlink on that string of text. Now, you may remember me saying in the previous section that there are 3 types of link, and we've seen 2 of them, but we haven't seen the 3rd type, which is the absolute type. And what I'm going to show you now is an example of an absolute link. I'm on the Eastern Grey Kangaroo page. And what I'm going to do is to put a link here, not to another page within my website, but to an article about eastern grey kangaroos. In fact, I'm going to link to the Wikipedia article about eastern grey kangaroos. So there it is. What I'm going to do is to click on the URL up at the top there, and I'm going to copy that URL to my clipboard, and then I'm going to switch back into Dreamweaver. I've typed in a short sentence there. I'm going to select Wikipedia article, and as usual create a link. This time where it says file name, select file, what I'm going to do is to paste in that full URL and then click on OK. Okay, let's go into live and see if that works. Control click, and there we are, eastern grey kangaroo. So let's have a look at the code for this particular link. Here it is, and the href is http://en.wikipedia.org and so on. Now this is an absolute link. It's not a local link, it's not relative to the current document, it's not relative to our site route, it's an absolute link elsewhere. Now we need to look at another important aspect of links, and that's the target. In the case of an absolute link, in this case of a link to a Wikipedia article, if you actually use this link live in a browser, you would find that the Wikipedia article opened in the same window as our website, in this case the Springs Park website. If you wanted it to open in a new browser window, then you can set target to achieve this. Now in order to make sure that you have the link itself selected, if I click somewhere within the link and then on the tag click on A, I can be certain that I've got the link itself selected. You can see the link here, the absolute link there in the link box. If I click on target, I'll see that there are actually a number of choices for target. Now let me start by showing you what happens with target blank. And in order to demonstrate this, I really need to demonstrate this fully within a browser, within Internet Explorer. So what I've done is to publish this page to the site, and I'm now going to switch to the live version of this site and show you what happens when I click on this link. So you can see the page now in Internet Explorer. Notice the tab at the top, Eastern Grey Kangaroo, and also I have a New Arrivals tab. So when I clicked from New Arrivals to Eastern Grey Kangaroo, it did create a second tab, second browser window. Let me now do a click on that link to the Wikipedia article. Just watch carefully what happens. I get the Wikipedia article, but it is in the same tab, basically the same browser window as the Eastern Grey Kangaroo page was. Now let me go back into Dreamweaver and change that target. Okay, I've been very careful to make sure I've got the link selected, and now I'm going to go to target. This time I'm going to change it to blank, underscore blank in fact, and then I'm going to publish this page usual way. Back into Internet Explorer. I've refreshed this page to make sure that I'm using the latest one. Click on that link, watch what happens to the tabs at the top of the browser. I get a new tab with the Wikipedia article about the Eastern Grey Kangaroo. Let me go back to my website page again. Let me click again, and I will get a proliferation of new tabs. Now, depending on your situation, you may or may not want users to get new tabs when they click on links in your site. Generally speaking, and this is only generally speaking, people don't like getting loads of new tabs, and many people would like a link like this to open in the same tab, and then they can use the back button on the browser to go back. Some people work on the principle that if it's a link to an external site, then you will create a new tab, whereas if it's not, if it's just an internal link, you'll stay within the same tab, the same browser window. There is also an option which is the new option, which works in a slightly different way. So let me change this from blank to new, and then I'm going to upload the page again. So once again, I'm looking at the Eastern Grey Kangaroo page. Click on Wikipedia article. You can see that I've got a new tab, new browser window for that article. Let me click back on my page in my own site. Watch carefully what happens now when I click on Wikipedia article again. It actually reuses that new tab again. And this is the behavior of new. The first time it's used, it creates a new tab, a new browser window. Thereafter, it reuses that new one. And again, some people like that option. Now there are a couple of other options there, and one of them is parent, whereby if you click here and you're in a browser window that has already been linked to from somewhere else, it goes back to the parent where it was linked from. Self and topped are basically both equivalent to not using any target at all, although some of these options actually work differently in sites that use frames. Now we're not using frames. I'm not really going to talk about frames during this course, so just think of self and top as being equivalent to not using any target at all for the purposes of this course. I've got one or two more things to tell you about in relation to links, and we're going to cover those in the next section. So please join me for that. Hello again, and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In this section we're going to look at just a few more topics related to links. First of all, we're going to look at linking to a specific place on a page. Then we're going to look at email links, and finally at how to add a link to a graphic. We will be doing some more work on links later on in the course, but with some more specific applications of the theories, tools and techniques that you're learning here. Now let's suppose that in a particular situation what I want to do is to link to a particular place on this page rather than just to the page itself, which by default means the top of the page. Let's suppose I want to create a link to the entry about the cafe. If I go to the cafe entry here and say select the icon there, the one with the plate and the cutlery on it, if you look at the properties of this element, one of the properties is an ID. And many of the elements, in fact most of the elements on a page, can have an ID. And an ID will uniquely identify an element on a page. And I can create a hyperlink to a uniquely identified element on a page. Now, to identify it, all I need to do in the ID property there is type in an identifier. The identifier is normally best kept to letters and numbers. You can't have any spaces in it, and it cannot contain many of the available punctuation characters. So I personally always limit it to just letters and numbers. And I'm going to call this cafe icon. Now if I were to actually look now at the code for this page, I'll just show you how that looks. If you now look at the icon itself, you'll see that it's got its source name there, it's got its alt text and so on. ID just becomes another attribute of that image tag. It's one of the properties within that image tag. Now if I were to go back into design and decide that I didn't want to call this image cafe icon, let me take that name out of there, and if instead I clicked in the word cafe and then just make sure I've got the H2 tag selected by clicking it there, and where the ID says none, I actually put in their cafe icon. Let's have a look at the code now. Now what you'll see is that the H2 tag has got the ID cafe icon. So you can add cafe icon to virtually any element, in fact, on a page. And that will uniquely identify it. You can only have one ID on a page. You can use that ID on other pages, but it can only appear once on each page. So that's how to identify the elements. And in fact, as you'll see later on in the course, IDs are very important because you can also create CSS rules and styles that only apply to elements on a page with a specified ID. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is to put in the link, the hyperlink to that. So I'm going to go to the home page and put in a link to the cafe entry. So from the Springs Park home page, I'm going to press the enter key. And I'm going to type in here, click here for details of our cafe opening times. So I'm going to select here and I'm going to do insert hyperlink. For the link, I can choose the page in the usual way. That will be openingtimes.html. And now, in order to access the specific element on that page, I type at the end of the .html a hash symbol to denote an ID, and then I type in the ID itself, which in this case is cafe icon. I can choose target. You should understand target now. I'm going to leave it blank in this case. Click on OK. That link should now be there. Let me just go into live view to test it out. Let's do control click. And it takes me to cafe on the opening times page. So that's a link to a specific place on a page. Now before we move on, I'd just like to quickly go back to that hyperlink dialog that you've seen a couple of times now. And we've looked at the text of a hyperlink. So in this case, the text was the word here, how to set up the link and optionally add the ID of the element to which it refers, and how to choose a target. Now for the other fields here, you can put a title on the link, you can specify an access key, a single letter that can be used to access the link, or a tab index, basically for sequencing links. If you click on help, there is a Dreamweaver help topic that'll explain more to you about the various attributes, fields, properties involved in links, and tell you a couple of other ways of actually creating them above and beyond the ones that I've shown you in these sections. So that's another very useful help link, and as usual with many of the dialogues in Dreamweaver CC, there is a help button, and it's usually worth clicking on it and just seeing what information that will provide you with, in addition to the information that I've given you on the course. While we're on this page, I would just point out one other useful piece of information about relative links. If you look here, it points out that content linked with a site root relative path does not appear when you preview documents in a local browser, unless you specify a testing server or select the preview using temporary file option in Edit, Preferences, Preview in Browser. This is because browsers don't recognize site roots, servers do. A quick way to preview content linked with site root relative paths is to put the files on a remote server, then select File, Preview in Browser. Now whether you choose to use document relative paths or site root relative paths, just bear that in mind. Certainly when it comes to an operational website, either will work. But when you're testing, if you haven't got set up formally a test server, you can get this issue with site root relative paths. It doesn't mean that they won't work when they're live, but you may have issues with testing if you haven't got set up an actual testing server. Let's look now at adding an email link. Now later on in the course we're going to look at forms where you might, for instance, allow users to book tickets for the park. But if all you want to do is to let people send you an email, so effectively all you want to do really is to give them the email address to send the email to. You can set up an email link like this. Let's take, for details of our latest offers, please send us an email. Now if I select send us an email, I'm going to use on this occasion the insert panel, so I'm going to go up to window, choose the insert panel, and within the common category there you'll see email link. The text we've already selected, and then all we need to do is put in the email address. Obviously this is not a real email address, so I don't suggest you send an email to it. Click on OK. And then if I look at the code for that, you see I have, as usual, a tag and a /a tag, and then the href is mail to : latest offers at springspark.inc. I've now published that page, and I'm going to just test this sending of an email. Now I should warn you that depending on your operating system, your email client, your email accounts, just about everything to do with email on your system, what happens for you will probably look quite different from what happens to me. I have Windows 8.1 on the device that I'm using, so an email client will come up with an email account that I don't really use. It's just a dummy one that I use for this kind of demonstration. So it's not one where I generally send or receive email. It's the sort of account that I use for testing this sort of thing out. So if I now click on send us an email, what happens here may be quite different to what happens on your device. You'll know it's working okay though, because it will get you to the point where you can send an email. So send us an email, click, email client opens, and I'm now in the position that I've got a message on the right here, draft, add a subject, it's to latest offers at springspark.inc, etc. So it's got me into a position where it started me off for sending an email, and most importantly it's put the destination address for the email in there for me. Finally in this section I'd like to cover adding links to images. Now what I've done is to create another new page in the exhibits folder, one for African penguins. It's got pretty much the same layout as the one for the kangaroo. And later on in the course we're going to get to an exercise where you're going to need to set those pages up correctly yourself as well. But for the moment, knowing that that page is there, what I want to do is to create a link to that page from this picture, not from somewhere in the text, but from the picture itself. So what I'm going to do, although of course there are many ways I can create a link, is to open the Files panel, pop it over there. You can see africanpenguin.html as a page in the exhibits folder. Select the image here. Note, you can see the image selected at the bottom, tag selected. There is a box there for link, and there is a point to file button. So I can do that neat little trick with the arrow. Go up to africanpenguin.html, and that's pretty much it really. So now if I go into Live, hover over the picture, Control click, takes me to my new African penguin page. And note also that from here I've already set up the link to the relevant Wikipedia article. So it really is as simple as that to set up links from pictures. One other thing I should point out, and again we're going to see this later on, if you have a picture, for example something like a site map, you can have different links on different parts of the picture. So you can say to people, click on this bit of the picture, that takes you to the African penguins. Click on this bit, it will take you to the kangaroos. But more of that later on. That's the end of this section. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In this section we're going to start to look at laying out our pages. Now so far I've pretty much accepted what came with the standard Dreamweaver CC pages. We've had that rather annoying block on the text on the right there for a few sections now, and I haven't really done much with those links on the right either, partly because the intention is really to clean all this up, and that's what we're going to start to do in this section. Now, as usual, CSS will figure quite strongly in what we're going to do. But the first thing I want to do is to explain some of the general principles of laying out pages in Dreamweaver CC, and that will involve some more general principles of CSS as well. And in fact, the very first thing I'm going to do may seem a little bit strange, but I need to demonstrate to you some fundamental aspects of laying out pages, and I'm going to do that by just working on this one paragraph here, the one that begins African penguins. Now I'm going to style this paragraph differently from the others, and in doing that I'm going to explain these fundamental aspects to you. There are really a few ways that you can style one paragraph differently from others on a page. One of them is to create its own style, give it a name, apply that style to that paragraph using a class, for example. But another way to do it is to apply an inline CSS style. Now with an inline CSS style, we use CSS terminology, but we apply it directly to the individual paragraph. This is not something that I normally recommend you do, although I must admit, and as far as I'm aware, most other people are guilty of it as well. From time to time I do use this approach because it is a very direct way of achieving very specific objectives. So what I'm going to do now is to put the cursor in that paragraph, select the P tag, so I've got the paragraph selected. Now I'm going to switch into code and just show you something. You can see the paragraph selected in code. You've got the P tag at the beginning, the /P at the end. One of the things that you can do is you can actually put a style statement in the P tag. You can put a style statement in most tags actually, but certainly in a P tag, and you can say style equals pair of double quotes, and within that pair of double quotes you can put your style statement, your CSS style statement. Now this is not the same as putting HTML attributes in there. Basically what you're doing is putting in CSS styles in line. And the first thing I'm going to do is to put a border around this paragraph. Now to put a border around something in CSS you need three things. The first thing you need is the border width, and I'm going to type that in now on the basis that I know what the name of that style is, and I'm going to set it to 10 pixels. So that's my border width. That won't be enough for the border to be visible, but let's just go back into Design View, and I'm just going to select that. And I'm going to go into the CSS Designer panel, just move it over there, and note now that I have an entry under the selectors of inline style P. And inline style P means this is a CSS style applied specifically to an element on the page, in this case a paragraph. And I can either go back and do the rest of this in code, or I can do it using the CSS Designer panel. And I'm going to use the CSS Designer panel because I find it a little bit more helpful and a little bit easier to see what I'm doing, but in fact you can use either. Now when you're actually setting up a border on something, you can have different borders for the top, the bottom, the left and the right. I'm going to stick with consistent borders around this particular paragraph. So all my borders are going to be the same. And what we haven't done so far significantly is to work with setting up CSS style properties using the CSS Designer panel. So let's do a little bit of that now. I've already got this border width 10 pixels that I specified by typing in the code. If I click on the plus button here, I can add another property. The next one that I want is going to be, and notice the help there, is going to be border color. So having selected border color, just hit the enter key. It's undefined at the moment. Click on the drop down. I'm going to go for black. hit the enter key again. I've got a border color of black. The other one I need for the border to become visible is border style. So click on the plus. That's the one I want. And border style, if I click in the box there, I can choose none, dotted, dash, solid. I'm going to make it solid. So my border comes up as 10 pixels, solid black. And that's what you can see there. So you can see the ways in which the CSS tools in Dreamweaver CC can help you. If you want to see what that looks like in code, let's just flick into code quickly. You can see there style equals, and then it's border colon 10 pixels solid black semicolon. We have a little CSS style definition which we can either look at in code as an inline style, or we can look at in the CSS designer against the inline style P selector for this paragraph. Now what I want to do is to explain to you what's called the box model. Now generally speaking, the way that we build up pages is using boxes. Boxes are very often actually divs on a page. They can be other things. For instance, this paragraph is actually set up as a box here. But what we do is to define a box. We will decide whether to give it a visible border or not. And then we can also define a margin. We can define padding. And we define the contents of the box. Now you can regard the whole of this page as a big box with lots of little boxes in it. And those boxes can have further boxes inside them. And at the moment I just want to look at this African penguins paragraph and show you, for instance, what we mean by margin. Now if I add a new property, I'm going to add a new property here of margin. And if I add margin, I get that helpful little diagram here which will let me define the size of the margin around my box. Now at the moment the margin everywhere is 0 pixels. 0 pixels above, left, right, bottom. Let's suppose that I click on the left and give it a margin of 25 pixels. Look carefully at what happens. What I get is a margin on the left which is outside the box. It's not inside the box, it's outside the box, and it's only on the left. There's a little symbol in the middle of this icon here. Click to change all the properties. You can see an unlinked chain there. If I click on it to link it, then whatever settings I make will apply to all of the margins. So if I set it 25 when it's locked, watch what happens now. All of the margins become 25. And in the little diagram here, over in the properties column within the CSS designer panel, you can see 25 pixels all round. Now let's look at padding. So what I'm going to do now is add a property of padding. All set at 0 pixels as well. Again, I've got this little link in the middle. I'm going to click the link to join it up. And I'm going to set a padding value, which will be all round, of 20 pixels. Watch what happens here. This is the spacing inside the box. So you've got the margins outside, you've got the contents, and you've got the padding inside. If I wanted to make the padding different, top, left, bottom, right, easy enough to do. Let's make it 50 on the left, 5 on the bottom, 100 on the right. See how that looks. And you've got different paddings in all directions. Obviously I could do the same with the margins as well. So that's what margin and border and padding are. And you might find it helpful now to just switch back into code, and I'll just minimize the Designer panel for a moment and look at the code there. You can see that this inline style statement seems to have got quite long and complicated, but it's actually pretty straightforward. It just gives you the information about the border, and then it says margin left 25 pixels, margin top 25, margin right, etc. Goes through the padding settings. It's as straightforward as that, really. Now, there are two other aspects of the box model that I'd just like to mention at this point. One of them is that you can define the position of a box on the page. Now, at the moment, this box is in a position that's called static. And this just means that the box just goes wherever it would end up. It's following on from some paragraphs of text above it, penguins, African penguins, etc. And it's just the next paragraph. But you can also position it relative to something else. But there are a number of other possible values for the position of a box. So what I'm going to do now is open up CSS Designer again, stick with my inline style here, and add this property of position. Just show you what the options are. If I choose position and click in this little box on the right here, the options I get are static, absolute, fixed, and relative. So static is the one that we have by default here. Relative is pretty much like static, but you can set left and top positions for the paragraph as well. Absolute and fixed are actually very similar to each other, and you can specify where on the page the box appears. So then the box has absolutely nothing to do with following on from preceding paragraphs. You just say, I want this box in this position on the page. Now, the difference between absolute and fixed is that fixed really is relative to position on the page, whereas absolute is within its container. So if it's within another, say, big div on the page, the position will be relative to that div, whereas fixed is relative to the whole page. Now, I'm not going to talk any more about those at the moment. We'll be talking about positioning a little bit more later on. And the last important property that I'd like to mention in relation to layout at this stage is the float property. Now, I did mention this earlier on. I'm just going to click inside the sidebar over here for the moment and click on sidebar 1. You notice there the float property is set to right, and as we saw earlier on, if we set that to left, it really is as easy as that to put that on the left of the page. Now, of course, if I wanted to have some pages with the sidebar on the right, some with the sidebar on the left, I could have two sidebar definitions, perhaps a sidebar right and a sidebar left. That may well be something I choose to do. But where you have float, then the element for which that float is defined, right or left, will align accordingly based on all the other elements that are within the page and in its immediate vicinity. You can sometimes get some sort of strange effects with float, where you get floats sort of competing with each other, but we don't need to worry too much about those at this stage while we're still dealing with a relatively straightforward page layout. So that's the basics of the box model and positioning and float. In the next section, let's do a little bit of work on this page as it was before I upset it by doing all this work on it. I'll see you in the next section. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. We're now going to really get started on sorting out the layout of these pages using CSS. So the first thing I want to do is to make some changes to the background color of the pages. Nowadays, it's much less popular to have multiple, possibly conflicting background colors. And many sites now really do have white as their standard background color, with perhaps some light or pastel colors to supplement that and to add a little bit of variety. So the first thing I'm going to do is to click here and change the background color within this sidebar. Now, I've positioned the cursor in the sidebar. If I look at the body selector, you should realize by now we have a background color of white, but of course we have that background image, the one that you can see in the big image now, the one with the heron in it somewhere. So the color itself won't be visible because of the image. If I go up to the container selector, the background color there is white, but of course within the sidebar you can't see that, because if I click in sidebar, I have a background color there of #EADCAE. Now I could either change that to white, or I can just remove it, and that's what that little trash can image there is for. So remove CSS property, and now you can see that the sidebar has a white background as well. In fact, technically speaking, the sidebar doesn't have a background color. It's the color of the container that is showing through. And that's an important point to remember. Now the next thing that I want to do is to do some work on the header of this page. And what I'm going to do is to put an image in the header. At the moment I have just that rather unpleasantly coloured band there, and then I have this representation of a logo, and I could put the Springs Park logo in there. I may well put a logo on here later on, but for the moment I'm going to remove this. So having selected it, all I need to do is to press the delete key, and it's gone. And now I'm going to put an image in the header. Now I'm going to try and put together a very consistent look and feel for the pages of my site. And one aspect of it is going to be to put an image in each of the headers. Now it's going to be a wide, thin image, pretty similar to the original Pelican image that I used. I know the width I'm going to have to use, because if I click on the container selector I can see it's 1020 pixels. But the height, if I don't know what it is, what I can do is either in my photo editing program such as Photoshop, I can make the image first with a width of 1020 pixels and then see what the height is, and then I'll know how much space to allow for here. Or I can insert the image and then resize it, which is what I'm going to do. Now when I come to insert this image, it's an image from a camera, and it's going to be very high resolution. It's going to be a big image. So when I resize it, I'm also going to resample it to make the image a lot smaller. So I position the cursor in the header. Now I want to insert the image. Bear in mind that when I do insert image, by default it's going to look in my images folder, and the version of the Pelican picture in my images folder is the one that is already cropped and resized. I want to go back to that original one that I used. There it is, Billabong Penguin 002 original, so I'm going to include that one. Everything seems to go completely haywire because I'm getting that image at full size and resolution out of the camera. Now I know that the width that I want is 1020 pixels. So what I'm going to do is to change that width to 1020. Note that the aspect ratio is locked, and that will also adjust the height for me as well. Now I could, if I wanted to, crop this picture a little bit more, and in fact I think I will crop it a little bit more. I think maybe that header is a little bit taller than I want it to be. Otherwise it's fine, but I don't want it to be quite that tall. So what I'm going to do is to go back to the crop tool. Note the warning. So I want to keep my full width of 1020, so I need to pull that one over to the leftmost edge, pull that one over to the rightmost edge, make sure the width is 1020 at the bottom. The height at the moment is 156. It's not bad actually, but I might just pull it down to 150. A nice convenient number to remember then. And then I just hit the enter key. And that is going to be the size of my picture header on each page. Right, the next thing I'm going to do is to delete the Pelican picture, the one with just the Pelican in it. So I just select it, press the delete key. Now if I were to go to one of the other pages now, so here I have the Eastern Grey Kangaroo page. If I go through the same procedure, but in this case what I'm going to do is to take the Eastern Grey Kangaroo picture and use that in the header, but using the same dimensions. This is how it will finish up looking, and as part of exercise 6 I'm going to be asking you to do this yourself. So there's the end result of that little exercise. As I say, I'll be asking you to do that yourself a little bit later on. I'll also be asking you to do the same thing with the African penguin page as well. The next thing we're going to do is to change the footer. Most websites tend to have a common footer, so common content from page to page. And footer content can include all sorts of things. Very often it has things like copyright notices, but it will also contain things like perhaps contact details or links to corporate information about this company sort of information. Now at the moment, all I'm going to do in the footer is to put in our copyright notice, and then later on we're going to look at options for using a common footer across several pages. At the moment, if we wanted all the pages to have the same footer, then we'd have to actually put that same footer in each page, which we could of course do with copy and paste. But I also want to change the colour of the footer. It's still got remnants of that original colour scheme, the one we're gradually doing away with. So what I'm going to do is to put a sort of light grey background in there, remove the content that we've currently got, and move this copyright information into there. And note that the copyright information is currently in a bullet list for some reason, so we want to get rid of that as well. So let's start with the colour. If I click somewhere in the footer, you can always check which tags are in force. So P is that paragraph, footer, that's the whole of the footer. Let's look at the footer selector. There's the background colour that's responsible for giving me that colour there. I'm going to change it. Let's go in here and try. Let's try that one. Now I'm going to remove the text that's already there. Click in there, click on the P, that'll get rid of that. And then I can also get rid of the address. Now I'm going to copy this text, drop that in. That's within the footer. And then what I'm going to do is to add text align, and I'm going to change it to center. And then the other thing I'm going to do is to increase the padding. So I've got 10 pixels above, I'm going to make that 20, and 10 pixels below, I'm going to make that 20 as well. Let's see how all of that looks. Click away. Yeah, that looks fine. And then I can delete the text from here. In fact, what I can do here is to select the section. I can see that I don't really need that section anymore, so I'm just going to delete the whole section. And there we are. That footer looks a lot tidier. There's not a lot in it at the moment, of course, but I can add to that later on. The final couple of things that I want to do to this page are, first of all, to get rid of that extraneous text in the sidebar, because we're going to put some content in there before long. So let me get rid of the first part of the text. Just select it with the mouse, press delete, one more delete. That last paragraph then actually tells you what the second thing we're going to do is. If you would like the navigation on the top, simply move the UL to the top of the page and recreate the styling. Now moving the UL to the top of the page is one job, and recreating the styling is another job. Although in fact before we do that, I want to correct that navigation. Now when we created this page, by default we got these 4 links. I'm going to stick with 4 links at the moment, although of course we can change that if we need to. And for each link, say for example if I click on link 1, with the cursor there I can see down in the properties panel at the bottom of the page, I can see where the link goes to. It actually currently goes to just hash, so it's effectively a dummy link. It isn't going anywhere. And not only do I want it to go somewhere, but I want to actually say where it's going. Now where this first link is going is to my home page. So what I'm going to do first of all is click within the text, delete the words that's there, which was link 1, and just type in there home. And then I'm going to go down and create the link. So as you've seen before, click on Browse for File, select my home page, and that home link will now be set up correctly. Note that it's set it up as a document relative link. We're currently on the Eastern Grey Kangaroo page, which is in the Exhibits folder, and therefore the document relative link to the home page is /index.html. Now the second link here was one that I messed up earlier on, quite deliberately I must say, and I will need to get rid of that extra text that we don't need. This is going to be the one that goes to new arrivals, so I'm okay to just correct the text. And as you can see, the link to the new arrivals page is already there, so that's fine. For link 3, I'm going to link that to the opening times page. Now don't forget, if you're not very comfortable with changing this text in design view and you're a bit worried about deleting things, or in fact you do delete something you didn't intend to, you can always switch into code view and you can edit the links there. So for instance, if I know that I don't want it to say link 3, I want it to say opening times, I can literally just change it like that. In fact, I'll do the fourth one while I'm here as well, because the fourth one is going to be to a page that doesn't yet exist, and that's going to be the park map. Now let me go back into design view, and for opening times I can set up the link to the correct page. And for park map, I'm going to leave it as a dummy link for the moment because I haven't created that page yet. Now it's a straightforward job to test all this. Click on Live, and then I can try each of these. For instance, new arrivals, control click, takes me to the new arrivals page, and then I can use the back button to go back again. And of course, if you do this yourself, you can check that your links are working correctly. So that just leaves us with the job of moving and restyling the navigation. We're going to need some more CSS in order to be able to do that, and that's what we're going to start in just a moment. But we've got to a point now where I think it's time for you to catch up and make sure you're comfortable with everything we've covered so far. So in the next section I'm going to set exercise 6, and then we'll resume with CSS after that. That's it for this section. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Dreamweaver CC. In this section I'm going to set you exercise 6 to do. Much of what is to be done in this we've covered already, and you're really doing quite a few different jobs. Some of them will take you a little bit of time, so don't be concerned if it takes you a while to complete this exercise, but at the end of it you'll have a site that's beginning to look like a bit of a reasonable website. There's not a lot of content on it at the moment, but really when you're learning Dreamweaver, you're learning the tools and techniques. For many of these tools and techniques, once you've got the hang of them, you'll be able to put a large volume of work on your websites really quite quickly. Now, this is Springs Park at the end of exercise 6. I'm not very happy about the home page at the moment. I need to just make that look a lot better and give a lot more useful information. But basically now it all works except the link to the park map that I haven't made yet. I've got that nice header. I've still got these lists, and I've also got these links. So I've got links to new arrivals, and the new arrivals page now is extremely trimmed down. I've got that header with a bit of the penguin image on it. Of course, if you've got your own images you'd like to substitute for these, by all means do so. If you're working on a site other than Springs Park, you've got your own topic, your own subject, again, just try to make sure that you've covered all of the tools and techniques that we've covered in exercise 6 in what you've done on your site. So having got to the new arrivals page, I've taken off any of the content related to specific animals on there, and I've just left these two very simple links. Now these are going to be replaced later on in the course, but one of them is the African penguins link. So if I control click on that, I go to the African penguins page. Again, I've got that header, still got the image of the African penguins. When you look at the sample files, you'll see that there are two versions of most of the images. There's the version that is given as an image like this one, and then there's the version that's used in the header. That's not at all unusual. And then I've included the extract from the Wikipedia page about African penguins and a link back to that Wikipedia article. All of the pages have that revised menu system on the right, and with all of them I've left that little note just to remind us that in 3 or 4 sections time we're actually going to change this menu system when we've done a little bit more CSS work. So having got to African penguin, if I go back from African penguin, let's have a look at eastern grey kangaroos. Similar page, I've got the Wikipedia link, I've got some text about it from Wikipedia. You can choose your own text or again get the text from Wikipedia there. Let's go back again using the back button. Let's go to opening times. I did have that background with the elephants on it on opening times, but I just reverted to the standard one now, and there's just a bit of the elephant in the header there. And then, as I mentioned before, the park map doesn't exist yet. It will a bit later on. Finally, click for home and make sure I go home. So that's the Springs Park site as it is now, and I think you'll agree it's starting to look a lot better. That's it for exercise 6. I'll see you in the next section.
If you're not a subscriber, click down below to subscribe so you get notified about similar videos we upload. To get the course exercise files and follow along with this video, click over there. And click over there to watch more videos on YouTube from Simon Sez IT.